Welcome into the first AGE Open in Los Angeles. There's a cacophony of noise behind us because this is a record-breaking standalone Open. We're talking 85 players and counting right now, Michael.
We got more coming in, maybe?
Yes, absolutely we do. They're coming through the door. The doors are busting, and people are clamoring to get their seat. I cannot think of a better way to start off the LA season. St. Louis, I thought you guys were crushing it at 53. This is another level of insane behind us. Michael and I are going to have to cast 10 games in a row today.
Yeah, looking forward to it, though. And, man, I can hear the noise through the headset right now. It really is bustling out there. The energy is electric, and I'm so excited for the games ahead of us.
I got a little bit ahead of myself. Let me introduce ourselves.
Oh, yeah, hi.
This is Bryce Platts. This is Michael Murray. I guess I should say Michael Mr. Monogamous Murray now, because you have some special news to share if you'd like to.
Yeah, I just got engaged, so really looking forward to the next year of wedding planning and
Let us see that band, brother. What do you got?
I'm not wearing
Oh, wait, that's
it
right. You don't get it until the marriage
she's working
happens.
on that.
It's been a long time for me.
Proposal, and then I'm learning about all this wedding stuff for the first time too. You know, this is embarrassing. I'm just gonna say it live because why not? I actually thought when you got engaged, you were supposed to put the ring on the right hand and then move it over like a graduation cap over to the left hand. And, you know, when I told my fiance this, she laughed at me for my ignorance. But, you know, you can't know everything in this world.
Funny.
And that's
the ladies all somehow know the rules.
Where does this come from? It's like
I had to learn it all myself.
Yeah, I don't know.
But the trick for those of you that are about to propose to your significant other is that, well, for one, you don't get your band.
Right.
The gentlemen don't get their band until the marriage actually happens. The ladies get the engagement ring. And then when they get the wedding band, they get, that's right, they get two rings, not just one. Then you, wow, now I'm embarrassing myself. I thought I knew it. They switch the order, I think, so that the engagement ring is on the, I think the engagement ring goes on the inside, the wedding band on the outside.
It's like sealing it in with the wedding band, right? You lock it in place.
There are a lot of old school traditions that are really hard to remember. Okay, what are we talking about? We're playing Flesh and Blood today, right? Okay, cool. Shall we get straight into weekend stories then? I've already talked about AGE St. Louis for a quick second because they led the scene in Season 4. That's right, we had a streamed AGE Open in St. Louis, our brand new circuit and region that we are supporting just this year, and they blew the house down, man. Lucas Oswald took that one down from the Runaways, but there were 53 people in the room taking a bit of a leap of faith with us, and we could not appreciate it more.
Absolutely. You know, it's so great to see AGE spreading around the world now in St. Louis. It's great. 3 circuits currently going, West Coast, East Coast, and somewhere in the middle.
And, you know, the overarching dream behind constant expansion, we plugged that we wanted to move to another region last year, and you better believe that we're going to be doing it at the end of this year as well, all to lead up to one big Players' Championship. That's what we want to be able to organize in the future, where every single region sends their top 16 to one location in the United States, and we get to battle it out in a March Madness-style bracket. You battle out of your region into the top 8, and then you get to wave your flag with your compatriots as they go through the top 8. Yeah, so we'll see if we can make it happen. We are still maybe a year or two away from that lofty goal, but nevertheless, we are plugging away at it, getting there day by day. And one of the ways we are doing it, building the support in order to make this kind of thing happen, is by introducing a brand new exclusive content service. That is AGE Premium. In our minds, what is going to be the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood. That is now live on our site. We've already gotten some written content submissions up there from the likes of, the most recent is Austin Summers, who you may have seen on stream in day 2 of Akihabara, the Prism Chad, and also the guy who was eating apples while Sherway Wu was trying to tank on a block decision.
You know what's so funny is that is the exact game I was watching on my drive out here, or listening to rather. But yeah, man, when Mitch went off on him chewing, I mean, in appreciation, I think he called it the most goated move he'd seen in a while. Just love the kind of posture to take a snack in the middle of a game. But yeah, that guy is such a good Flesh and Blood player. Moved out to Japan this year, or last year rather.
And you know, he is not just a good Flesh and Blood player, he is now a really fantastic Flesh and Blood writer. I had the privilege of editing his article myself, and it's up on AG Premium now. It is all about the upcoming sets in Flesh and Blood. He makes a prediction that we are headed to Aria very, very soon. He also breaks down what he thinks the Ice talent is going to look like in its newest iteration. By the way, he thinks Ice is coming next. So if you want to hear what some people would consider the ramblings of a madman, what some people would consider the predictions of a prophet, you can go ahead and enjoy that on AG Premium, alongside a bunch of other articles, including one by myself about the present, future, and kind of a little bit about the past of Flesh and Blood broadcast, and a bunch of other stuff. And there's more coming, Michael. Just today, we are starting a 2-match broadcast, one of which is going to be the live match that you know and love. The other is going to be recorded and uploaded later specifically for premium subscribers.
Now, is there going to be additional commentary and game breakdowns on this? I guess you could almost call it a backup game.
That's a great question. We would love, my personal goal is to get members of the AG Pro team on there and breaking down, maybe not so much as a traditional caster like you or myself, Michael, but more just giving you some good insight and analysis based on the players' plays and like how they thought it all broke down.
So it sounds like rather than being a live broadcast, what we're going to have is an in-depth coverage, breaking down the gameplay, focused a little bit more on the ins and outs and the intricacies of the matchup, which is really cool. And one of the premier reasons, I think, to get that premium subscription, you get these in-depth live games actually done at a high level at these events. We've got, like we said, 85 and counting people here, which means that the premium camera will be filled with top talent.
But wait, Michael, there is more. If you have an AGE circuit in your backyard, you will also be receiving a 10% discount on every single AG event you buy into. So all of the 85 people who have their butts and seats behind us could have saved a hefty $4 by having AGE Premium.
That's awesome. So like he just said, if you do go to AGE regularly, get that premium subscription. You get a huge discount on that monthly just by showing up. You were going to spend that money anyway. Why not use the discount and have all this extra juicy content to learn from on top of it?
And there is more, folks, even more, but that is all kind of coming to the AG Premium service. One of our most exciting projects on the horizon is AGE Academy, where the best of the best players can upload courses based on heroes that they've played, or perhaps even just more metaphysical concepts in the game of Flesh and Blood, like pitch stacking and all that kind of stuff. You can buy those classes directly from the AG Premium site, support your favorite content creators very directly, and also get a little bit of a discount by having Premium, of course. So all of that and so much more coming to AG Premium. I encourage you to check out our brand new revamped site. That would be www.age.events. That's where you can sign up for Premium and also see everything else that we have been working on so hard over our break. But the break is over, Michael. We are into 2026, and more Flesh and Blood games are being played, not just behind us, but all over the world, because it's RTN season, Michael. Everyone in the international Flesh and Blood competitive universe are competing for their shot at their respective nationals right now.
Yeah, one of my favorite changes about this year's RTN is the fact that we're getting top 4 invites instead of the top 1, which means that we're going to have so many more people invited to compete in the nationals, which just means more Flesh and Blood for everybody. I could not be more excited for the player base as a whole to have so many more people invited to play at the top level.
So if you are not playing at an RTN today, we will definitely enjoy having your eyeballs and ear holes with us. Please stay in chat and stay active. If you are playing at an RTN, though, go have a great day. Best of luck to you, and I hope for the most fortuitous outcome. And if you don't get the invite, maybe some learning along the way.
Yeah, I mean, Flesh and Blood is all about learning. I know I'm still learning every single time I sit down and play.
And also every time we cast, right?
It's great. Such a fun game.
What else is nice and fun and new in the world of Arcane Games events is our brand new sponsor. We have partnered directly with Fab Foundry in order to Fab Foundry is supplying the prize pool today, the $1,000 that is going to go to a smattering of folks in the top 8, and they have graciously partnered with us because we are kindred spirits. We started in Flesh and Blood more or less at the same time, and we really think that our philosophies and the things we're trying to bring to the game very much align. So go to fabfoundry.com. You can get yourself singles, and more importantly, you can get them without a middleman standing in the way. That's right, no TCG player, no eBay for your singles, your sealed product, your commons and rare playsets. Go ahead and snap that QR code that you see on the screen, or just go ahead and go to the link www.fabfoundry.co/AGELA in order to give us a little bit of credit for bringing you there. We are definitely monitoring the traffic and making sure that they are getting as much as possible out of this partnership, because man, do we love Travis and the rest of the crew at Fab Foundry.
I gotta say, I am extremely excited for the timing of this as well. With Silver Age right around the corner, Fab Foundry is offering packages where you can buy entire sets of commons and rares, full play sets from an entire set. So you can get all the cards that you need from the entire set and just get ready for Silver Age. And the thing that really just blows me away about this is that whenever I would buy singles on TCG Player, I would end up with like 16 packages showing up at different times. I would never know if I would have my cards in time for the game that I was trying to plan for. When you get it at Fab Foundry, it's just one place, it's one location. So all of your cards show up in a single package, and it's just so clean compared to the TCG Player experience. I can't tell you how many times I would order from 16 places and get 15 packages, and that one store just, oh, I'm sorry, I missed the most important card in your deck. I guess you can't play this deck this time. No more. So Fab Foundry.
If farm-to-table eating is something that you are interested in, well, go ahead and try the next best thing when it comes to Flesh and Blood singles, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be Fab Foundry, our brand new partner for AGELA. Thank you, Travis, and everybody at Fab Foundry for supporting us. Michael, it's time now to take a quick break before we get into what is going to be a massive amount of Flesh and Blood action throughout the day. The last count we had was 85 players. I'm pretty sure that shot up a little bit more while the players' meeting was happening.
That's so exciting.
You're rubbing your hands together, and so am I,
Let's
because it is going to be one heck of a day. It's going to be a marathon for us, but we're so excited to bring you all of the action. So sit tight. There's going to be AGELA coming back. 85 players in the room here at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California, and of course, a ton of Flesh and Blood coming at you in just a minute. Welcome back to the first round of the AGE LA Open January edition, the first of Season 4 for this particular region. We did make a stop in St. Louis already, but now it's time for the West Coast turn, and we have north of 80 people in a local game store. Shout out to Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California for housing so many people on this Sunday.
Yeah, all of the tables are filled, minus 2.
Minus the 2 behind us. Which
Crazy they have enough tables to house this many and have extras, but
Exactly.
that's why we're here.
And also insulating us a little bit from the body heat that has just washed its way into this room. Our round 1 pairing is going to be a very special one, Michael. Normally in these situations, we like to focus on our ex-players champion, Peter Buddensiek, is in the room, but instead, we're going to tell a brand new story that is flourishing before our eyes. Little Xzavier, 13 years old, is going to be taking on Talon Stradley, a man that has been to the Players' Championship not once, but twice in his past. And it's going to be really awesome. I had the pleasure of playing against Xzavier at the Odyssey Games RTN very recently. He was my round 1 pairing. He was on Rhinar. I was on Oscilio. I got to do Oscilio things, but he made it so close. And he made it so clear that this guy, even though he's young, even though he's 3 years younger than the recommended age for Flesh and Blood, mind you, he knows this game incredibly well.
That is awesome to hear. And he's got to be a record setter here, being 13, easily the youngest to appear on camera at an AGE event.
You know, Colin Eriksen does trump him a little bit,
Really?
who is about 8 years old. No, I'm just kidding. Colin is definitely...
You got me on that. I was like, well, how young was he when he started? Wait a minute. This game hasn't been out that long.
Well, yes, but this game ages you in
Sure.
decades, not in years, Michael.
Yeah. Maybe he's got that 8-year-old attitude.
Yeah. No, Xzavier is definitely the youngest player to play on stream, I think to play in general at an AGE Open. And speaking of records, ladies and gentlemen, this does beat the record for total attendance, including AGE Opens that we have attached to Battle Hardens, looking at 2 versions of Battle Hardened LA and also Battle Hardened San Diego that had AGE Opens attached to them. They did not meet the number that we have behind us
This
today.
is bigger than the San Diego one?
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. San Diego and the LA one
We
the
were
year
at a
before.
convention center for that.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
So turns out we can have this kind of love and an outcry for more games of Flesh and Blood at the LGS level. Before we get into round 1, let's talk about the stakes here. They're not all listed because this is, of course, lumped in to the Top Deck Keep Road to Nationals event as well. So in addition to everything on the screen, the $1,000 prize pool in USD, the smattering of AGE points that are on offer, there is also the RTN kit, playmats, invites to your respective national championships, the Rainbow Foil Twin Drive, the Cold Foil, I'm drawing a blank on what that one is.
It's
even
the
better, right?
Pallades card, right? The aura?
Is it a Pleiades card?
I thought so.
Okay, we'll get an answer on that momentarily. But bottom line, there is so many goodies that players can be competing for here. And besides that, because we have such a massive turnout, we're also going to go ahead and buy from Top Deck Keep a couple boxes of Super Slam and raffle those off throughout the day. We are just beyond excited by the outcry of support and the amount of people that are sitting behind us enjoying great games of Flesh and Blood. Michael, you want to get into it or what?
Let's get into it.
All right, let's go ahead and hit that button, ladies and gentlemen. We proceed down to the match floor where Talon Stradley on Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter is taking on Xzavier Lona. Once again, 13 years old and barely filling up his player's cam, but he is on stream and he's duking it out with one of the mainstays of AGE.
Should have got him some encyclopedias to sit on.
Without a doubt. I honestly need some whenever I sit in the booth next to Colin Eriksen.
Yeah,
so
that's
I can
true.
commiserate with Xzavier.
Oh, and he is kitted out. He's got that Marvel Arachne marionette sitting front and center.
Heel blade.
Ouch.
And I'd rather not talk about it.
I mean, that's how you start out getting on camera. I'm sure my first on-camera game was not that great either. I think it might have been a draft in the Hunted. And I lost that game.
You made top 8 at that event, though, didn't you?
I did. And then the only game that I really did horribly on was on camera. I think it was against... I know I played against Aiden on camera. Was
Okay.
that a CC game? Not sure.
Not sure. So it goes, though, Michael. The stream curse cometh for us all. Right now, we're having a bit of a technical difficulty here, folks. Be patient with us. We will be back online with Xzavier and Talon in short order. In the meantime, you can listen to our silly voices and we will get back to that really, really quick. In the meantime, we should probably mention that we have a lot of upcoming events for you all. There are AGE Opens scheduled both for all of our regions, I should say, in the upcoming months. February is stacked with all 3 regions, and so is March, save for St. Louis, but that'll be happening really, really quick here. We are back in the swing of things. 55 minutes on the clock, 40 plays 40, and let's see, what have we missed? There does seem to be an up sticks and run resolved. I do think Talon was on the play there because I do see a lot of cards in the grave for him. And in this case, it was a Kiss of Death for Xzavier Lona, beefed up by an up sticks and run. 4 damage comes across to Talon Stradley, who is now on his second turn of the game. Thumbing that gold-baited hook right away. Could be a tipple in the mix.
Yeah. First blood already drawn here. Turn 1 on Xavier's side. And it's nice to get that damage early. Talon able to block a little bit of it out as he plays the Riches of Tropeldani. Ooh, not just 1, but 2 gold with the blue golden tipple coming out alongside that Fabled.
Gold token generated there once by the Riches of Tropeldani, second by the golden tipple, which discards a Sawbones Dockhand. 1 go again right here, represented against Xzavier Lona. But all the more if this can connect, because of course gold-baited hook has been activated.
And that Sawbones is a big deal to see early, especially into the Assassin matchup. Its ability to prevent 1 damage by tapping it means that Flick Knives can be a lot harder to connect with, and it's so important for the Arachne Marionette to get that connection because that's how you mark the hero and enable the hero power and all of the sweet transformations that come from that.
It's a little awkward for Talon here. There was 2 yellows in the hand that he had to use, including copy of an ally. Had the opportunity to activate Gravy Bones in order to get Swabby into the yard to accompany the Dockhand, but instead just decides to resolve Sawbones, swing Sawbones. This one not beefed up by the gold-baited hook on hit, and Xzavier just has damage to consider here after very astutely blocking with Black Tech Whispers to prevent yet another gold being generated on this turn.
Good use of the equipment there. You know, not a lot of block on the side of the Assassin, but one of the best ways that you can prevent on hits is by utilizing it in that 1 damage breakpoint, which he did.
5 block here from Xzavier, who did have a Codex of Frailty in hand. A little bit unfortunate when you haven't filled your graveyard up with meaningful on hits. Instead, just takes 1 damage there after blocking with both the book and the stains of the redback. So now Xzavier down to 39 and is probably going to be on ally clearing duty. Looks like Hunter's Clave comes across.
Mark on hit, right?
This will be targeting Talon Stradley, though. Mark on hit here from the Hunter's Clave. 1 go again with a yellow in the pitch.
And that's coming
Talon has a little bit of equipment to block with if he so chooses, but this might be a little bit early.
at me. Yeah. Okay.
It's always nice to stay off of that mark, though, so committing a card would not be the end of the world here either.
No blocks reactions is the call from Talon Stradley. Looks like he's going to activate Sawbones Dockhand here in order to remain unmarked, and I don't hate that decision.
It is good as long as he can get another ally out to swing with still. But we have a reaction Tarantula Toxin coming
In
out.
response to Tarantula Toxin.
Okay, but Talon Stradley is still insulated, had plenty of options, both Sawbones and a Sink Below in the hand. So even though Xzavier pumps that Hunter's Clave all the way up to 4, it gets blocked out in its entirety. Xzavier does thumb those Flick Knives. Also a good decision here, hasn't gotten a Graphene Calycera online, and that is exactly what you need to be doing as Arachne Marionette. Unfortunately, Talon keeps up the defense. Sawbones Dockhand going to be tapped there in order to prevent the 1 damage from the flick of the Hunter's Clave. Leave no witnesses since the follow-up target is still Talon Stradley. Xzavier could be thinking, well, I got the Sawbones tapped down, so I can deal with it another time.
I got to say, the way that Talon just navigated that was, really beautiful as he continues the hurt with another breakpoint.
Yeah, Blood in the Water blocks out Leave No Witnesses perfectly, even though Talon was not able to find another ally on the top of the deck. Now the hand is yet another copy of Golden Tipple, but no allies to pair with it for Mr. Stradley.
Let's, we're gonna pitch a blue
And into the gold well he goes. A gold cracked there. And the card drawn is a port-side exchange. Still not ideal, but he's able to chart the seas a little bit better by activating Compass now. Talon does have the opportunity to go further into the well with one more gold token on board.
Ooh, and just looking right here, it looks like Xzavier did miss that Tunic counter. Of course, nerves are a thing, and it'll be something that he needs to continue to pay attention to. I think he noticed it. I noticed it because he pointed at it. So good catch by Xzavier, and hopefully he can continue to stay on top of that as the game evolves.
And finally, the ally is found for Talon Stradley after activating Gravy Bones with the last copy of gold. Rigor Mortis discarded. Alone in the bin for now, but is ready to accompany Mr. Dockhand in the arena. Oh, and it's a Conquer of the High Seas as a follow-up for Talon Stradley. Those defense reactions were absolutely huge for him on the previous turn cycle in order to protect the prolific Gravy Boat.
Silver lining here, Xzavier is off Arsenal, which means the threat of the on-hit here is irrelevant, but 8 go again is nothing to scoff at, and Xzavier decides to go ahead and take it.
I think he might still be tanking on blocks
was
here.
He? I thought I misheard.
Still sits at 39. And yes, does seem to be thumbing a Codex of Inertia at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to justify a 2-block in front of something like this, especially when you have 39 life.
Any reactions?
No reaction, or excuse me, no blocks is the choice, and taking 8 is Xzavier. And I like this play.
Yeah.
In general, if there is no disruption coming your way, Arachne Marionette plays a lot more like an aggro deck than most assassins in the game. And so oftentimes it is just better to keep the cards in the hand and resolve them rather than block with them.
Yeah, I really want to commend Xzavier for making that choice here. One of the scariest things to do, especially as a newer Flesh and Blood player, is take 8 freaking damage to the face. It can just feel very intimidating, and the need to block can sometimes be an emotional one. This time, keeping those emotions in check and taking the damage, I think, is a very astute play.
And it will likely be more here as Rigor Mortis hits the arena from the watery grave. Talon made a really heads-up play here that most Gravy Bones might not be familiar with, at least if they just started in the game. He resolved Portside Exchange when it was the last card in his hand. And Portside Exchange reads, discard a card, then draw a card. If there is no card to discard, you essentially just put a blue in your graveyard, open up your allies to be played, and draw a fresh card, hopefully one that can pitch for them.
It's a pretty good play.
Down to 27 is Xzavier Lona. 27 plays 36 as he swings a Hunter's Clave, pitching Knight's Embrace, one of those brand new cards from the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks Armory deck.
Targeting.
This is a tough choice because you could go for the Rigor Mortis, then you would force the tap down of Sawbones Dockhand. It all depends on the rest of the hand. Does seem like there's a Scar Tissue and a Mark of the Black Widow in the hand for Xzavier. Gotta be thinking that a lot of those defense reactions from Talon have got to be gone at this point.
Yeah, he had a big old bucket of them in the early part of the game. Really frustrating for Xzavier as he hasn't really been able to connect with any meaningful on-hits yet. Talon just had the perfect answers last turn.
Looks like a Crown of Providence blocked with on Hunter's Clave here. Talon really does not want to be marked. And it makes a lot of sense because the bread and butter thing to do as Arachne Marionette is get an early flick or connect with an early Hunter's Clave and then use Mask of Deceit to transform into Arachne Orb Weaver, get a Graphene Calycera online as soon as humanly possible. And so far, Talon has prevented that incredibly well. The Scar Tissue out of the hand for Xzavier Lona, pushing Hunter's Clave up to 5, could have something to say about it. 3 damage finally comes across, and for the first time this game, Talon Stradley is marked.
That's a cool mark token. I love the custom tokens people make.
The follow-up here is Mark of the Black Widow.
No cards in hand.
Does seem to be targeting Talon here. So Xzavier ignoring these allies outright.
Yeah.
I think I like that just in terms of what is available. I didn't like the idea of attacking into Rigor Mortis and just getting it blocked out by the Sawbones. So he doesn't. He gets him marked. He hits him with the disruption, and Talon able to block things out effectively, but Still 33 plays 27 and a 3-card hand. Not to mention, Talon drew into a back alley breakline blue, which is not really the card you want to be seeing in your hand off of the back of that helm of, or the Crown of Providence.
And it's the first transformation of the game for Xzavier Lona. One rolled there, Arachne Black Widow. Perhaps the only one more enticing than Orb Weaver at this point. This is going to offer a lot of hand disruption. Got to mention here, Xzavier completely dripped out on this Marionette deck.
He's got the bling to the nines. Love to see it.
We're going to play a Vasti.
It's back over to Talon Stradley, who has got the perfect answer to somebody ignoring your allies. It's a Vasti, going to give go again to the next pirate ally attacked with.
Ouch.
We are going to...
So with 2 resources, Talon gets to go 12 damage on this turn.
2-card 12. I hear that's okay to do in this game.
That is A-okay, and that is if he doesn't have anything else to do.
Yeah, if he's got another card on top of this pushing the value, we see the Chum in hand as well as a blue to fuel the turn. No way to get it in the graveyard unless he wants to do the Gravy Bones thing.
Which he could very well get going as long as one of these allies connects. Because besides go again, granted by Avasti also gives on-hit gold, and thereby also gives kind of a side on-hit of, oh, I can also activate gold-baited hook if this connects.
This is a tall ask to block here. Obviously, you want to keep the Gravy Bones off of that gold, but being flipped into the Arachne, is it the Black Widow?
Yes.
Like you said, it's probably the best version that you can have, at least offensively speaking. So keeping as many cards in hand during this transformation is something that you need to consider if you want to keep your foot on the gas.
And you know, the only consideration over Arachne Black Widow, I think in this spot, is of course Arachne Orb Weaver, because Xzavier still doesn't have a Graphene Calycera in the other dagger slot, but he has finally drawn up a copy of Orb Weaver Spinneret, which is going to do that in the form of a non-attack action, not a transformation into a demi-hero. So Xzavier could put the hurt on this next turn. He has been ignoring these allies, though, and it can get really problematic.
No reactions from me. Any reactions from you?
Xzavier seems to be blocking with a pain in the backside and taking 4 here. Gold token generated by Talon Stradley. This could be a bit of a misstep for Xzavier just because pain in the backside is one of those cards that so cleanly removes Sawbone's Dockhand, even through damage prevention.
We'll close the combat chain. And then
Combat chain closed for Talon Stradley, and an activation of Gravy Bones is going to spend that gold so recently made. Card drawn here, which is a blue. It's Murderous Rabble, and finally Chum can make its way into the graveyard. Talon now has the opportunity to both resolve Chum and swing Chum. Or sorry, really what he would do was resolve Chum and swing Sawbones.
2 floating. This is pitching another 3 into Chum for 4, so I have 1 floating. And then,
Talon crossing his T's and dotting his I's in terms of his resource math. Got to respect it here. And now it is an activation of Gold-Baited Hook. Doesn't even need the resource from Dead Threads in order to send 12 and also establish a Chum on the board. Things are looking rough for Xzavier.
That's
here.
a very, very rough position to be in, depending on how things line up. If that Chum can be disruptive on the follow-up turn here from Xzavier, that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with. And it looks like Xavier's already priced into basically going face for the rest of this game. If he can avoid all of the allies, I think that's the right play, but you can't avoid the Chum when it gets activated.
And you know, with Arachne Black Widow as the flipped demi-hero here, Xzavier could do some serious damage in terms of disruption on the following turn against Talon. These allies, once they get to a critical mass, honestly, with any board state deck, they kind of require you to ignore them in order to have any chance in the game.
Yep, sounds good.
Another block of 2 for Xzavier, and down another 4 life he goes to 19. 19 plays 33 here, in the favor of Mr. Stradley on Gravy Bones.
This is tough here because he's kind of face up, needing to create that Calycera. And once he does, that will give a window to activate Chum.
But does Talon have the ally in hand? Does seem to be the case. Scuba stands ready in order to ruin Xavier's day, and Talon is holding priority here.
activate
Yep.
Chum here.
It's an activation of Chum. Scuba, Salty Sea Dog, is not the only salty one at this table now. Xzavier is forced to target Chum-friendly first mate until he is dead. Graphene Callistra generated here by Orb Weaver Spinneret, and also a little bit of a buff to the next stealth attack for Xzavier. Unfortunately, that Tunic is not online, though.
And now I'm thinking about that turn. He missed it. Flesh and Blood is a game of inches. The smallest of misplays can cost you. And it's one of the reasons it's such a fantastic competitive game, as every decision matters. And here we're seeing one catch up to him.
Xzavier has himself a Codex of Frailty in the hand, but unfortunately is going to have to pitch for this Graphene Callistra.
And now I'm eyeing that push the point in the graveyard, wishing that that was available to at least clear the Chum, but instead what we have is a full stop and Chum surviving. Xzavier is now in a very difficult spot, if he was not already.
It's a blender of decomposing limbs at this point. And so this showcases exactly the danger of ignoring these allies and waiting a little bit too long in order to address the constant board state threat.
And I think this really just showcases why it's so difficult to play into Gravy Bones. If you don't know exactly what he's trying to do and what his game plan is, sometimes these innocuous decisions of just, oh yeah, I'll block here, save a little bit of life, can come back to bite you when you realize you don't have the resources you need to clear the board on the back end.
And, you know, playing on stream is a very stressful thing. I do have to mention for Xzavier, especially when you are so young. We're beyond excited to introduce him to the AGE Open Series in the right way, though. And even though it seems like it might be a cruel fate to have your first game at the AG Open streamed, it's also such a benefit because you can go back and look at it anytime on our YouTube channel and learn so much more than you otherwise would when, say, oh, a certain decision got you on tilt, or maybe caused you to think about the game in a different way.
Absolutely. And, you know, there's two things I want to point out. One, in every single game of Flesh and Blood, one person wins and the other one does not. It's just the way that it works. And I've been on camera now a few times in my Flesh and Blood career, and I am X in 3, or 0 in 3. I'll just say it. I haven't won on camera yet. So it's definitely hard when you're playing at this level to win games on camera.
Sawbones cracking in at Xzavier Lona once again. Going to deal 4 damage here, but not if Xzavier finds himself a trap that can shore up a good portion of this damage, because he has just blocked with Mask of Deceit and transformed into Arachne Trap Door. That's not all that's going to be coming out of the hand of Talon Stradley this turn, no, because he started off with a Call to the Grave, finding back alley breakline. So this is just one of the 2 action points that he had before swinging with Sawbones.
Yeah, now the damage is just pouring through.
No, you don't I don't think you have to show me. It's just banish.
Absolutely huge for Talon Stradley. Finding these turn extenders, which are not a given for Gravy Bones. He's finding them when they count the most, because there is a world where, yes, you have established a huge board. Your opponent either has chosen to ignore it or can't address it based on the cards they have in hand. And then you kind of just draw into a bunch of non-go again.
Yeah, it's tough to break up like that. Real quick, the interaction going on right in here. Talon clarifying that you can choose to banish any card using Arachne Trapdoor, and only if it is a trap may you play it. So you can juke out your opponent and banish a non-trap if you have none left in your deck, just to make them think you've got one, and keep that information hidden, which is a cool way to be able to play that out. And, you know, stay sneaky, as is the flavor of the assassin class.
But, you know, Xzavier decides to make a much more economic decision and actually banish a trap. No, he's not going to generate an inertia token from that inertia trap, but he will effectively make his Mask of Deceit block 4/5, which is pretty huge for a headpiece.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another 6 damage accepted as Rigor Mortis follows the dockhand.
I'll untap my swarm here.
Talon untapping his swarm.
No.
Not just his ally, his murder of murderous pirates.
Yeah. I guess, is that the plural? We've got a murder of crows and we've got a murder of zombies?
Yeah, sure, I dig it.
I think that should be, if it's not already.
He said swarm, but I would argue that it should be horde.
A horde, yeah.
Based on my Left 4 Dead days, yeah.
Yeah, of course it is.
Cut from the same cloth, resolved for Xzavier Lona here. Talon is going to be forced to show the hand, but not before he has another opportunity to activate Chum-friendly first mate. And also discards another Chum-friendly first mate, so even though they're the first mates, they are coming in twos.
Oh boy, that card's annoying. Chum just 6 life on the board with the Sawbones to bring it up to 7 if you need to. Just such a wall of meat.
And meat is not the only thing that Talon is going to be able to push next turn. He's got a prismatic ley line and a blue attack to boot. So there's going to be some serious damage coming from Talon.
I'm hoping for Xzavier's sake he's got a 3 power attack to pair this with. He's thumbing something, hiding it from us, and he does have reactions.
There is a Stains of the Redback in the
Should
hand.
be able to get through this, even if it's a dagger swing.
And also a to the point. So a swing of the Hunter's Clave plus a to the point is going to clean up Chum. Not in the most efficient way, though. And that's the tricky bit for Arachne Marionette into Gravy Bones.
You know, if he could bait the Sawbones activation and then eat it with a flick, I feel like he might then be able to clear the whole board on the back end with what he's working with in hand. I don't, because he needs... No, because it's 4. Yeah, he doesn't have the math to make it work. I was just thinking if he could send 6 at the Chum and then bait that and then flick and clear it and sort of get all those resources out of the way early.
Xzavier does have the Tunic resource, which will provide go again to the Graphene Calycera, even if it is swinging at Chum. The downside, of course, is that he would rather be swinging at Talon Stradley when resolving Stains of the Redback, because the fact that Talon is marked makes it free. But also that Tunic resource is kind of needed to swing the Graphene Calycera in the first place.
It's pretty much what it's there for.
Xzavier does have a copy of Up Sticks and Run. But again, that is a way overkill on Chum-friendly first mate. Does require 7 damage in order to actually die, because Sawbones' Dockhand is at the ready to prevent 1 damage to the next ally, pirate ally or hero.
I just realized I was talking about flicking while attacking the Chum. You probably can't do that, right? It says the hero that you're attacking on the flick knife?
Because remember, Syndra can flick herself in order to get a resource.
Oh.
So it's just target hero.
Okay. Wow, that's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
This is coming in for 5, right?
So Graphene Calycera going to be swung at Chum-friendly first mate. That must be the target here, which means that Xzavier is likely going to have to pay another card in order to send Stains of the Redback to continue this turn.
Which one does he choose? Yes, Stains is
gotta be Stains.
Only option, as you mentioned. Now, this one would also cost 1, right?
Because it would.
So he needs an extra resource.
I believe so.
I think this might be a bit of a misplay here.
Let's pull up Stains of the Redback here.
Yep, Stains of the Redback reads... surely target hero. If the defending hero is marked,
there is no defending hero here. The defense is Chum-friendly first mate, so Xzavier would have to pay 1 for both the Graphene Calycera and 1 for the Stains of the Redback. So we are 1 resource short here. Xzavier will still be able to extend this turn, but would need to have spent 1 extra card. Not a super huge deal, especially when he is forced to IP 1.
Yeah, it does look here like... given the game state, it won't matter a whole lot in the long run. We'll see if judges catch that in time, or if we just continue to play. It's, of course, up to both players to catch these things.
Yep.
And if they both miss it, then so be it.
We are at competitive rules enforcement level here, not professional. And we do have Sleepy Connor in the mix, who is managing 85 people
Yeah,
at this
85
event.
people. I'm sure he's got a queue that he has to attend to.
That guy's going to be in a hammock by the end of the day.
Absolutely, as we see.
Jittery Bones resolved here for Talon Stradley. Comes in for 2. Gains go again because Talon is able to destroy a card with Watery Grave on the top of the deck. So this is 2 go again. Excuse me, it's going to be 5 go again, thanks to the Prismatic Ley line that came before. Xzavier cashing in that Fiendel Spring Tunic, says, I don't want to worry about remembering to tick this up any longer. And it's also a layer of the Spider, which is going to provide double mark, which just like double go again doesn't mean anything. But it feels cool.
Yeah.
1 damage taken by Xzavier Lona. Down to 11 he goes. Now at a third of the life total of Talon Stradley, who is looking absolutely dominant on the Shipwrecked Looter.
Man, Gravy Bones has just continued to be a menace in this meta. Hit with multiple bans, still just thriving. As the murderous rabble comes out.
With a little bit of reprieve for Xzavier, only coming in for 2 here, because Prismatic Leyline's blue card effect has already been used, and also Murderous Rabble reveals a yellow on the top of the deck. To the point, bought out as a blocking card by Xzavier, covering up all of that damage there, but there's more to come because, man, if there are a lot of allies that can attack on Talon Stradley's side of the board.
Yeah. I will say I've seen Xzavier block with the To The Point twice now, which is not my favorite use of the card.
Sure.
When you use it on the other end, it's worth 4, so you're losing up to 50% of the value. Of course, if the hand texture does not support your ability to play it, you just can't, and so it's better spent blocking. But it is rough to be put in a position where you're only getting the 2 instead of the 4.
An easy way to kind of figure out, especially in an aggro slanted deck, which cards you want to block with and which ones you don't. If they say less than 3, oftentimes we don't want to block with those.
Yep. And that's what makes it difficult to play these aggro decks. Sometimes you're just put in a position where you're losing so much value because you have to block with 2 blocks and just falling behind doing it like that.
Often case that is the blender that, you know, I don't know, classes like Guardian like to put classes like Ranger.
I sure do. If you're looking at me like I
I'm
do
looking
it to
at you.
people.
I'm flicking daggers of emotion into your eyes right now, Michael.
Give me a Victor deck, and I will pilot that one for 50 minutes to the end of your deck. I don't even care about your life total.
Oh
Let me mill you out.
Kill me. Just kill me, Michael. It's back over to Xzavier, who has just accepted 8 damage from the Rigor Mortis. That was beefed up by 2 from the Prismatic Ley line. But Xzavier is on the front foot once again. Savor Bloodshed plus up sticks and run mean that this Hunter's Clave comes in for a whopping 9 on hit, draw a card.
No cards in hand means that this is face up. No, if Talon really doesn't want this to hit, and he's got 9 block to work with, he can stop it. But does he have the 9 block?
Yeah.
He's got 3. Call to the Grave is a 2, right?
That is correct.
So I
it's
think
3/3/2 and non-block.
I think he's got to take it, unless he wants to commit some armor.
Also has the opportunity to activate Gravy Bones in response, filter out that ally, and see if he can find another blocking card if he so chooses. Also has the Quick Dodge Flexors at the ready, in case he wants to convert Sawbones into 4 points of block, as long as Xzavier goes 2 chain links wide.
Xzavier thumbing the flick knives, thinking about whether he wants to commit that. Decides against it, and Talon takes 9.
Makes a lot of sense because 2 Sawbones dock hands are at the ready to prevent a flick and whatever comes after. And I like this decision from Xzavier, not playing into either of those Sawbones. So 9 damage converted into Talon Stradley's life total. Down to 24 he goes, and the card drawn for Xzavier is Orb Weaver Spinneret.
Okay. Now he's wishing he flicked the Calycera.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh.
Here comes Orb Weaver. No
Just
generation
takes
of
the
the
buff.
graphing
Yeah, that's
Calycera.
fine.
Yeah,
I like that.
totally fine. He's got the loadout at the ready.
No on hits, right?
No on hits here, but this Calycera does have go again because Talon Stradley remains marked after Hunter's Clave hits.
Oh, does he? Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, this
I
should
was gonna
actually
say,
be coming in for 5 because the Arachne Marionette hero ability is online.
Hero abilities online should be coming in for 5, and technically it has an on-hit of removing the mark.
Okay, fair. And
So
also
a negative on-hit.
and also on-hit double go again from the Arachne Marionette hero
Yeah,
ability.
you can't forget the double go again.
Talon Stradley asking if he can check his sideboard mid-match. What do you think he'd be looking for?
I'm trying to remember if he put a card in the deck that he might be thinking of tutoring.
Like maybe, from Call to the Grave?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. He does have a Call to the Grave.
Yeah.
Maybe looking for a Whaler Humperdinck and trying to add insult to injury?
I don't know the answer. I think you are allowed to look at your sideboard mid-match, but I don't recall. It's a good question.
Looks like Sleepy Connor might have ruled against that,
Okay.
though, because
All right.
Talon has not taken a look at his sideboard.
Maybe that is considered notes.
And this Graphene Calypsora should be coming in for 5, but looks like Talon has taken a good amount of damage, the majority of it after tapping down one of his Sawbones Dockhand. So it did connect for 3, should have connected for 4 because of the Arachne Marionette buff.
Let's call it making up for that free resource earlier. Now we're back to parity. Oh, it looks like Talon did catch it.
Yep.
I saw him flash 5 fingers in front of the camera, perhaps reminding Xzavier.
Yeah.
Very sportsmanlike. Love to see that.
We do also have
Talon.
a brand new feature as part of our real-time graphic engine designed by our producer, Justin. We are now able to signal players through the life pad with a blaring red message. Hey, you missed something on the board. Sit there.
That's really cool. I'm glad to hear that.
We don't want to interrupt too much, obviously, so don't expect us to pull it out every single turn cycle.
Just trying to get the best games of Flesh and Blood for everyone at home and down here in the booth.
Our players love that as well. And maybe Talon is showing us exactly why he wanted to peek at his sideboard, because he has found yet another copy of Back Alley Breakline from that resolution of Call to the Grave. Probably making sure that he had another one to find before going for the call. So it's 2 action points for the Shipwrecked Looter and a whole host of zombie brethren with which to attack poor Xzavier, who sits only at 3.
The Horde cometh.
The gravy boneth.
Absolutely.
From the swarthy depths, Talon Stradley reaches forth with his necromantic powers, trying to put Xzavier, a 13-year-old, in the grave.
Yeah, I mean, in the game of Flesh and Blood, there are only enemies and victories, and you got to take it. There's a lot on the line today, and you know, I really appreciate the sportsmanship shown here from Talon, but he's here to win. He's not here to play around and risk a loss, because this is an RTN, and there is so much on the line.
And I do appreciate this so much from Talon Stradley, because I think one of the lamest things you can, I don't know, that's maybe a little bit harsh. One of the most detrimental things you can do with a player that might be newer or younger than you is to placate them, to let them win. You should absolutely be gracious, as Talon is doing, and also make sure that all interactions are understood. Definitely over-explain things, but definitely don't pull punches, because you're doing nobody any favors at that point. What we all want to do, especially in the game of Flesh and Blood, is to lift one another up and make each other better. And you don't do that by
throwing,
by pulling punches.
Yeah. No, a lot of respect. Talon respecting his opponent and just showing him, here's what a strong Gravy Bones player does.
And a 6 block here on the Rigor Mortis, which only utilizes one of the 2 action points that Talon has at the ready, so that Sawbones can be the follow-up. Sawbones in triplicate here, by the way, on the board. And Xzavier forced to block out. Luckily, did have a hand that blocked efficiently. It is 4 3 blocks, keeping Xzavier at the 3 that he started Talon's turn off with. So it's back over to Talon, who has revealed a Conqueror of the High Seas off of a Murderous Rabble, and now has found 2 blues to boot. So this could very well be curtains for our young competitor.
Yeah, if you thought Xzavier was in the blender before, this is the high speed. What's the highest setting on a blender called?
10?
Well, okay, the I was thinking, it's got like crush ice and then like
the emulsify.
He's getting emulsified here, folks. This is not great for Xzavier.
Here's a joke for you, Michael. What is black, white, and red all over?
No, is it Xzavier?
It's Xzavier in the blender. No, I'm just kidding, folks.
I know the right answer is a newspaper, but
no. My right answer is a skunk in a blender.
A skunk in a blender. Oh no,
which is equally terrible.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't know if it's as terrible as what Talon's doing right now. Conquer of the High Seas, High Tide enabled. Xzavier able to discard under the trap door. An interaction that is so cool, but one that I rarely get to see. Xzavier now choosing the moment to check the graveyard and make sure that there are actually traps left in the deck to tutor. Oh, excuse me, it's from the graveyard, so he's all good.
Yeah, just banishes it, and he's able to play it. So
Gosh, under the trapdoor is so cool.
absolutely, and really nice defensive line right when he needs it. We'll see if it's enough. Currently able to block 3 and activate it, so...
Talon making sure that he understands the card as well, because I think if you haven't seen the discard effect resolved against you, you might just assume that is a tutor from the deck rather than the graveyard. So Inertia Trap ripped from the yard. Xzavier doing a little bit of Gravy Bones cosplay himself. It does look like Persuasive Prognosis plus Inertia Trap are going to be the blocks here after passing 2 reactions. Xzavier takes 2 down to 1. No gold token generated for Talon Stradley, but I don't think he cares at this point. His opponent is at 1, and he's got plenty more swinging to do. There's also an Avasti in the hand. This is a war crime.
Anything else from you? No, that was the damage.
It's a 20 damage turn, I think.
It's going to be gross, whatever it is.
I just added 12,
12
to 8, so...
That's pretty basic. That's pretty basic math.
Who can really be sure at this point how much damage is coming through as he plays the Avasti with 5 zombies on the table, swinging 6 with go again and a resource floating.
And Xzavier says, yep, I am dead because there's only 2 blocks in the hand, which means that Talon Stradley takes down the first round at AGE Los Angeles against our brand new competitor, Xzavier Lona, who graced us at the feature match table so willingly and excitedly.
Yeah, really awesome to see new players enter the game of Flesh and Blood. An awesome showcase for both people, and congratulations to Talon Stradley for taking round 1.
And you know, I do have to put a feather in Mr. Brian Gottlieb's cap, because I was able to talk to Xzavier during our RTN match just last weekend, I think.
Yeah.
And he said it was Silver Age that got him into the game. He's here playing with his cousin and also his uncle, but he was the first one to get into the game of Flesh and Blood, and it was Silver Age that got it done.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Wait, so, I mean, it sort of makes sense that a 13-year-old doesn't have the bankroll to get all the marvels that he had. I'm assuming probably he had some help with his...
You never know. Xzavier could be a money launderer.
You know, people have hustles. They can get it done out there. It's a brand new age, 2026, just rolling around.
If Xzavier brought a box of like peanut M&Ms and Snickers bars, every single person in this room would buy one from him.
That's true. That's true. Well, regardless, it's really awesome to see that Silver Age is bringing in new faces, that it was done off the back of Xzavier. I would have thought it was his uncle or cousin that got the game rolling, but no, it was him.
I would have thought so as well. And good thing that he got both of them into the mix, because Noah, his cousin, who is playing in our backup feature match, mind you, which will be available on AGE Premium very soon, so go ahead and get your subscription now. Noah also performed admirably well at the Odyssey Road to Nationals, so good thing that Xzavier got him into the game, because he's also crushing it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, shall we talk metagame, Michael? Because we have it ready already.
Ooh, I'm excited to
All
see
right,
this.
let's smash this button and go ahead and take a look at what everybody brought to the mix. It is 10 Florian Rotwood Harbinger, 10 Kayo Armed and Dangerous, 8 Kassai, 8 Oscilio, and only 6 Marionette. So top 3 decks of old, be damned, ladies and gentlemen. Verdance, Gravy, and Syndra are down bad, at least here at the AGE Open in January.
What is this, heavy hitters? We got a little sprinkle and a Rosetta on either side, but this is an awesome top 4 decks, 5. I mean, Verdant's coming in at 6th, and then Gravy Bones, only 4 in the room. And I gotta say, this is a smooth slope downwards. 10, 10, 8, 8, 6, 6, 5, 4, 4, 3. I mean, wow. The slope is clean.
Spit those lyrics, Michael. That's what I'm talking about.
Did that feel, yeah, spit it.
Yeah.
Freestyle.
And you know, I would have thought that Mr. James Potter was going to be the only Teklovasan in the room. Nevertheless, there's two, baby, supplanting both Puffin Hightail, Dorinthia Ironsong, and Valda Seismic Impact. Nevertheless, this is a really clean spread, and I love just about every hero in the mix.
Yeah. 2 Marlyns. Nice.
I do think this might be a little bit off. I'm almost positive somebody told me they were on Pleiades. earlier
It
in
could
the
just
day.
be that there's one and it didn't make it on the screen because there's only 3 one-ofs, no?
Okay.
No
We'll double
Khalid?
check it.
Okay.
But bottom line, we Florian and Kayo are the decks to beat today, without a doubt. I definitely think that Oscilio is eaten good based on what I see at the top tables.
I think the people that he wants to see the least are the assassins, probably.
Marionette and both of those draconic ninjas are not ideal for
Yeah.
the Lightning Wizard.
KO can be a little rough. You are priced into playing fast.
Very true. If they hit a Blood Rush Bellows, you can pretty much call it curtains.
Yeah.
We're going to be back in short order with an interview with our round 1 winner. That is, of course, Talon Stradley of the illustrious Pitch It To Me podcast. He is the producer over there and does just a swell job. I had the pleasure of joining them on their show not too long ago, and I had a blast of a time. So we'll be back in just a little bit with an interview with Talon Stradley, more swarthy, undead zombie boys, and, of course, more flesh and blood after this. Don't go anywhere. We're back with the round 1 winner of the biggest standalone AGE Open event ever, Talon.
Wow.
Is that exciting or what?
That's so exciting. It's so great seeing the AGE grow. I mean, even just like looking at the website the other day, like seeing the player profile, you get to see like all your wins and losses against everyone. Apparently, my nemesis or whoever, the person I keep beating, is Chris Iaali.
Yes, it is. I noticed
I'm
that
like,
too.
what on earth? I played him 3 times on the AGE. I beat him 3 times, and now I'm nervous because I'm on like a hero. Like I know he's on Kassai. That's a tough matchup for Gravy, and I'm new to this hero. So if we do pair into each other today, I think you'll be able to take a game off his nemesis. But yeah.
Well, Talon, you've just given us a fantastic plug for one of the new features that we have on the AGE website, and that is, of course, stats for everybody that plays in the AGE Open, and a lot of them, including your best matched opponent and also your nemesis, the person that beats you the most.
It's incredible. Just search up all your favorite players, your friends. It's great.
Let's back up a little bit, Talon, because we need to get to know you. You are no stranger to the interview booth. And you're no stranger to the Players' Championship, which is the loftiest achievement you can get in any season of the AGE Open Series.
That's right.
You, however, are known for playing a particular hero.
Yes.
What hero is that?
It's Riptide. I played Riptide. He's a reason why I started playing Classic Instructed instead of just casually. I went to like 1 pre-release prior. Love Riptide. Love the hero. I mean, the amount of events I have not taken Riptide to is under 10. And really, it's over 5 just because I went to some extra armories this week to get more games on Gravy. So Riptide is like by far the one I have the most experience on. He's just really not good right now.
Yeah.
I spent some time in Europe, and I went to Battlehard in Vienna. I went 2-4 there. Lots of misplays, clunky draws. I'm like, okay, whatever. I went to the Odyssey RTN here in SoCal, and I went 0-6. No real misplays, no real clunky draws, and people are just shrugging off what I can do. And I'm doing big things. I'm sending like 13, 16 Dominate with like hand disruption effects and that kind of thing on a Sand Scour list. But for whatever reason, it just like was not paying off, and it just wasn't mattering anymore. So I decided for the first time, really, to put some effort in a non-Riptide hero and someone that's more represented in the meta as well.
Okay, so you're off the lurker of the deep. Nevertheless, you stay deep because you're in the high seas with Gravy Bones.
I like Gravy. I have a certain aesthetic. I
got to tell you, though, Talon, you're off of Riptide, which even though I think he is complicated in a macro perspective, like Verdant's Thorn of the Roses, the turn cycles are pretty simple back to back. You block with the traps, you send the arrows as much as you can. Gravy Bones is a completely different style of Flesh and Blood, and you
Yes.
looked really comfortable on it just now.
I've been practicing. It helps. I think it was a little bit of a misstep on Xzavier's part to ignore the allies so much. I was talking to him after the game. He was, blocking with some 2-block reds and then not just sending enough damage my way. But I also was seeing good allies at good times. The chums that he wasn't able to clear that stuck around. The sawbones preventing the flick
Also,
knives.
the action point generators, your Avastis, your
Yeah,
call to
I
back
forgot
alley
if
break
I
lines.
brought in the second. So that's what that judge call was.
Right.
Is I'm like, can I check my sideboard to just remember if I put this in? But I was in a good enough spot. I didn't really need to, and I did put it in.
Yeah.
But yeah, very, very complicated. So I've been practicing a lot. I've been reading some guides. On the drive here, I was watching Jacob Clement's Hong Kong game on stream versus Kassai, because that was a matchup I was struggling into. And he lost, but I picked up some good things, like noticing that on turn 1, he was totally willing to play things like Avasti and Loot the Hold just to get those out of the deck. So that was something I brought into this game. That one thing I'm really proud of in this game is I did have a bit of a clunky start with an all-blue hand, no real generators. But through some of that practice and watching the stream games, I knew kind of how to filter that out, and it
Speaking
worked well.
of Jacob Clements, you did a very Jacob Clements thing where you resolve blood on the water and just flip the top of your deck without even checking.
That was the other thing.
Yep.
I think you were commenting that game, right?
Quite
I think?
possibly, yeah.
So I think even you commented on that, and I'm like, man, that actually does make sense.
He does it a lot.
And it's that pivot from like Riptide to Gravy, right? Like I played a lot of Fatigue Riptide, so in my mind, it's how much value can I get out of a single card as it leaves my deck. But with Gravy, if you're playing against a Fatigue angle, it is like, can I deal enough damage before they clear my 13 to 15 allies or whatever? And so then that made it click, like, oh, I really can just flip blues off the top. Worst thing I hit off of Blood in the Water is a Conquer of the High Seas.
Right.
Everything else is like fine. So.
And mind you, the worst thing you can hit on a Murderous Rabble is also Conquer of the High
Yeah,
Seas.
which I
Nevertheless, you did that.
It's better when they're at 3 life.
Yes. By then you were proverbially emulsifying poor little Xzavier.
Yes.
And I do want to draw some attention to that, because we brought Xzavier on for the first round feature because I had a game with him at Odyssey's RTN, and he was so... Like he was solid at the game.
Yeah.
He was also such a sweet kid.
Yeah, he's
and
great.
he is just burgeoning, just starting his competitive career in Flesh and Blood, despite how dripped out his deck was.
I
do want to talk to you.
Gutierrez,
Yeah, exactly.
Like, hey, here.
Okay, there you go. So the Drip Lord himself.
Exactly.
I do want to touch on real quick. We were talking about it a little bit in the booth during your match. What is proper etiquette when you're playing someone that is clearly new in the game? From our perspective, we thought you handled it really well. You clarify interactions. You make sure that the game state is 100% understood. You're cordial.
Yeah.
You're Gentile. Is that what I'm looking for?
I don't know.
You're generous.
Patient,
you're nice.
yeah,
You're
there we
patient.
go, yeah.
But you don't pull punches.
Yeah, especially at a tournament like this. I think we were never in a situation where we really had to rule shark anything. There's definitely an argument that could be made that hey, you're at a big tournament, it's okay to do that a little bit.
Yeah.
I think especially whenever someone's so new to the game, though, you just want it to be welcoming and opening. And if they win their first match against you, that's great. So like you said, don't pull punches. Play to the best of your ability, but also you can be gracious, especially whenever they're on stream, especially whenever it's their first time. But I will say, Xzavier, no moments like that. Nothing. He knew how to play, and it was maybe strategy where he could improve. But from a rules and playing at a competitive event on stream, nailed it.
I noticed the same thing. I was playing Oscilio against him, and he knew all the stuff that was going on. He was like, I played this on Talishar. I was like, okay, because when I'm explaining this to a new player, I feel like I'm making up the rules as I go.
Yeah.
Does look like there's some hustle and bustle behind us, Talon, so I am going to have to let you go real quick. Can you shout out your podcast before...
Yeah, Pitch It To Me podcast. I don't host it, but I help produce it, and I am on the first episode of the year, I believe, which is their 100th episode. So that'll be coming soon, if it's not out already, but definitely go check it out, because they have a really killer year lined up.
Okay, well, and we have a killer year lined up, and it all continues on with round 2, and this guy has got to get there because his gem pairings are up. So get the heck out of the booth, and we're going to go ahead and cut to break, and we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. School is in session for brand new AGE players, not just for Xzavier Lona, who graced our screens just last round, but also for our next competitor. Wesley Dong is coming out from Las Vegas. He, however, is not a stranger to the game of Flesh and Blood. He's also one of the newest members of the AGE Pro team, but look at this profile, Michael. Doesn't have an AGE rating. 0 points, 0% win rate, 0 top 8 finishes. At least here, I do have to mention that not too long ago at the World Championships in Philadelphia, he placed third through fourth in the calling there, which was Living Legend.
That's a cool profile. That's my first time seeing that.
That's my first time seeing that.
It's
yeah,
so cool.
So it's all zeros for Wesley, who is already 1-0. So he's off to a great start today at his first ever AGE Open, and he's also up big because he got to watch Zootopia 2 dubbed on New Year's in Tokyo.
Sounds like a great New Year's to me.
Without a doubt, he's also an Americano guy when he's with the boys, and he's into lattes when he's with his girl. I'm unapologetic about it. I've been married for over 10 years at this point. I'm lattes all the way.
Top tables, so I bet she won.
Oh, Pescatio.
Oops. You're supposed to pay for that information. Oh, shoot.
No, that is quite all right. You don't have to pay for that information. You will have to pay to see those juicy matches.
The breakdowns.
That's exactly right. So you'll find out exactly how Noah fell from grace, much like his cousin on the main feature matchup. Noah is a huge Vynnset fan, by the way, I should mention. He does incredibly well with that hero. Does look like we have stabilized a little bit here, and so we'll be able to go to our feature match area where Wesley Dong is taking on Anthony Camacho. It's going to be Kayo, Armed and Dangerous versus Florian, Rotwood Harbinger. We're going to signal to the players that we are ready to go. They're drawing up those first 4 cards, and it's going to be a bloodbath, both in the form of Mandible Claws and Decaying Leaves.
Anthony Camacho, I believe, top 4'd the RTN at Odyssey. No slouch here. Playing Florian this time around, was on Dio last weekend.
2 life gained immediately for Anthony Camacho. Make it 3 as Arcane Seed's life follows up the discard of a Fruits of the Forest. A great turn 0 start against KO, especially because Wesley is going to have to get there on the back of highly efficient Blood Rush turns. Your average ones are not going to do it against the stalwart defense of Florian.
Coming out geared to the 9s. A lot of Marvel treatment here on this side of the board. We got the full art headpiece, chest piece, hero, weapon.
Yeah, that's that Route 66 Florian, featured at the World Championship in Philadelphia. Sam Yang has given us a properly American treatment of a lot of our favorite Flesh and Blood heroes. Wesley Dong resolving a Reckless Stampede immediately. Doesn't have the action point synergy to go wide, it would seem, because in the hand is 2 cards without Go Again. It's Bare Fangs and Swing Big. Does look like Anthony is going to bite at least on 1 card on the block, accelerating his way to a first decomposition. Wesley Dong hits the nuts, though, does reveal Unexpected Backhand. So it's 2 damage converted on that first clash, 1 for the Reckless Stampede, 1 for the reveal of the Unexpected Backhand, and then an additional 4 damage comes through. So even after gaining 3 life on turn 0, Anthony Camacho down to 37.
Good start. Could have been a little better if you had the extender into that, but not bad at all, as you have to filter a little bit just to get things going.
And you know, it's looking okay for Anthony, too, who gets to start off with an Enlightened Strike, trigger 2 Rune Chant tokens, and I assume choose Go Again.
Makes sense
on that
to me.
Enlightened Strike, because in the hand is a blue and a Felling of the Crown. No, it's not going to be a fully powered one, but without Rootbound Carapace, Earth heroes are kind of forced to do their first decomposition on offense. Ideally, it's a Cadaverous Tilling, but in this case, Felling of the Crown is still going to convert for about a 2-card 7.
Yeah, it's still really strong even without that extra banish, and once those banishes do hit the yard, it gets so overrate. Also just pointing out the Enlightened Strike and probably a few other number of go-agains in this Florian list. We'll have to wait and see how it's built, but I have noticed that Florians these days are bringing a lot more extenders, playing a little more on the aggressive slant of the build.
The aggressive aggregate is the way that some Florians are playing nowadays, they do have access to a bit of a switchboard. They can lean very heavily into channel mount heroic turns with a lot of zero-cost go-again attacks, but they can also flex back into a more standard mid-range style and lean very heavily on Grasp of the Arknight plus Reaping Blade. Wesley Dong forced to bottom a card there for Felling of the Crown, keeps 2 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal. I tend to think he's going to deploy either Swing Big or Bare Fangs, one of those 2 cards that we saw in his hand on turn 0. Excuse me, on his turn 1. And it is going to be a Bare Fangs, flipping the yellow Bare Fangs revealed by Vigorous Smash Up right into the graveyard, refreshing that Might token and coming in for a whopping 9 now.
2-card 7 responded with a 2-card 9. Kayo is also very capable of doing these very above rates plays.
So right now, Wesley not able to do the explosive brute thing, just the standard good math brute thing. And he has a little bit of time to do that. Chip Anthony down into a range kind of like Verdance does, but instead of using a Storm Striders combo, it's going to be likely a 5-card setup Blood Rush Bellows.
Ooh, we see 2 duplicates here in the hand. Beast Within, not a bad card to have. Increasing the odds of hitting with it is okay, but it looks like he doesn't have the discard effect to really fuel it as he's thinking about blocking with them.
Could go ahead and block with that Vigorous Smash Up, I suppose, and 1 Beast Within, and then try to hit Beast Within with the... Oh, no, it's a Swing Big in the arsenal, isn't it? It's not a Bare Fang. So never mind. I do think this is the correct decision. Just throw them out on blocking duty. Sometimes those cards have to block for 3, and they don't get to high roll for you.
Sending a Swing Big for 9, or...
And it's a Buck Wild out of the hand. This is coming in for 8 go again, because there is a Smashing Ground, which is normally at a base of 5, but KO gives it +1 when it's in any other zone besides the combat chain. So that Buck Wild does have go again. Unfortunately, Wesley has nothing to do with it after the fact. Swing Big does cost 2 rather than 1. And in this case, Anthony Camacho gets to respond huge. It's a Channel Mount Heroic, pitching an Earth card, mind you, and a Cadaverous Tilling, which is now going to be coming in for 11, Michael, after the decomposition comes through.
4-card 11, a little underripe, but off the back end, he gets to keep that Channel Mount Heroic around, pitching the Germinate, so that value will continue to accrue on the turns to follow.
If you weren't around during the Briar days, this card, Channel Mount Heroic, was your biggest enemy. In this case, Florian making good use of it. Nothing like Briars of old, but nevertheless, it can generate some serious value. I was knocked out of top 8 at my own RTN by a Channel Mount Heroic that got 12 value. Was kept around for 2 turns after flowing twice, and there were 4 zero-cost attacks that hit me.
So that's a 2-card 12. Now we're getting into Gravy Bones territory.
Now we're talking, right, Michael? We'll see if Anthony is able to make use of it. Even the standard Florian list will be running things like Rune Rager Swarm, Swarming Gloomveil that can really capitalize on the turn-over-turn value from Channel Mount Heroic.
Wesley doesn't like the hand, it looks like. A bunch of blues and yellows posturing just to block as much as possible.
But you know, 2 of those cards... Oh, excuse me. I thought I saw 2 Vigorous Smash-Ups, which could mean a Swing Big out of the arsenal anyway. In this case, a Vigor token is generated for Wesley Dong, and he has Fiendel Spring Tunic up right here. So Swing Big can still come out of the arsenal, but then Wesley still has a blue in the hand, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I thought that was a yellow, and I think it was a yellow Buckwild, which is not a bad arsenal target. It's an extender and something that you can sort of put in there to really help you, especially if those Blood Rush Bellows turns comes up, to not have to break the boots.
Right, you are, Michael. So a Vigor token plus an activation of Fiendel Spring Tunic means Swing Big coming in essentially as a 1-card 8.
Good math. Good math.
Ain't bad at all. Also bears mentioning that Wesley Dong, hailing from Las Vegas, came out 1 day early and won an RTN yesterday.
Hey, not bad.
So it's not just Peter Buddensiek that is coming in from out of town and taking all of our stuff. It's Wesley as well.
Look at that. Anthony took it all. It makes sense when you've got the Channel Mount Heroic established. You want to get as much value out of it as you can. So best way to do that is send 4 cards on offense.
Anthony Camacho down to 20 versus Wesley Dong's 30. Plays out his 2nd copy of Arcane Seed's Life. So it's back up to 21 it should be. unless he already resolved it. And then the follow-up is Swarming Gloomveil, one of those cards that pairs so well with Channel Mount Heroic. Because 2 auras have been generated or created this turn, this is going to get a hefty +1 buff, and also that all-important Go Again. So 7 Go Again thanks to Channel Mount Heroic. Wesley accepts it readily, down to 21.
Yeah, the two rune chants as well. So a 9 damage attack, all things considered, and then the E-Strike coming through for 10, 19 damage presented this turn. That is a lot of offense.
Are we liking that Channel Mount Heroic a little more now, Michael?
Oh yeah, he's gotten a lot of value here, at least. So 9 coming
exactly.
out, three pumps total through its life.
And so a lot of the time, the Florian that we've come to know and respect likes to take the game as long as humanly possible. Leverage Grasp of the Arknight and Reaping Blade to just grind your opponent into dust. In this case, Anthony has found some really potent offensive hands, and he's forcing Wesley onto the value game. But in his own right, Wesley is playing it really well.
Yeah, no, he's definitely keeping up here. Another vigorous smash up coming down, which is more value, right? It's that mid-range game plan. If this hits, which is very likely to, it's going to get that vigor on the back end.
Clash triggered here as Vigorous Matchup is on the combat chain. It's a non-attack for Anthony Camacho, so any power that Wesley reveals, in this case in the form of a yellow Buck Wild, grants him a Vigor token. And Wesley now has the non-reciprocal effect of being able to bottom the card revealed, which he does here. So now it's a random card on top for Wesley Dong, a Warmonger's Diplomacy for Mr. Anthony Camacho, and who has now gained a life surplus.
Yeah, both players neck and neck, though. Wesley Dong still has all of his equipment available, sans the Beaten Tracker's block. So you can go ahead and add 5 life to that right there. Of course, can do the same on Anthony Camacho's side. Neither player has dipped into their armor yet.
So Vigor token should be popping for Wesley Dong here. Should be floating 1 when all is said and done after this Buck Wild finishes up. But there is next to nothing that costs 1 in the Brute Suite that doesn't also require a card in hand. Thinking of Savage Feast, of course. So it is yet another Buck Wild whose Go Again clause is kind of donated to charity. And Wesley is just waiting for the opportunity, stemming the tide as much as he can until he can find one of those critical Blood Rush Bellows.
You're speaking of those efficient plays here. Rune Rager Swarm coming out after the activation of the gloves is one great way to do that. Getting the Go Again just based off the equipment activation is such a consistent way to have 3 Go Again, and it blocks for 3 too. Just a really good all-arounder.
It's no Blood Rush in the hand for Wesley, but he does finally have some natural Go Again pieces. I do spy a Wild Ride, but Anthony is going to try to put the hurt on. 16 plays 13 after that first chain link, and the second is going to look identical. Another red Rune Rager Swarm comes out of the hand, and it asks another 3. Anthony is out of cards in the hand now, so the only follow-up is another 3, that time in the form of a Reaping Blade.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, it's that 1 card 4 when you activate the Rune Chant, so kind of doing his best Katsu impersonation here as he does a bunch of head jabs with 1 Rune Chant.
Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex blocked with here, so 1 more damage bled out of Wesley, who's now down to 12. And the follow-up is Reaping Blade. Wesley doesn't really have the opportunity to block, even if he wants to, because it's a Wild Ride in the hand, as well as 2 copies of Bear Fangs.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why he wasn't slowing the game a little bit. He needs to get to his Blood Rush Bellows, and so I was really expecting blocking, but as you pointed out, one of the problems with Kayo is that sometimes you just draw a hand of no blocks, and the timing on this is really unfortunate. I think Wesley would have liked to block if he could have.
You know, he might be able to be bailed out by the random discard of this Wild Ride. Looks like 6 is the rolled number. It's a red Bear Fangs discarded there. So Go Again is going to be given to this yellow Wild Ride, which now comes in for 5. Might token also generated for the following turn. And the draw up is a Fearless Confrontation, which is not terrible here because now Wesley has the opportunity to send Mandible Claw and then another 2-cost attack. Perhaps the Bear Fangs that remains in hand.
That is a good point. It's a yellow Bear Fangs, so it would have been nice if that was the one that was discarded. But other than that, just losing 1 single point of value based on the discard, probably second best case scenario.
It all matters what is in the arsenal for Wesley now because Face Purgatory has been blocked with by Anthony Camacho. It is a Pretty hefty overblock for Anthony, but it is going to force one of those all-important cards out of the hand of Wesley Dong and also refresh one for Anthony Camacho because Anthony is blocked with Face Purgatory, an attack action card, and a non-attack action card. So it's yet another Bare Fangs into the graveyard for Wesley. Unfortunately, if he has a 2-cost attack in the arsenal, though, this could still be okay.
Oh, it looks like it was a red Bare Fang. So I was wrong on that front. But regardless, I think he still gets to do... Oh, yeah, Yellow Buckwilds, once again, as you said earlier, donating that go again to charity, just coming out for 6.
And it is an unfortunate situation. Wesley would have rather had one of those 2-cost attacks so he could follow up with Mandible Claw and the attack, but Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex looking really good here, kind of cleaning up that brute math a little bit. With the introduction of Super Slam, we also got a lot of cards that cost 3, even one that cost 1, in order to kind of throw off that normal brute resource curve. Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex really fixes it here.
Yeah, and hey, Silver Lining had to play that arsenal out. We've got the Plow under, no effect, just 6 vanilla.
And, would have ripped that card out of Wesley's arsenal because Anthony is absolutely decomposing here in order to get online. So, I don't know. Yeah, definitely a silver lining here. Wesley has also drawn up his first copy of Blood Rush Bellows. Looks to be fixing this hand as much as possible by posturing the block of Crown of Providence.
I do like that. If he's got some yellows, probably just get rid of those. Maybe one of the blues. He's a little resource heavy, so I can see a world where you want to at least get some kind of red attack to pair alongside this Blood Rush Bellows. Feels like it's maybe a turn too late, but no, decides he'd rather have the resources. Sometimes the worst thing you can do is pitch a resource and then draw a bunch of reds and not have what you need to get the full swing out. So Wesley needs to take tempo and take it big here as he plays his first Blood Rush Bellows of the game.
Especially because Wesley has left his Arcane Barrier at home. So Anthony can absolutely steal this game out from under Wesley if enough rune chance can be generated. It does look like beaten trackers are going to be popped here for Wesley upon the discard of Smashing Ground. So wants that extra action point, thinks that he's going to be able to draw something to get it done. Wild Ride plus another blue is going to look pretty okay here.
Yeah, didn't need the action point, but I do like buffering, especially at 5 life. You just can't take the risk of a whiff.
At what other point am I going to be able to activate these? It's really what Wesley was thinking. And has to put on the hurt here, especially now that Face Purgatory is down. He kind of has the green light to just vomit his hand onto the combat chain. And honestly, Wesley's choice of Fiendal Spring Tunic over Savage Sash is looking pretty good here. He's going to get 2 resources worth of value, and he's put them to really good use.
Yeah, turning a 2-card 8 into a 1-card 8 is massive.
Yeah. Mandible Claw now definitely has go again after the discard from Blood Rush Bellows. This is 6 go again when Anthony Camacho is at 14. Anthony is going to have to donate some sort of blocking potential on this turn. It's just whether he chooses to do it all with equipment or cards from hand.
After this comes out, we're definitely expecting the Wild Ride.
There's 2 shelters from the storm in the hand for Anthony.
Well,
it's a pretty non-functional hand on offense. The one attack that he wants to be sending is in the yellow, and that's his only resource card. He's also got a Channel Mount Heroic, so Anthony is almost assuredly going to be blocking with the entirety of this hand.
Yeah, no, I agree there. I was thinking to myself, if I were in Anthony's shoes and I had an offensive hand to clap back with Wesley sitting at 5, this is the turn to just take a little bit of damage and try to really twist that dagger and end the game. Get full tempo, even if you can't kill, and just keep Wesley on the back foot. But here, with that defensive hand, again, silver lining, at least you won't be taking a lot of damage. You can use these D-Reacts to great effect, paired up with the Blood Rush Bellows. But I think Wesley's got an out after this. If he can force a lot of defense and get Anthony off of any kind of meaningful turn, and then he draws another Blood Rush Bellows, and then maybe another one, this is his window. But he really needs to keep the pressure on and keep it on hard.
I have to highlight the block of Barkskin of the Millennium Tree from Anthony Camacho. I love the way he's structured this, not committing one of those non-attacks early and instead blocking out the Mandible Claw with Shelter from the Storm, because this still allows Anthony the option to block with the non-attack in hand and also the Plow under and park the Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal. Still can do a little bit of setup on his turn, even though he's not doing anything on offense. Granted, he might just decide that it's time to send it out, but the option is still open to him. So he blocks 4 on this 8 from the Wild Ride. 4 damage comes across, and Wesley is forced to just pass. Had 1 resource left in the pitch, was not bailed out by the random draw off of Wild Ride. He had the Tunic up, so could have sent another 2-cost attack, but it just didn't coalesce.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he decided to save it because he needs to keep on the pressure. It's possible that he saw that he ripped enough cards out of Anthony's hand to say, okay, I'm done here, and I want to try again next turn. Depends on what the arsenal is. If it's a blue, I was wrong.
But Anthony does put the hurt on here. It's not the hyper-efficient 1-card 5 that you come to expect from an online Florian, but it is 2 cards in the pitch and 2 unpreventable damage because Wesley decided to leave his Arcane Barrier back in Vegas.
Yeah.
And this Reaping Blade demands attention now.
I like this, putting a clock saying you must take this damage, and now there's 3 turns remaining maximum for Wesley to survive. However, that's a lot to work with, and I have to say, I'm not sure how I'm feeling about pitching away that shelter. I get that you get the 1 Arcane. That's really important, especially at this point, but 2 Arcane, rather. But, yeah, it's... Now he's off of, he's on a 4-card hand coming up.
And unbeknownst to Anthony, the blocking hand for Wesley is so rough right here. He has to block 3 because if he then passes back to Anthony and he's not dead, 2 rune chance is going to be enough to get it done. The problem for Wesley is he doesn't have a single card in the hand that blocks 3. It's 3 blocks and 1 non-block. He does have equipment in order to shore up the rest of the damage from this Reaping Blade. So yes, Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex is going to do some work here.
Yeah, I think that's the right play. It sucks to lose that, but you just can't afford to take the damage.
So Wesley now essentially has 2 turns in order to rip all of the cards away from Anthony Camacho or put him in the grave. Otherwise, the rune chants are going to finish it up. A tense situation for Wesley here. Blue in the pitch and Buckwild on the combat chain. This is going to be 8 go again because there is a card with 6 or more power in the pitch zone for Wesley. A hefty price for Anthony Camacho, but he's still got another block of Barkskin of the Millennium Tree and a non-attack to pair with it. And here they come. Together, it's Channel Mount Heroic, which is now going to be blocking for a whopping 5. And then, of course, the 1 from Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. So only 2 damage going to come across here.
I'm really curious about that Arsenal card. If it was, pretty average. If it was a 2-cost, then you've got the claw and things look really good. But it does make sense that he didn't send it last turn, meaning it just didn't fit his curve.
So honestly, the 3 costs coming in at the absolute worst times for Wesley, save for, I was going to say Reckless Stampede, but that only costs 2 because that card is bonkersville.
And Anthony says, okay, goes down to 3.
Keeping 3 cards, mind you. So this might be... It might be lights out if there is a card that generates rune chance. 2 Arcane Seeds Life have already been used for Anthony. I don't think I spied it in the hand.
Yeah, all he needs is 1 more source of Arcane, and he will close it.
It's Oath of the Arknight. So it's going to be an activation of Grasp of the Arknight, creating 2 rune chant tokens because Florian is online. And then a Command and Conquer. So no, he doesn't have the resources in order to make additional rune chants, so it's not a guaranteed lethal against Wesley, but it might as well be because it's Blood Rush Bellows in the hand. And then, a few cards that block 3, but...
Is it possible that you can be bailed out in this situation by a Blood Rush?
Yeah, I mean, I think Wesley has to go for it.
Of course he has to go for it. He's got the Tunic.
Yep. So it is going to be a free Blood Rush. It doesn't require 3 cards in hand like a normal one does. So Wesley really relying on the top of the deck. He finds a blue. He finds 2 blues. That's not quite the way we wanted it to drop. We would have loved a blue, and then heck, even a Run Roughshod would have been the perfect second blue to pair with this, because then Wesley would have been able to go Claw into Run Roughshod.
Yeah, he's in a pickle here. Dead next turn guaranteed if he can't find lethal. So, I mean... all Anthony has to do is keep 1 blue, and he's got it, right?
Not even a blue. He could even get away with 3 reds, but he does have a So Tomorrow in the hand.
Yeah, so he's feeling pretty comfortable here. Wesley just thinking about if there's any way he can use these 2 cards.
This is curtains for Wesley. Unfortunately, the best he can possibly do is send 8 by sending Agile Windup, which is exactly not what you want to do with that card.
Yeah.
That card is there to be discarded at instant speed and get you some tokens. So, looking back to the start of this game, do you think Wesley is wishing that he brought his Arcane Barrier, or
No.
was he just kind of a victim of variance in terms of his blocking hands and his blood rushes?
It was. I think it was the blood rushes. What turn are we on here? Like 6, 7.
Probably 6 or 7.
He saw 1.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that Kayo sort of needs to, especially when you're up against a value-oriented deck like Florian. You need to see those up front. You need your first cycle to be oppressive, and you need to kind of put that Florian on the back foot.
Card drawn seems to be Swarming Gloomveil.
Yeah.
So I assume there was another blue in the hand. Yes, it was a blue Cadaverous Tilling, because Anthony did sink his other one.
Wesley
and
not
yep,
even looking at the hand.
Yep, the fist bump
He knows.
is extended.
There's nothing.
No take it on the chin found for Wesley Dong, unfortunately. And so it is unpreventable rune chants that carry the day here after Florian Rotwood Harbinger has tilled the soil enough to master supreme power when it comes to drawing purple circles.
Well played by both players.
Without a doubt. Honestly, I think Wesley's value-oriented game plan would have carried the day. The difference maker there was the 3 non-block hand that he drew up when Anthony was on the front foot with Channel Mount Heroic.
Yeah, he needed to be able to extend the game so that he had the time to find those blood rush. We saw he drew one up, and it was just a little too late. He wasn't able to cushion the life enough, and congratulations to Anthony for taking it.
Yeah, it is what it is, and Wesley Dong is a fantastic player in his own right. There's not a single decision that I would have made any differently. It's just sometimes the resources don't line up the way that you want it to. On the other hand, Anthony finds everything that he wanted when he wanted it. I don't think his deck list was geared towards 100% aggro, but nevertheless, he was able to get a Channel Mount Heroic online and get 9 value out of it. That's all you got to do to put up some serious numbers as an Earth Runeblade.
Yeah, and like you said, the Florians have switchboard options. I think aggro into KO is a mistake. You don't want that game to go super fast, because if you're racing a KO, man, they do the race pretty darn well.
Good luck. Instead, Anthony kept his head down, got online as soon as humanly possible, and won off the back of the rune chants. Speaking of winning, folks, you can win by going to the website of our brand new sponsor. That is Fab Foundry, based in Portland, but doing their marketplace mainly online, is our brand new partner at the AGE Open Series. They have provided the prize pool for AGE LA, and they are kindred spirits when it comes to bringing the game of Flesh and Blood to as many people as humanly possible. So much so that they are going to become one of the premier tournament organizers for LSS. I am casting an event in Columbus coming up just next weekend, and Fab Foundry is running it. Even though they're a store in Portland, they're coming on out to Columbus to bring their TO skills, just like they did back at Kansas City. And if that is not enough, they are also going to be running Pro Tour Las Vegas, and we cannot wait. We need more TOs that are more enfranchised, more caring specifically about the game of Flesh and Blood, and Fab Foundry is exactly that.
And if they're not doing enough for the greater competitive scene, they're doing a ton for the viewers just like you at home who like playing Flesh and Blood and like buying Flesh and Blood cards. They have the premier store options for you. They cut out the middleman to bring the Flesh and Blood cards straight to you. No TCG player, no eBay, all sourced from the same place, which my favorite thing about that I mentioned earlier, but you get one package. You don't have to get the 16 different packages from 16 different vendors. You get one order, all shipped straight to your door, and they've got really awesome options coming up for the Silver Age. You can buy all of the commons and rares from a set, pre-packaged. You just get every card you want, all playable. So
that's right.
Go check out their website. Really good options.
That's right. No Michael Scott, no Dunder Mifflin middleman. Get rid of eBay, get rid of TCG Player, and buy it from people that love the game as much as you do. Get on over to Fab Foundry. But stick around for a quick moment. We've got an interview with our winner of round 2. That is, of course, Anthony Camacho on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. So there's going to be more flapping our jabbers and more Flesh and Blood in short order. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with our round 2 winner, Anthony Camacho. How you feeling, Anthony?
Scared.
Scared? Yeah, we were chatting a little bit. We'll get into that. But the first thing I want to ask you is, this is the biggest AGE we've had so far. Tell me about the vibes. How's the tournament going?
It's battle hard in Riverside, dude.
Battle hard in
It's actually
Riverside.
sick. Yeah, it's really fun. I'm glad to be here for so. Everyone's vibing, having a good time. So
Cool.
You guys are killing it with this. But yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah. Any faces you're excited to face or avoid on your way up? Now 2-0.
There's so many. 1-1.
Oh, 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
There's so many killers in this room. I'm like, I don't really want to avoid anyone because
Yeah.
if I lose, I learn a lot. But it's like half this room I want to avoid.
Sure, absolutely.
So a little bit spooky. But
Well, let's talk about the game. We were just chatting before we went live about the last couple turns of the game. You pointed something out that I think we missed, was how terrified you were of Reckless Stampede.
yeah, that definitely could have been backbreaking there for sure. If he reckless stampedes and I was at 3. Luckily, I drew 2 sync belows there, so I'm realizing now, even if I did block the reckless stampede of the 2 sync belows, I full cover the damage and I take 2 pings likely from the. Okay, it could have been okay.
Okay, all right, we're safe.
Yeah, I'm like, ooh, that was a little bit scary though. If
Sure.
I didn't draw those 2 D reacts, I probably died a reckless stampede in the next turn. So.
Well, talk me through the game. First of all, I'm curious, just generally speaking, how you feel about the matchup into Kayo.
Honestly, I think the matchup is just a coin flip. It's
Yeah.
whoever high rolls first. My round 1 pairing, it was me versus another KO, and the guy resolved 2 tear limb from limbs on the same turn and threw swing big at me for 25.
Whoa.
So I just died. So
Whoa.
going into round 2, seeing another KO, I was like,
Oh, yeah.
no, that was a little bit scary.
Well, one of the things that we noticed was that not only did you only have to really deal with 1 Blood Rush Bellows, and it was still on a 4-card hand. You never got to piece together the 5-card version of it. But they came late, and then the one time that he was able to maybe block out and delay the game, you couldn't see it, but he had 3 no blocks in his hand. And we were just kind of watching as like KO sort of wins or dies based off of whether or not he gets the Blood Rush Bellows. Were you feeling like you were kind of getting away from the usual kind of spikes that you see?
Definitely. On that Blood Rush turn, he also discarded a Blood Rush to the Wild Ride.
Oh, I don't know if we saw that.
Yeah, the Wild Ride that he threw, the second attack in the Blood... He had 2 action points still, but if he was able to keep that Blood Rush, he resolves second Blood Rush and draws 2 more cards. And then all of a sudden this turn is huge.
Okay. Yeah,
But-
we actually completely missed
Yeah.
that. So that's a big deal. That explains why we weren't seeing them, because they got freaking discarded. Okay, well, there you go, folks.
My opponent also told me he was on 3 tear limb from limbs. He only saw it on the last turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Okay, and so those are all the spike cards. So it does sound like maybe you got away with murder a little bit. But that being said, I mean, you had some really disgusting turns yourself. You got to put together, I think it was a 19 damage Channel Mount Heroic turn off the back of getting an 11 damage on the previous turn.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that card in the deck? And is it like an offensive tool, a defensive tool?
It can be both. Honestly, like if you're against a Prism, it enables all your cards to be poppers. So that's good. That's a defensive tool. But Florian loses Rootbound and then turns into Briar is how I see it. So I think he kind of improved a little bit overall when he lost Rootbound. But that card definitely carries a lot of weight for sure in the matchup.
And I know that you just mentioned you can sort of play this aggressive Briar-like access, but there's still a ton of D-Reacts you can bring. You don't have to stop playing D-Reacts just because you lost your best one. How do you feel about, like, what is the correct way to build Florian? Are you trying to do a switchboard? Are you going more aggro? Are you still playing defensive? How do you like to build it?
Me personally, my Florian deck in the sideboard has 6 D-Reacts.
Okay.
So, and then I have 3 D-Reacts in the main board. So you can definitely call it a little bit like a switchboard for sure. I wasn't on the China Millennium Tree. I don't think it's very good into that matchup. Maybe it is. I don't know. I took it out. Too slow, I think.
I mean, he wasn't on Arcane Barrier, so like.
Yeah, I could have brought it in. It would have chipped a lot more damage. But having both the tree and the mountain in your hand at the same time just does not feel good in a matchup like that where you have to block a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really hard to get them both resolved. So I took a lot of damage trying to get that mountain out and keeping it like a full hand.
Yeah.
I think I took like 12 damage the first turn to get the Chanamon Heroic out. And then I drew, luckily, into a Swarming Loomveil, which let me extend my turn for the next turn. So I took a lot more damage to keep my whole hand there. So I did take a lot of damage to keep it out, which, yeah. So I think it's a very good card, though. It helps out a lot, but yeah.
The last time I saw you, we were at Odyssey for like the miniature version of this. It was about half the people, still a huge room, 45 people. But you ended up getting top 4, was it?
Yep.
And you were playing Dash.io.
Yep.
I fully expected when I saw you here today to be on that deck, having performed so well.
Yep.
What made you decide to switch over?
Kassai. There's like a million Kassais in this room, and it's hard. It's so hard to beat Kassai as Dio because they block so well. They're just pure numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can definitely high roll out a Kassai, but I don't want my whole game plan to just be like, oh, let's just high roll, you know?
I know from experience that Dash.io really likes that number 4 breakpoint, and when every single turn it's like 3+1, it's like they have a sink below guaranteed every turn. Is that kind of how it feels?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. It's so tough to get damage through on a Kassai. I just kind of like Florian's matchup spread more than Dio.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there's a few Teklos running around in this tournament.
Yeah,
I don't want to run into those guys either. Yeah. Because I lost to the Teklo in semifinals last week, and I'm just like, no, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, that's fair. Teklovossen surprised me last week, getting second place at the RTN.
Yeah.
He is here in the room. I checked in. He was X in 1, so we'll see. I'm hoping if he does well that we might be able to get to see him on camera. But that's a deck that such a sleeper pick. But he really surprised me with the depth of his knowledge, and so I don't know. Fingers crossed. We'll see. It really depends on if he does well today. But that's a spicy one.
Dude, definitely. I want the grudge match. Pair me into him round
There we go.
3.
Hey,
grudge
Florian. There we go. I think he said that Florian might be his worst matchup. Yeah. So for his sake, maybe not, but absolutely.
I'll tell him I'm targeting him. I'm like, this is just for you.
Yeah, we'll repair until we get it. Awesome, man. Well, let's see. You're on a team.
Yep.
You want to give any shout-outs?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, last time I was on this interview, I shouted out the store itself. It's a sick store, by the way, if you haven't been there. We have our RTN next weekend, January 18th on Sunday, so hope to see you there. Yeah. Yeah, it's good food, good shop.
Which store are you talking about?
Hungry Dragon.
Hungry Dragon, thank you.
Yes, Hungry Dragon down in Marietta.
Okay.
But yeah, and then obviously I want to shout my team out. They're solid, nice, unproblematic, nice and chill. And we get a lot of work in. We practice every Monday, so.
And cutthroat flesh and blood players, of course.
Oh yeah, 100%. We have our own little rivalries in the team, But
yeah, sure.
It's a good team. It's solid.
I do find it fun that in the game of Flesh and Blood, you show up as a team and then you sit down in front of each other and you're not really a team anymore. The team kills are real.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, it's also good because being on a team, you can just be like, oh, I played Slippy for a good while. Then my teammate's on Slippy right now, so I'm like, oh, hey, do this and this and this instead. So it's solid to be on a team. Lots of knowledge on the team for sure. So
absolutely. Cool, man. Well, anything else you want to share before we wrap things up?
No. I think I'm good, yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us in the interview. Folks at home, thanks for joining us. We'll be right back with some more Flesh and Blood after this.
Chance beats Claws at the AGE Open Series, mainly because of a couple dead draws for Mr. Wesley Dong, and also some really hot ones from Mr. Anthony Camacho. But no more of that rune chant talk, no more of that mandible claw stuff. We've got good old-fashioned flesh and blood in the form of Marlynn, Treasure Hunter, versus Oscilio, Constella, Intelligence. We're going to see unfair things going on this round, Michael.
Ooh, that's exciting.
I could not agree more. I like the whole value slanted flesh and blood, but give me some offensive overlap, give me some hand disruption, and I am a much happier camper.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to say, I've heard whispers of Marlynn being dead this season, but the room currently in front of us is actually really well positioned.
Our Players' Championship competitor, Paul Selinsky, unfortunately, who has been a diehard Ranger fan, not just of Marlynn, but also of Azalea in the past. Also loves his off-kilter builds.
Absolutely. Playing a little bit of Pham today, but Pham is also another great choice into the room, I believe.
Pham Gang is the way to play, if you're asking me, but also Marlynn is. I piloted that deck, Paul's deck actually, in the most recent AGE Holiday Show match versus Team Sigil. We also have a player profile to highlight here. It's Alexander Vore, back from his only time participating in the AGE Open Series, and that was when he made the Players' Championship. You might notice that little star badge at the bottom right corner of your screen. He was in the Players' Championship in 2023. He hails from Arizona and is trying to prove that he is the better Vore brother, the other one, of course, being Matthew Vore, Guardian Stan.
Alexander Vore, I knew him as a household name before I ever met him as one of the best Wizard players in the world. Come to find out, he's got a brother that's also extremely good at Flesh and Blood, and they've been competing for which the best of Vore is for a long time now.
And, you know, they play in completely different ways.
Yeah.
Matthew really likes a stalwart defense and some meaningful crush effects. Alex much prefers playing, like, as little in the scope of reality, Flesh and Blood, as possible. Loves his wizards. In this case, is an Oscilio main ever since that hero came on the scene. I do have to highlight here, has got an AGE rating of 86, 57 points, a 60% win rate, and 2 top 8 finishes. And that's saying that he hasn't even competed in an AGE Open for the last 2 years.
Wow. He was definitely a force to be reckoned with, and I'm glad that he's back here at our first one for the year.
I couldn't agree more. He is also a member of the AGE Pro Team, so we're always happy to see our kin in the room. And we have come out en masse. It's not just Wesley Dong, it's not just Chris Iaali, it's also the boys from Arizona as well. We're going to also hit the high-end offers from Fab Foundry. If you need some gold foils, they have got you covered, ladies and gentlemen. I believe I saw Travis opening them right and left when I saw him at the World Championships in Philadelphia. And once again, folks, this is farm-to-table Flesh and Blood. We are cutting out the middlemen with Fab Foundry, and they have graciously brought the prize pool to us so that all of these 85 butts and seats can pace forward to more interesting features at AGE and better production value as well. That's all thanks to Fab Foundry. So go ahead and scan this QR code in front of you or go to www.fabfoundry.co/AGELA and get yourself some sealed product, some singles, some common and rare playsets, or all of that drip that we just showcased in the video.
If you are building a deck in the game of Flesh and Blood, forget about TCG Player. These guys have you covered. Every card you could need from a single source, and they've got a lot.
The players are ready, so let's go ahead and turn our books to Chapter 3 of the AGE Open Series January edition in Los Angeles. It's Alex Vore versus Austin Wilson, Oscilio Constella Intelligence versus Marlynn, Treasure Hunter. Michael, you are a huge friend of Paul Selinsky, who plays a lot of Marlynn. Any insight into this matchup?
He likes it. He thinks that this is one of the best matchups that Marlynn has, and it's the reason to show up. If there's a lot of Oscilios in the room, bring Marlynn. The disruption that is offered here makes it so difficult for Oscilio to play the game. So I'm shaking in my boots a little bit for Alex Vore. He's going to have to reach deep and play to the nines if he wants to take this game in an unfavored matchup.
And you know, Alex has an interesting history with the Purple Discord on Oscilio. A lot of people do not like the way his decks shake out. He's a fan of Aether Spindles and also kind of low on Blast to Oblivion. He only keeps the 3 reds in his deck, and he gets a lot of flack for it. Nevertheless, he puts up the results, most recently taking down I think it was the Revered Battle Hardened at the World Championship in Philadelphia on Oscilio. By the way, taking out Jacob Clements on Mario in the finals. So this guy is no slouch when it comes to any deck in Flesh and Blood, but especially Oscilio. But as you mentioned, Marlynn really likes to target decks that have a good smattering of both attack action cards and non-attack action cards because of those big red majestic harpoons.
Yeah.
And Oscilio has both of those.
Coming out with the Fry to start things off. 3 go again. Real simple.
And this is a telltale sign for Alex. His sideboard consists of a very clear delineation between decks that want to play slow into you or like mid-range into you and decks that want to go fast against you. And the Fries being here tell me that he has sided in his more mid-range, his slow, his grindy game plan. This is also what he would be bringing in against something like a Florian and then, of course, Gravy Bones in order to remove allies efficiently.
That's an interesting angle to take. When I think of Fry, I think fast because it doesn't block, it only does damage. So I can see how it's a nice 1 or 2 card play. It makes sense in that context, but I would definitely think that cards that can block, especially the D-Reacts, would be really important in this matchup.
You better believe he's got some D-Reacts as well, because Overpower is one of those mechanics that is often touted as Dominate Light, and that's because reactions get around the text on it. And so Alex has drawn up on this connection of Fry, only blocked out by a Take Aim, which critically only has a block of 2. Channel Lightning Valley gets its draw for the turn, and that draw is gone in a flash. It's going to be an Etchings of Arcana out of the hand for Alex Vore, amped up by Volzar after pitching Eclectic Magnetism. So 5 Arcane is what Austin has to answer here, who only has a B1. It's an Eye of Ophidia pitched out there.
Keeping it out of the deck to keep it safe, as that is an expensive card.
Don't hate that. Austin loves his drip. And so there is a priority window here for Alex upon the pitch of Eye of Ophidia. So that's why Austin is holding off. Damage is coming through. The opt happens. It's Gold the Tip and 3 of a kind.
Those are
Both
pretty
good
cards.
pickups, but Austin doesn't have a Harpoon yet or a Codex of Frailty to find one if he had already blocked with one.
He still likes it. Leaves them both on top.
And there they are. No activation of Oscilio for Alex here, and he's very happy that he got to pitch for that Volzar in order to get the amp across. Normally something that you would prefer to be free, but in this case allows him to put a flow counter on Channel Lightning Valley, something that's way more difficult for Oscilio to do than, say, Aurora Shooting Star in the past.
Both players have really nice hands right here. I guess I shouldn't speak until we see what Austin draws up from the 3 of a kind, but Alex sitting on the Gone in a Flash and Arsenal is exactly what you need early in this game in order to start things off with a bang. And Austin's got the gold generation on top of the 3 of a kind.
Because most important, now that Gone in a Flash is safe from the majority of the disruption that Austin can throw, unless he's packing something like a Conqueror of the High Seas or a Command and Conquer in that deck of his as well. For now, it's Golden Tipple in the blue, discarding a Goldfin Harpoon that was generated from the Marlynn hero ability earlier this turn. He's got to find a Harpoon, or heck, even another big arrow. It's Battering Bolt in the hand. Could be really influential against Oscilio.
Yeah, Battering Bolt targets cards which have no block value, which Oscilio has in spades. So if that comes down here, it could be a lot of extra damage being dealt.
And Austin is going for the throat here. Gold the Tip, then 3 of a kind. Has to draw into 2 blues here. Is he going to get it, though? Alex says, yes, you can resolve it. It's a red, it's a blue, it's a yellow. So this is still functional, but Austin will likely not be able to save a card for Arsenal. Battering Bolt goes into the Arsenal from the Marlynn passive trigger. Every time Austin draws a card, he's going to have the opportunity to put an arrow face up into his arsenal because Hammerhead, the harpoon cannon, does not have any way to load arrows on its face.
You know.
And Alex showcasing exactly the power of battering bolt into Oscilio. Not stoked to be giving up non-blocking cards. And Austin showing a bit of restraint here, holding back the Hammerhead activation in favor of keeping Take Aim in the hand and also Lone Shark for down the line.
I like that, a little bit more of a conservative play, but it's really important to keep the gas on as Marlynn. If you go down Arsenal, you could be stuck in a very difficult position.
Alex thinking about Rain Razors, Austin very astutely reminding him, well, I've already resolved 3 of a kind, and you can't play cards from hand if you get to draw 3 cards there. That is still fair flesh and blood, ultimately. Alex going to filter out one of those non-blocking cards and draw into, yes, a blocking card here. That is huge for Alex, who now doesn't have any instance save for Channel Lightning Valley, but that can be played before the attack hits. So Alex really insulated from this meaningful on-hit on Battering Bolt.
Yeah, dodging that one expertly. Probably not blocking now that he's got no effective cards that count. And I spoke a little bit incorrectly earlier. I said cards that 0 block, but this is strictly cards that are not action cards, which all of these are.
That would be weakest link that looks for cards with no block value. Nevertheless, it still threatens a lot of the Oscilio deck, which is comprised of a heck of a lot of instants. But now in the hand for Alex Vore are all action cards. Does still want to think about blocking out some here because inherently against decks that present evasive damage, you only get so many opportunities to actually block them out. Might as well take them when you can.
On top of that, he's probably going to be drawing 2 cards next turn, which means you want to utilize your full grip as much as possible. 2 of those cards in his hand do not have go again, meaning he's probably going to want to block with at least one of them.
It's not a super efficient turn for Alex here. Now that he has a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal, basically what he wants to do until he can put together a really clean combo is go Gone in a Flash, instant, get it back into my arsenal, and hopefully send some instant speed Arcane on top of it. He has the opportunity to do it, but you would have to pitch Current Funnel and play the priciest shock, pay for the priciest shock in the deck, which is, of course, the one attached to Comet Storm. Instead, it's a blocking card here and 6 damage taken for Alex.
And despite the on-hit effect not going through, getting rid of the blink while there's a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal is a huge deal. Really clunked up Alex Vore's turn. Instead of being able to basically play that and then blink it and sort of do a mini combo, he's going to be priced into just probably sending this Aether Spindle and probably passing, as he's going to be out of action points after that.
Which, you know, is not terrible. The biggest downside here is Alex is not actually going to be able to capitalize on the cards drawn from Channel Lightning Valley.
He'll get to keep one around, which is nice. That is a lightning card in the pitch, so one does not go into the dirt at the end of the turn.
But likely this is only going to get 1 AB out of Austin Wilson unless he wants to pop the quiver.
Yeah, I'd be
but no,
surprised.
Down to 31 goes Austin. We got 2 triggers here, but 3 triggers, Aether Spindle and 2 Channel Lightning Valleys. Alex is going to go ahead and opt first and try to establish maybe a sigil off the top of the deck and thereby convert these Channel Lightning Valley triggers as best as possible.
Blink is actually a very playable card. He can gain another action point.
He can gain an action point, but without another instant, he would be donating that Gone in a Flash to charity, which is likely not what he wants to do.
I have 1 floating. I should probably mark this.
He could play. He's going to draw 2 cards, so he can get the blink and 1 other card and just play that other card. Most likely going to be that.
Mind Warp?
Yeah, I was thinking Mind Warp, but he doesn't have the resources to pump it, so it's just 2. So maybe. Oh, he does. He does.
He does have 1 floating after pitching Current Funnel. Aether Spindle only costs 2.
Okay. Did he play a lightning card though? No.
He has not yet,
So,
but if he gets the blink plus the Mind Warp,
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
then Mind Warp will have surged, and even if it doesn't connect for its surge value, it will still require Austin to either give up the Enchanted Quiver or a card from hand. Ideally, though, Alex is finding a sigil, because he really needs to establish one and make his Volzar free. Ideally, it's a sigil of conductivity, which would make it free ostensibly for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, lots to think about when you're playing Oscilio and going through your deck at lightning speed. There's so many cards that you touch, and you have to make sure that you're playing them in the right order because so many of them sort of don't do a whole lot on their own. He's such a combo deck that you need things to come together in sequence.
Does look like Mind Warp and Flittering Charge are being thumbed right now.
Yeah, probably going to the bottom.
Yeah, so that would leave Eclectic Magnetism and Blink.
Yeah, he's looking for the highest value here.
Yeah.
Which I do like that.
Now draw 2 from the
Ah, he left them all on top, just changed his sequencing. So it is Eclectic Magnetism plus Blink. Blink comes out of the hand, going to get the get the action point back. The last one floating is going to be used for this Eclectic Magnetism. Now, Alex has not revealed that there is a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal yet. Austin is immediately thinking, is there a Mind Warp type of effect or another arcane spell that costs 0? Because Eclectic Magnetism is going to say, when this attacks, you may play a non-attack action card, this Chain Link, as though it were an instant, which would mean Alex could send some more arcane from the arsenal if it exists. But no, it's just going to be 5 physical, which Austin accepts readily. And man, Alex put together a very meaningful turn after Battering Bolt pretty much ripped apart a pretty solid turn.
Yeah, and now we're going to see if Austin can do it again. This is exactly what Marlyns are built to do. Just keep ripping cards as that Loan Shark comes down and gives even more gold to fire that engine up.
The engine is online. Austin has taken out a loan. Will have to pay a price later if he's not able to generate a gold token. But for now, it's just take aim, buffed up, and also a card placed into the arsenal. Do you see a port side exchange in the hand? That is just going to be donated to the activation of Hammerhead alongside a Seafloor Salvage, which means there has got to be a juicy harpoon coming out of the arsenal. It's a Wet Hook activated here, and also a Sea Lay Sarong activation. So this Bluefin Harpoon is going to have Go Again and Overpower, and also a +3 buff from Take Aim. I don't think the Go Again clause is going to be super relevant here, Michael, but what is relevant is the on-hit here.
Looking for blues.
Oscilio does run a good helping of blues. I don't think Alex has found any here, though.
He's safe here, so feeling pretty good about this. This is just 11 vanilla as it shows. Of course, there's still a bit of an upside to hitting with these, even if you don't rip a card, because you get to see the texture of the hand and know exactly what's coming.
Alex confirms there is none floating. There is no draw a card on hit. So even though there's 2 resources represented on that die for Austin, he is bereft of resources. So can't draw a card off of gold or anything like that, as Alex takes all of that 11 damage down to 18 and reveals the hand. It's a Null Shock, Mind Warp, Flittering Charge, and Fry. And of course, the Gone in a Flash in Arsenal means that this is a little bit of an awkward hand, can always pitch one of those other cards in order to play out the Null Shock and either give Go Again to Flittering Charge or bounce back the Gone in a Flash that's in the arsenal.
Sitting on that Channel Lightning Valley, though, means one more card will come through when he connects with damage. That could change things, especially if that card is an instant.
So ideally, Alex would go Fry, connect, and get the Channel Lightning Valley trigger, then get a lot of information. If he can't do that, he can follow up with Flittering Charge, play out Null Shock, and amp it with Volzar by pitching the Mind Warp, then almost assuredly get his Channel Lightning Valley trigger.
Yeah, I think there's, once again, so many ways to play each hand in Oscilio. We'll have to see what Alex Vore thinks is the optimal.
This is going to be a masterclass in the Lightning Wizard, without a doubt.
It looks like Austin's actually maybe activating Marlynn here to make a Goldfin Harpoon to take advantage of that Go Again?
That he could also just be parking it in Arsenal and making
Also
sure that
possible.
he can send something next turn. He's not going to be able to send this Goldfin Harpoon because he has no way to draw and get it into his arsenal. But Austin looking to the ceiling as Alex does exactly what Wizard players love to do, which is say, I'll hold priority here.
Yeah,
But the card drawn for Alex is huge, not only because it dodges that bluefin harpoon on hit, but also because it's a current funnel, which is going to enable him to vomit this hand out onto the combat chain and assuredly get the draw clause on Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, this is big. He would still really like to find a sigil. That would make his Volzar free. Currently, he has to spend a card or get rid of his old knocker, neither of which he would like to do if possible.
Doesn't have any Arcane in the hand as of yet.
Thought he had the Mind Warp.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. He does have a Mind Warp.
Ooh, a clean 3 block here. Smart play by Austin, just delaying the potential draw.
But here's where current funnel, a card that I would say 8 times out of 10 is just a blue or a block 3, looks so good because of the stuff it can enable. Current funnel comes in for 2, is going to gain go again because the last action that Alex played was lightning, and also going to give go again to any action that comes after.
You see Austin now just saying, I would like you to not have a card, and I'll use my armor to prevent that. The 2 block on the boots, such a good piece for Marlynn. Not often do you get such a lot of block on the foot piece here. But the Sea Lacerong coming through and doing exactly what it's designed to do, preventing a draw of a card for no cards committed from hand.
And it is indeed a Goldfin harpoon in the arsenal for Austin Wilson. Just doesn't want to have to put his foot on the brake. Does have a King Shark harpoon in the hand, though. That's probably the juiciest one.
Ooh, he kind of clunked himself, I think, by...
He can still activate Hammerhead, send the Goldfin harpoon, park the King Shark for later. Can even draw a card and see if he can find something juicier.
Oh, he has a trench.
Does have a trench,
He
so could...
still needs to draw to get that King Shark in, and it might be too much of a gamble. You need the blue on top, or at least a yellow.
And the follow-up here is gone in a flash for Alex. Curiously, because he doesn't have an instant in the hand. Could find it off of Channel Lightning Valley, mind you, but in this case, he is getting off Arsenal with the best card in the deck, at least from a combo perspective.
It could be that he recognizes that combo at this point is unlikely to happen, as Austin has had enough time to put together disruption.
And will be rewarded big time if he's able to get the draw on Channel Lightning Valley, but Austin remains stalwart here. It is going to be a Mind Warp. Coming in for 5, thanks to the 3 amp on Volzar Lightning Rod. Alex just making sure that he uses every single card in the hand and also the deck, because this one is definitely going to connect.
And clearing the arsenal makes so much sense now that he gets the card draw. He's going to be able to, whatever that is, park it in the arsenal. Just had to get rid of the Gone in a Flash in order to do so.
Alex could be thinking, well, I found the Gone in a Flash super early. That is a high roll for me, but there are 2 left in the deck. And if there's one thing that isn't solid about Gone in a Flash, is when it comes in multiples.
Okay, now we got number 5. I think we'll just take the 5. Okay.
5 damage taken for Austin Wilson, so the on-surge effect of Mind Warp will be relevant here. Channel Lightning Valley going to draw a card. It's Etchings of Arcana for Alex Vore. More importantly, Austin Wilson is going to have to shuffle his hand into his deck and then draw that many -1. Huge here, because Austin had finally found a copy of King Shark Harpoon, and once again, back to the sea it goes.
Yep. Really, really big deal here, too, for Alex, meaning he's going to probably have another 5-card hand to work with. And with the life now almost in his favor, just down 3, having a 5-card hand to work with is a very big deal at this point in the game.
And you know, Oscilio is not a deck like KO Underhanded Cheat that needs to hold on to the life lead with an iron grip. No, instead, he can even be behind for the entirety of the game, even after he combos off, because there's so many instant speed shocks available to the Lightning Wizard now.
Austin just making another Goldfin Harpoon, it looks like.
Okay, I was like,
No, taking it back.
you 2 gold then if you don't.
So back to 2 gold goes Austin Wilson. Doesn't need a Goldfin Harpoon. Perhaps forgot that he wasn't allowed to pitch that token.
I remember now why I was doing that. Oh, okay.
Oh, never mind. We figured out why we're doing it. It's an activation of the Goldfin Harpoon. Alex Vore extends a little bit of respect. He says, it's always correct. And now out
Oh,
of
he
the
wants
arsenal.
to discard it for the loan shark.
Right.
A little health gain here. That's a fun trick that I learned from Paul, that you can sort of gain some life that way. And it makes the cost of playing the loan shark a lot lower in Marlynn compared to other gold-hungry decks.
Loan Shark, of course, gave Austin Wilson 2 gold tokens early on in the game, and that is great for Marlynn, who has a more difficult time than other pirates creating the gold tokens. And then, of course, you have to pay the piper at the end. That's where the bill comes. And Loan Shark will take it either in the form of 2 life points or a card discarded from hand. In this case, Austin Wilson said, no, I'm okay with this Loan Shark only generating 1 gold, essentially.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
But it's an innocuous turn. Nevertheless, Austin has found a primo arsenal card for the end of all this. It's Big Game Trophy Shot, which when paired with another Harpoon is going to look really fearsome. Will Alex give him the space is the real question.
I think he's got another Mind Warp, right? So it won't hit that card, but it will hit the rest of the hand, as Austin has no Arcane Barrier, sans the one on the Trench. I guess he's got 2 potential Spell Void. Not actually Spell Void, but blocking of Arcane on the Quiver. So does have a little bit of a trick up his sleeve if Alex can't pump more than 3.
And sorry, folks, I spied the incorrect card in the arsenal ripped off the top. It was instead an Eclectic Magnetism. Going to look huge here. It's going to get beefed up by Electrostatic Discharge and pair so well with the Mind Warp drawn on the Oscilio activation for Alex Vore. He's also got a Sigil of Conductivity finally in the hand, so it's going to get amped up for a heck of a lot. Sunken Treasure blocked with here for Austin Wilson, who sits at 21 to the Lightning Wizards 16.
I mentioned the breakpoint of 3 earlier, and it looks like that is all Alex will be able to do with the hand at current. Sitting at 2 on the Volzar, 1 more from the Sigil means that if Austin is able to break the Quiver, he will be able to negate the effect of that Mind Warp if he so chooses.
After playing out the Sigil of Conductivity, he'll be at 3 amp, right?
And so he's got AB1 on the Trench, plus 2 on the Quiver.
It's only 1 because he doesn't have a face-up arrow in his arsenal.
Okay.
So Austin will only be able to prevent 2 of this incoming 5 arcane damage. Mind Warp, of course, on Surge, meaning if it deals more arcane damage than its base, will force Austin to shuffle his hand back into his deck and draw that many cards -1. And Austin sees the writing on the wall. It's another 5 arcane damage coming across. Alex has finally bought himself a life surplus in this game. 16 plays 11, and a meaningful on-hit comes across.
And Austin's got, I don't know, at least 15 disruptive cards in his deck. Alex only has 3, and he's already resolved 2. Alex cosplaying as Marlynn this game and just absolutely tearing the hand of Austin Wilson apart.
Mind Warp is one of those cards that looks absolutely insane on its face. Ultimately, it doesn't do a heck of a lot of damage, so it relies so heavily on the on-surge trigger, not only removing a meaningful card from your opponent, but also not drawing them into something better, which is something I am really good at on Oscilio. I have Mind Warped so many brutes that draw a Blood Rush Bellows off of the Mind Warp effect.
And Austin Wilson is sitting on a hand with no red harpoons. The only harpoon he's got is a blue. He can play the Big Game Trophy Hunter and pitch the blue and just send another Goldfin harpoon for damage, which I think Alex Vore is super happy to see here.
He is likely going to discard that Goldfin harpoon depending on what he gets. Yeah, so can discard a Goldfin harpoon, but is forced instead to send the take aim to the graveyard.
Just doesn't
Not
have
bad.
Enough resources,
Because he is going to be able to pitch that remaining blue with the 1 floating in order to activate Hammerhead. Also the gold baited hook. Why not? Because here comes Goldfin Harpoon. It's going to be 2 + 4 + 4. That, in my book, makes 10 overpower on hit, create 2 gold.
It's a lot of damage, but it's not going to stop anything that Alex Vore is thinking about doing if he likes his hand.
Now, if he likes his hand, I definitely expect to see a block of the Lightning Greaves. It's Etchings of Arcana. I do believe that's a 0-cost shock in the hand. Sigil of Conductivity and a very hairy forearm. Gotta commend Alex Vore. Must be taking his tea.
Getting rid of that redundant sigil.
I'm not talking about black tea, Michael. I'm talking about testosterone. 11 plays 16 here as I poke some fun at my co-caster because it's going to be a long day. So we got to have some fun. I won't bring up the Mayo conversation again, though, I promise.
You just did.
Baiting with Rage is Bryce Platts in the booth. Alex Vore, however, activates Oscilio Constella Intelligence, discards a Sigil of Lightning, and draws up a current funnel. Alex will have go again on his first attack thanks to the embodiment of lightning token generated by the Sigil of Lightning on the arena.
I can see an argument for blocking here just because the hand itself doesn't convert insanely well. He doesn't have lethal, which he would really like to have lethal. Who wouldn't like to have lethal? But in this case, he's going to have to figure out the best value play that he can, because if he takes the full hit here and goes down to 6, the next overpower arrow could just kill him.
Exactly.
So doing his best to figure out how to get the numbers the highest here at the end of the game, it's all about inching your way into the right position.
And that is exactly a skill that Alex learned so well on his days on Kano Drakai of Aether. He was one of that cabal that brought Kano in a position that nobody thought he would be in to Pro Tour 1 and performed so admirably with it, thereby cementing himself as one of the fabled Wizard Council, along with, Majin Bey, Peter Buddensiek, and several others. Aether Bindings of the Third Age plus Current Funnel are the blocks here. 4 on 10, so 6 damage comes across. Down to 10 goes Alex Vore. Still has some space here, but like you mentioned, Michael, the door is shutting. And that's exactly what Austin Wilson needs to do. Make sure that Alex can't greedily hold on to a combo hand.
I'm going to break my gloves in response.
And Aether Bindings are being popped here. Exactly why Alex decided to block with them. So far, just going to get 1 amp as Sigil of Lightning leaves the arena and creates an embodiment of Lightning token. That's likely all the amp that he's going to get from these Aether Bindings. Alex also showcasing that you don't need to get a huge amount of value in order to make these things worth it, because Etchings of Arcana is at the ready, and Alex just needs a little bit more juice to get it over the finish line for its on-surge effect and fetch back a Sigil of Lightning.
Yeah, pretty underwhelming play, all things considered. This is turning into a 2-card 5, maybe drawing a card, but do we even get to count that as a card if he just plays it out? It's an enabler for next turn.
And he's already enabled for next turn because the embodiment of lightning has already been generated. Just like double go again, double embodiment of lightnings that give go again mean next to nothing.
And he's seen 0 sigils of brilliance, which is really what he would like to be targeting if possible.
Yeah.
But I think Austin Wilson's probably pretty happy to just take 5 here and go to 6. Now, you never like being that low, but if it means that you've got a grip of 4 that you can send back to Alex Vore's 10 life, and especially if you finally have found that disruption that you need to keep Oscilio down, this could be the turning point for Austin Wilson.
Now, Alex did have the opportunity to also play out the Consigned to Cosmos Shock in his hand in order to get an extra 2 value, ultimately, 1 from the Shock itself and 1 from the extra amp on Volzar. But in this case, I think he's trying to just set himself up as best as possible for the next turn. For the time when the kill switch can engage. Or Alex could be thinking, maybe my time for combo has passed, and instead, I'm just going to park this Consigned to Cosmos in Arsenal and wait for a moment where Austin overextends just a little bit. As I would have expected him to play out one of those Consigned to Cosmos shots.
Yeah. Okay, so costing 1 means you can't even really get the value out of it.
And I would think he would park the Consigned to Cosmos in the Arsenal, but instead he puts Null Shock there, which is a curious choice because you always have the opportunity to Oscilio away the Null Shock. That's one of the most chosen modes for it, at least when I play Oscilio. In this case, it being in the Arsenal means that Alex can't filter it away.
But now it's Austin Wilson's turn, and what he pieces together right now is probably going to spell, or rather define the rest of the game. Oh man, he's got the King Shark, but he's resource light.
Could be difficult. Does have 2 gold to go into the well, but
and I
each
believe
yellow
he
that he
just
pitches.
cracked one, right? Because he's got that pitch, and I think Alex is thinking about responding.
Alex does have a heck of a lot of shocks in the hand.
And you see, I just saw Austin sort of grimace. I don't think he got the blue he was looking for.
Alex could very well have Austin in lethal range on this turn.
Ooh, cracks another gold.
Pitching a second Codex of Frailty,
He
mind you.
needs the blue.
Alex going to hold priority again and then pass it over to Wilson, who has found a blue. That is an Eye of Ophidia. It is not a cracked bauble, folks. That is just a proxy for that really expensive Fable that Austin wants to keep nice.
One thing I will say, as much as Austin is digging to get this King Shark online, I don't think Alex has any attack actions in his hand.
He doesn't. It's all non-attack actions.
So sort of dodging this despite having what kind of looks like a doo-doo hand.
So let's do some math. Alex has 2 Consigned to Cosmos in hand. That is 2 Arcane and also 2 Amp. So he's at 4. He's also got the Null Shock, which is another essentially 2 damage. So that is up to 6. That is Austin Wilson's life total right now.
Hope you put that Gone in Flash in Arsenal.
Yeah, he's got a lot of evasive damage in there. If he can survive this and not get disrupted.
I think he also has a Comet Storm Shock in the hand, so that's another 2 damage on top of that, which is 8. Still putting him over the threshold here, as long as he waits for Austin Wilson to clear out that arsenal so Enchanted Quiver can't get maximum value. But that playline requires Alex to also have a blue, which I didn't catch in the
I don't think he's got enough resources to really string things together. The easiest way would just to be to send a really tall arcane spell on his turn, just to really guarantee it. But here we see Austin now sending in. He did find the blue, so he's 13
This is
overpower.
13 overpower, but I really think that Alex has got this in the bag.
Yeah,
There's
he has
no
enough
more
block.
resources in the pitch. So all he has to contend with is 1 essentially Spell Void from the Enchanted Quiver. So 2 Consigned to Cosmos Shock, 1 Null Shock will get this done.
Oh, he
And
does
yes,
have a blue.
It is a blue in the hand, so this is going to be an
Wow.
overkill
This is-
on Austin Wilson's turn.
Doing his best Kano cosplay. If he decides to pull the trigger here, he can just end it.
You do have to make sure
Yeah.
that your opponent doesn't have any tricks up their sleeve. I expect Alex to take another look at that Enchanted Quiver
Yep.
and make sure he understands how it works.
You have to dot your T's and cross your I's, as I like to say, and I do it on purpose. I know you're looking over at me.
Po Buddy's nerfing, Michael.
Bit of a troll over here.
Hey, man, if I can do it, you can dish it out as well.
And here it comes.
The response. Alex Vore doing his favorite Kano cosplay, even though Kano has hit the hallowed halls. It is a Consigned to Cosmos Shock. Alex waits for a response, trying to bait out the Enchanted Quiver as quickly as possible. Austin says, yeah, I might as well shore up 1 here. Alex says, A-OK. That one goes to the bin. Oh, look, there's another one. So it's another
you
1
can
arcane
see
damage.
Austin's going, oh no, what is your
Austin's
hand?
trembling right here. That Volzar is going to be free because of the Sigil of Conductivity that sits in the arena for Alex Vore. 1 arcane damage comes across, down to 5. Austin's like, wait, you're not activating Volzar? There's more? And here is the Comet Storm Shock. Cost 2 here. Leaves 1 floating for Alex Vore to pay for the Null Shock in the arsenal. Alex is having a freaking field
Yes,
day right
he
here.
is.
He is loving life. This is Wizard territory, folks. And Null Shock comes across, now amping Volzar up to 4, and then we finally activate it. It's 5 Arcane and a Fist Bump extended. Oscilio, Constellate Intelligence, closing that game out, looking a lot more like a Drakai of Aether.
Wow, I haven't seen that much kill extension on the opponent's turn on an Oscilio in a long time.
I have to give it to Alex. He really overextended where a lot of novice Oscilio players might not. And I'm mainly referring to the choice to play out Gone in a Flash from the arsenal and not continuously sit on it and wait for a combo turn. Instead, doesn't even pop his Lightning Greaves, doesn't even block with the Lightning Greaves, closes that game out much more like a standard wizard.
Absolutely. It kind of makes me think of that bell curve meme, like, I don't need Gone in a Flash is the stupidest thing you could do, and then I need to hold on to Gone in a Flash, and I don't need Gone in a Flash. He's got his hood on, he's just out here doing wizard things.
Not when I can draw 4 shocks in the same turn and have a sigil on board.
Usually that's a horrible hand, but when you get it at the end of the game like that, it's just gas.
Absolutely massive. Folks, we have plenty more AG events coming at you, and I would like to touch on them here. January 11th, that's where we're sitting right now. This AGE Open Series is happening in addition to the RTN from Top Deck Keep. But New England finally gets their say on the 31st of January and then comes right back at us on the 7th of February. The January Open will not be streamed. That's going to be at Great Stories Comics and Games in Bentonville, Massachusetts. And then the follow-up will be streamed. It is a classic constructed open at Grave Troll Games, one of our favorite homes for AG, not to mention on the other coast.
February 21st, Top Deck Keep, Silver Age.
And it's a double header. St. Louis is coming at you as well. That one will not be streamed, but it will be Silver Age as well. By then, we will have Compendium of Wraith released and also a world premiere to guide us into this newfangled format that we are all so excited about. Got to shout out Xzavier again, a 13-year-old who got shepherded into the game thanks to our Premier Learner format. It's all that coming at you. And, of course, some more Flesh and Blood to be played here in Los Angeles. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with more on the opponent turn kills, more interviews with the crackhead himself, Alexander Vore, and, of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Crash and bash, I'd rather say screw you to my Gone in a Flash. And that's Alexander Vore right here, showing us that he doesn't need it in order to close out a game on Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Alex, that was an interesting matchup in that I feel like either of those heroes can definitely run away with it given the space.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally true. I mean, first dice roll I won today, I figured, hey, if I don't go first, you know, this guy's not Bryce. He's going to draw a harpoon on turn one to hit me. So let's not do that. But, yeah, that probably helps where you don't lose that extra life because it ends up being razor thin at the end. Yeah,
insanely true. And you were also able to dodge all of the meaningful on-hits that he was able to send. I'm thinking of first the battering bolt. Mm-hmm. You were able to clear out all of your non-action cards before it connected. Mm-hmm. The bluefin harpoon, you didn't have any blues in the hand, and then after connection, activated Oscilio, drew into a current funnel, which was beautiful on your offensive turn, mind you.
Yeah.
So, would you say that these are war crimes you committed against Marlynn?
You know, I think we did fine. You know, we didn't have to break the boots. You know, that's fair gameplay.
Didn't even need to block with the boots, mind you.
We took the safe lines. You know, we could have been bold and played some, you know, extra drawing, hope they're not instants. But, like, we went the safe lines, Spindle Gang, you know, all the doubters in shambles. But
I did talk about your infamous roll in the purple Discord. Nobody likes your deck list, it seems, when it comes to the Oscilio chat.
You know, is what it is. Is what it is.
Aether Spindle did look pretty dang good there. You were able to prevent 2 ultimately dead draws from Channel Lightning Valley and put together the remainder of a turn.
+5 damage.
+5 damage.
+5 damage.
Ain't bad at all. Alex, there was a pivotal point there that I think showcased your prowess on the Lightning Wizard, and that was the moment when you sent the current funnel turn, where you went Fry, current funnel, into what could have been a flittering charge, but instead you chose that following attack to be the Gone in a Flash from your arsenal. Now, novice Oscilio players like myself might have held onto that Gone in a Flash for dear life, hoping to put together a combo turn when my opponent was still pretty high on life. Your decision point there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just forego again, which is good enough. I mean, realistically, I think what really measures how successful you can pilot Oscilio is not the combo turn. Anybody, if they're undisrupted and they got like 9 cards, like, yeah, it's not that hard to go Gone in a Flash, Gone in a Flash, Gone in a Flash, Gone in a Flash. I think how you really win and lose games is how good the rest of your turns are. Like, are you doing 5-card threes, which does happen.
Which you did once during that game.
But, you know.
But it was a mind warp, so.
It's about sculpting it. And, like, sometimes you'll just never get a good boots turn, and you have to realize what your strategies are and what's going on. I think the key thing for that one turn is that he had the quiver, and he has AB1. So if I just send the mind warp for 4, because I didn't have a sigil, never lucky. If I just send the mind warp for 4, he can turn it off. Granted, he has to give me a card. He still takes one. And, you know, I figured I wanted to convert the Gone in a Flash for 5. I'm getting him lower, right? He didn't have a lot of AB. I was kind of playing towards, like, Arcane in-game, which you saw shock.
Yeah.
But putting it at 5 without him having a way to have a face-up arrow to Spell Void 2, it's always going to be a Mind Warp hit. So I ended up kind of pivoting for tempo and realizing, you know, we're probably not going to get the combo this game. Just didn't see it in the right ways. And, you know.
Well, you didn't get the quintessential combo, but you did get a 4-shot combo in order to banish your opponent into oblivion with, I think it was a total of 8?
It was, yeah, because 2 per, right? Each are lightning.
Exactly.
They each do 1, so 8 total. I was like, just double checking, like, it's 8. I have pitch.
Yep.
But I was like, doing the math, I was like, if somehow he's not dead with 0 cards, nothing, I die because I can only block 3. So I was like, okay, double check, triple check, quadruple check. Like, okay.
And that was showcasing one of the stratagems that Majin Bay is so loud about in discourse about Wizard, which is wait for the last possible moment to do your Wizard thing.
Because, like, look at it this way. If he can't present lethal, it's not like Marlynn has tricks, maybe Rain Razors, which I have a lot of armor. Like, I could block 6 on an overpower. If he can't even present lethal, just go into my turn, Camacho him, right? If he can present lethal, maybe he has no pitch left. Then I know, like, because at the start, I have 8, he's got multiple cards. If he goes 1, 1, 1, 1, he's not going to die, right? So, like, yeah, Wizard stuff, you got to see when it's good, when it's not good. But, you know, once he tapped out, it's like, okay, math. But it's tough for him because, like, what's he going to do? Not activate the +4, then it's not lethal, and then I just do it on my turn?
What are you going to do? Play around 4 shocks in your opponent's hand in Arsenal? I mean, ain't no way.
You need to play Wizard in general where you put your opponent into lose-lose situations. If he doesn't threaten lethal, he's going to lose. If he threatens lethal, he's going to lose. So his best play is to hope I don't have it, and, you know, I had it.
And had it, you very much did. Alex, you are not a SoCal resident. You are instead from the great state of Arizona. You flew in for this, drove in?
Flew in,
yeah. Frontier Pass gamer.
And, yeah, I know. I've gotten, like, no value this year, so maybe I'll be back next month, you know?
You can chalk one up on the board now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, everybody's like, why don't you come to the age? It's like, I got to let other people win. Like, what the heck?
I see. We talked about it during your player profile, but the last time you played meaningfully in an AG Open Series, that was 2023, and you made the Players' Championship that year. You've taken 2 years off at this point, but now you're back. Are you here to stay? Are we going to see another Players' Championship performance from you this year, Alex?
Well, I'd like to say the last age I played, I won.
Okay, fair enough.
So we're here for a 2-peats. And
on Bravo, too, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Best Guardian Vore, brother, what can I say? Now we're here on Wizard, you know, as God intended. And I don't know, we'll see. I mean, depending on schedules, usually it's hard for me to make these work, but, like, sometimes it lines up. It lined up good. You know, the RTNs in Arizona are not in a high quality or quantity, so, you know, definitely don't want to miss U.S. Nationals. That's a big event. So we'll see. I might here or there.
You know, you're also here not just itching to play some Flesh and Blood, but also trying to get a paddle in your hand and play some pickleball.
Oh my God, I've been baited by this team. It's crazy. It's crazy. Looking for new teammates, honestly, who prefer pickleball, preferably. 2 occasions I've been told yes, and circumstances have led to no.
It was my fault. This time I didn't
No,
really
it's
tell
not
you
really
yes.
Your fault. It's not really your fault.
I desperately want to play some pickleball with you because I think it would be a laugh riot. The thing is, you only ever want to come to town when I am working on this freaking stream, man.
We got something in the pipeline. We'll be together sometime.
Okay.
We got
something in the pipeline, but no feet in the kitchen, right?
True, no feet in the kitchen. Yeah, that's a good one for those who know.
All you knowers in chat, rise up. Pickleball, I think, is still the fastest growing sport in the U.S., right?
I don't know, but it's addicting. I'll tell you what, it's great. Get off my butt, and get some exercise. It's fun. It's fun. Casual. You don't have to be super serious.
Yep. I do love it because it puts you kind of on a level playing field with people in their 60s.
Yeah.
And you can still absolutely crush them. Be the young buck in the room.
I don't know if it's the same level. Like quick slide.
You're whispering into a microphone, right?
I know. Me and Ryan, one of our buddies, we played pickleball at the park. There's like 2, very nice elderly grandmas.
Don't reveal.
They're like, hey, you want to play a game? Go easy on us. And we're like, yeah, let's have fun.
They crushed you, didn't they?
They beat us 11-0. So, I think it's more technique than age. Just being young does not.
I do completely agree with that.
It's fun, though. I have a blast every time I play. So, it's good. Good little side hobby.
Awesome. So, Alex is getting a blast to oblivion in the pickleball court. You can do the same. He's clearly itching to play. And so, if you get on down to Riverside, California, I've got the paddles here. He will drop the event immediately and get you out to the pickleball court. So, get on down to Riverside, not to play some Flesh and Blood, but to play some pickleball with Alexander Vore.
Excellent.
We're going to be back, of course, with some off-topic conversations and some more Oscilio not Lightning Greaves combo, and, of course, some more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Do we? Okay. I could ask the guys in the back if they have it.
Could run to a store and pick one up.
Maybe. Good. And we're back, folks. So sorry about that. The Meeps are having their way with our internet connection today. Not a consistent issue here at Top Deck Keep. Normally, the ones and zeros flow very steadily.
Yeah, unfortunate, especially at a day this big, but we're just going to have to keep trucking, doing what we can with what we've got.
That's right. And doing what they can with what they got are also Chris Iaali and Steven Suh. Looks like they have held themselves for the technical issues. So you haven't missed a single action in this game. The fist bump is extended. It does look like we are underway. Steven has found himself 2 copies of Sigil of Solace in the hand. If there's a better way to get ahead in the life race, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that is a fantastic start. Getting up 6 life means that Chris is going to have to claw quite a ways into
When
this
it's
game.
a roll of 6 on Scabskin Leathers, it's also not going to matter at all.
Yeah.
I think Steven was really hoping that it would be a 1.
You're trying to get those out of the way.
Yeah,
Instead,
exactly.
wasting a 6.
And so it's 2 Sigils of Solace. Steven has full steam ahead in order to do that because Chris Iaali is not on the affirmative here. It's just up to 46, and even though he hasn't drawn any blood from his opponent, he has made serious headway in this game.
Yeah, that's a lot to go first with.
You know, Chris gets a good start of his own, has found himself a blue and Spoils of War. Spoils of War going to give +2 to the next sword attack and also give it Go Again. The more juicy part of this card, though, is the copper tokens that are going to bleed out of Steven Suh with every connection of a weapon. It's going to generate 2 copper tokens and save them for a big blood on our hands turn later in the game.
Yeah, this is one of the most, if not the most important thing to block. The only thing that could maybe rival it is getting that juicy gold, but as you mentioned, the blood on our hands, such a power card. So luckily for Steven, he's got that Sink Below in hand, which does cover at least the first swing.
And Sink Below is doing exactly that, covering up the damage and also the blood, the copper that could pour forth from his veins.
Ooh, but he's got the reaction.
Iron Song response, huge here. Has a reprise effect. In fact, that's the only way to get any value out of this card whatsoever except for blocking with it. Because Steven has blocked with a card specifically from hand, Iron Song response will give this attack +3. And honestly, Chris, without having the opportunity to do any filtering on Steven's first turn of the game, really looking good here.
Yeah, huge. And getting 2 copper, now threatening another 2 if this connects. The thing about that Spoils of War is it's a continuous effect, so every single connection makes 2 copper.
And Steven giving it the respect it deserves. A Mocking Blow out of the hand is going to cover that up as well. Looks like Steven has himself a pretty solid 2-card play of his own. It's going to look a little lackluster in terms of the numbers, but it's going to pay dividends down the line. He's got a copy of Booze in the hand. He's going to drink a big barrel of beer and then also follow it up with a Mocking Blow. He is ahead on life, but Booze will also afford him a boo just by coming out onto the arena or leaving the arena.
So 2 Boos means 2 Vigor, or is that a once per turn trigger?
No, that is 2 Vigor.
That's a lot of resources now.
So could mean that Steven draws himself a Show of Strength or Swing Big and is able to swing it for free on the next turn against Christopher Iaali.
Yeah, that is the sort of under-respected portion, or I guess the undervalued portion of that booing, the Vigors that you make, especially if you can pile them up. He's going to have a Tunic counter next turn as well, meaning he can do a 1-card anything almost.
It's the underhanded value to go with the underhanded cheat. Looks like Chris is blocking it out perfectly, though, with a Valiant Dynamo's kick away and also a sink below to boot. So that's 5 on 5. No damage conveyed there. Steven Suh remains with the life total lead after resolving 2 Sigils of Solace on turn 0. Chris Iaali resolves a Draw Swords, a very resource-hungry card for the +3 buff, but more importantly in Kassai, it allows Chris to draw a card, which then makes his sword swings free for the remainder of the turn.
Still a very powerful effect, and when you get to pair it with those blues, you come in for a lot. The scariest thing here, I think, that Steven has to worry about is the new card, the reaction that creates an ally if it connects. That's the thing that Kassai didn't really have, was a threat on the first swing up until the recent printings.
And then it'd be Blood Follows Blade. If it's in the hand of Chris Iaali, that's definitely one of those things that can turn the tide in the value race. And both of these heroes are definitely looking for value, and Chris deploys Blood Follows Blade, as foretold by my co-caster, out of the hand. So now Steven has to see if he can respect this in the reaction step. There's very few things that can cover up a breakpoint of 5 as a single card. So Steven might have to overcommit in terms of the defense reactions. And no, it's just Shelter from the Storm. So 1 measly damage leaks through, and that is enough to hire a mercenary from the deathmatch arena. Chris is also going to pay into Grains of Blood Spill. So he's turning all these droplets of blood into anything but more blood. Instead, it's a guy and also a resource for later.
Yeah, these things can get out of hand very quickly. I'm very curious to see if Steven's respects it and clears it right away, or if he leaves it around for a while. It could just come down to whether he's got the Go Again cards in hand to clear it.
You know, if Steven has found a copy of Outside Interference, that is one really clean way to get rid of Centauri Sellswords by swinging a Mandible Claw at them. Beginning of the turn, though, Steven Suh will pop 2 Vigor tokens. Both these players are at 40 life still. 2 resources floating for Steven, and also a boo conveyed by Booze leaving the arena. It's another Scabskin's Leather activation, and it's a 5! Steven looking really hot in those boots.
Doesn't need the discard now for the Go Again. 2 action points means that Sellsword's going goodbye, almost certainly.
Whew, and what a way to start off. Sirens of Safe Harbor only coming in for a measly, that's 5, right?
7 for this one. It's a red.
Oh,
Well,
it attacks for 7?
It
it
attacks for
attacks
6,
for 6.
and then
There we go.
Yeah, I think of cards in terms of value.
Oh, I see. That's why you're in your seat, and I'm looking at the artwork.
Yeah, 6 damage, 1 healing, and it's unpreventable once it leaves the arena. I guess you could poison the Wellet, so
True.
not entirely unpreventable, but
In the hand of Chris Iaali is a lot of blocking cards, but it's just the Valiant Dynamo doing work here. Never mind. Sink Below out of the hand as well. So the majority of this damage covered up. 1 is going to leak through, descending Chris down to 39. Once this combat chain closes, Steven Suh will be up to 41.
And that 1 leaking through is actually kind of a big deal here. If Steven Suh has more boo effects, and it looks like he does.
He would have had it either way because Booze left the arena.
Right, but he gets to boo again, and he gets
True.
the extra vigor.
True.
Did it not?
it might only be on the attack of a hero.
Oh, okay.
Maybe?
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's the only reason
Sure.
I could see not getting another Vigor token there.
So opts to kill that sellsword and end the turn 41 to 39.
But I think that's very astute. Once Kayo has the life lead, he would be very reticent to let it go because it powers up so many cards in his arsenal. Vigor token pops for Iaali as well. Both these players are getting free resources right and left. Sunk immediately into a Centauri Saber, currently only coming in for 2, but Steven has got to know it's more than that because there's 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. 4, the most recent winner. Oh, I guess it's not most recent anymore, but he received, I want to say, the 3rd copy of that extended quick dodge flexors. That signifies he is a calling champion. Chris took down calling Seattle on this very hero. Blade Runner comes out of the arsenal, gives go again to the first Centauri Saber, which was blocked out by Scabskin Leathers. The follow-up is Centauri Saber the second, coming in for 5, thanks to Blade Runner in the red.
I smell a second swing. I didn't see it, and it could be that Chris is getting a little IP penalty there, but he is not one to waste cards.
I smell that very same stench. Michael. It was either that or a Blade Flurry, and because Chris didn't deploy it on the first swing, I think it's a swing of the second that we might be seeing here. There also wasn't a whole lot of damage that Chris could block out efficiently on the previous turn, so it's possible that Steven caught him with a bit of a clunker.
And it looks like just that.
Seems to be it. Unfortunate for Chris. But, you know, IP penalties are much less painful when you aren't on a 5 or 6 turn clock like you are in an aggro match.
Yeah, sometimes it really just is about being efficient with what's presented, and when you can't efficiently block, it's so be it.
Vigor token pops for Steven Suh, which is huge here for this show strength. Can be beefed up by the activation of KO Underhanded Cheat, which will change any cards, any attacks base power from whatever it is to 6. And that's huge for Flex Strength, because if it has 6 or more power, it's also going to gain a hefty +2. So even though this is a pretty innocuous looking blue, it's cracking in for a big bad 9.
Not bad.
Now, Steven did have the opportunity to block with that booze on the previous turn cycle, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah, he
wouldn't have
needed the
had enough.
resources to activate the hero power. No Vigor tokens, or not enough
Yeah,
to
not
do
enough.
both.
39, yep. I'll pass them over to you.
And Chris blocks out 5 on that 9. Down to 35 he goes. Steven remaining on the front foot in terms of life. And that's huge for him because 2 boos are now essentially out of the deck, at least for a while. One at the bottom after being pitched, the other in the graveyard. And those are the easiest ways to get boos outside of being ahead in life. Chris pops a Vigor token and also a Copper token by pitching a blue. Sword Swings are going to be free for the remainder of the turn, which makes me think he's got a lot of 0-cost cards he would like to deploy here. Unsheathed into Centauri Saber means 5 go again.
There's no active on hits right now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Steven just confirms there are no active on hits here. Chris has not activated Kassai of the Golden Sand. And he might not be able to. I feel like the only yellow he's played or blocked with was Blood Follows Blade.
Yeah. Yeah, I know
Am
he
I
played
mistaken?
one. Don't think he blocked with any. So yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you there.
Here we go. A block of 5 answered only in equipment for Steven Suh. Scowling Flesh Bag. And no, Chris has no effects in response.
It's an interesting choice sitting on the D-React, although he did get kind of burned by Blade Flurry.
Yeah, Chris just takes a quick look at the intimidated card and goes, that wasn't my Blade Flurry, so here it comes out onto the combat chain. 2 damage connects with Steven Suh's eyeball. And the follow-up is Centauri Saber for 4. Does seem like Chris is going to be IP'd once again from that Scowling Flesh Bag, so a little bit of value bought for Steven once again.
Yeah, really nice usage there. I like that. It sort of guarantees you can't just arsenal it.
But you know, now it's gone for Steven, so Chris has full steam ahead on something like a Blood on Her Hands turn down the line.
Did use one of the coppers, so needs to rebuild that a bit.
looking for a scrap, a card that looked, the last time it looked this good, it was in Uzuri Switchblade in the days of old, but really cool in KO Underhanded Cheat because of the rainbow set of Mocking Blows that he runs. Looking for a scrap, able to banish any color of that because they all come in 1 base power. So it's 5 go again and 2 in the pitch for Steven. Finally, a yellow card blocked with for Chris Iaali. This one is Slice and Dice. And it's a Take It on the Chin, which was lying in wait in the arsenal. Agility token generated, and the remainder of the damage from looking for a scrap covered up. Follow up for Steven. Is a Mocking Blow, and Chris responds with a Sigil of Solace, which means he robs Steven of the boo from the crowd because now Chris is 1 life point ahead. So now Steven doesn't get to generate a Vigor token. He also doesn't get the buff clause on Mocking Blow because there's no boo.
That was cool. I don't think I've seen that live yet.
You know, it's not just wizards that get to do cool things at instant speed. Steven Suh showing that for us as he transforms this Mocking Blow for a measly 1 into a big bad 6. So Chris does take 5, ultimately ends the turn below Steven in life, but the damage has certainly been done by that Sigil of Solace.
Yeah, that was huge.
Agility token pops at the beginning of the turn, run through pitch because it's a redundant source of go again at this point, Michael. So this 2 go again is gifted by the agility token that was generated for Chris last turn.
Yeah, I do love those agility tokens in Kassai. Just convert 1 card into 4.
And now Chris does have the requisite yellows in the graveyard to activate Kassai the Golden Sand. I could see a world where he holds on to that activation until later in the game after he's kind of weeded through all of the defense reactions of Steven.
And importantly here, again, Chris evening out the life totals, meaning that if Steven can't gain life, Boo is off the table for the turn.
What is off the table as well is the roll of that Scab Skins, but it was a 2. So back to where he started is Steven Suh. Enlightened Strike, though, is a clean way to convert an entire hand. Steven perhaps knowing that an IP penalty is less fearsome than not getting maximum value on every card in the deck. So kind of goes to the casino in hopes of perhaps drawing a card off of that Enlightened Strike or making it come in for a big bad 7.
If he can't connect with damage here, Chris is going to be beginning to get that life lead. We already know 2 Sigils of Solace have been used, and now this is not connecting.
5 damage covered up here because Chris is worried about the follow-up of a card that requires a Boo to get maximum value. Instead for Steven, it's a Show of Strength. Cracking in for 8 and likely not to have its power reduced because Chris probably just doesn't run that many cards with 6 or more power in terms of the attacks. Chris in the tank here about how to block this out. It's 4 on the combat chain. Looks like 4 accepted. Down to 29, Chris goes. Probably not a deficit that he can't overcome with 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. It's all going to depend on the defense reactions drawn for Steven. He doesn't have a defense reaction, but he does have a copy of Fiddler's Green, one of those cards that looks so good in the decks that it jives with. I'm thinking of Lyath Goldmane. I'm thinking of Gravy Bones, who can discard it. And right here, a deck that just wants life gain. Chris does have a punish in the form of yet another Blood Follows Blade. 1 damage leaking over the top and creating a Centauri Sellsword.
Yeah, really big to be able to get over the top of this block here. Steven will heal up at the end of the turn, but the value there has been granted in the connection.
3 go again on the Centauri Sellsword, blocked out by yet another Show of Strength because Steven just doesn't really have the pitch cards to make good use of it. And then it's another Centauri Saber, only for 2 here, but Chris is A-okay with that. 29 plays 33 when all is said and done. Steven has the life lead, but does have to answer a Mercenary on the board for Chris Iaali.
Yeah.
Looks like it's Enlightened Strike. Draw a card is the chosen mode because it is removing a Centauri Sellsword from the board.
And that's the thing about allies is, yeah, it's got 2 life, but it just absorbed 5 damage, which is, I mean, that's how much value did it just get? 8?
Big time, yeah. I would call that 8.
That's pretty freaking good if you ask me.
Kosei of the Golden Sand finally being activated for Chris Iaali.
And pitches the Riches of Trobaldani on top, meaning he'll make a gold regardless. Now looking for the second one as this comes in for 5. Such an annoying breakpoint to deal with. Even though Steven's got that sink below, he's got to be sitting there wondering, like, man, do I give this last piece of equipment block? Or certainly you don't give up the tunic, but regardless, there's going to be a second swing coming out. But he does respect it, decides to say goodbye to the gloves as he puts them in front and postures for the sink below.
Apex Bonebreaker not going to generate a might token here because it is not blocked in conjunction with a attack action card with 6 or more power. But the block is still good from Steven, shirking off all of that damage and also the gold token that could be generated from the connection of this Centauri Saber. Chris swings again. This Centauri Saber only coming in for 2. There's 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Could we finally have found the in the swing? I think I spied a run through, which could be relevant if Chris has something to follow up with, like a Nourishing Emptiness.
It's possible. I don't know his list that well. Certainly one of the ways you can juke is by having a double go again turn into a Nourishing Emptiness.
That's one of those Colin Eriksen things.
Yeah.
That happens to me just about every armory.
We see, is that, oh, thought he played to take it on the chin. I was like, that doesn't make sense. No.
No,
Showing
Steven's
the
just having a
banish.
look through both the graveyard and the banish. Probably thinking exactly, I haven't seen an in the swing yet.
Yeah, it seems very likely, especially considering that he's postured using the Kassai activation, and there it is.
In the swing brings this Centauri Saber up to 5. Can only be played because it is the second weapon swing of the turn. Down to 28 goes Steven. Who has
Gold
a
is conferred as well.
Who has an overcrowded outside interference and another blue in the hand. I tend to think that this is going to be a swing of the Mandible Claw, discard outside interference.
Did Chris IP that turn?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
He's drawing 4 now.
Thought I saw 2 cards in his hand, right? So he played the second, the in the swing. What else came through?
There was Blood Follows Blade as what? No, I'm
Because
sorry,
he was holding-
Unsheathed.
Yeah, but at the end there, we said he had 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. I think he might have taken an IP penalty.
Oh, entirely possible.
Yeah.
I might have missed that. It's a Mandible Claw for Steven Saw here, who sits 1 life under his opponent. Unsheathed the 3rd blocks this Mandible Claw because Chris knows that he has got to hold on to the life lead at least until the end of this turn. Steven finds Bask in Your Own Greatness and has a pitch outlet for it. Going to be able to create 3 might tokens based on the number of resources pitched. And then it's just 3 damage. Chris only takes 2. I'm sorry, that was 3. So Bask in Your Own Greatness must come in for 4.
26 plays 28. Chris goes into his turn with a pretty darn big grip. And these two are just fighting neck and neck, but feels like Chris is just ever so slightly inching ahead as the game goes on. Steven currently has the life lead, but Chris has something to say about that as he plays Spoils of War and activates Kassai, saying, I feel like I'm going to connect with at least one of these sabers this turn.
And here it comes. Centauri Saber for 4 go again. Spoils of War really doing everything that the Kassai deck wants to be doing. And all of a sudden, a potential raise in army, none of which Chris has seen this game so far, could spell doom. 1 Centauri Sellsword is one thing, but 2 Centauri Sellswords, that's 2 things. 3 Centauri Sellswords, that's 3 things.
Oh, man, that's too many things. What do you even do?
Ultimately, I'm making a joke, but Kayo cannot reliably remove more than 1 ally per turn.
Yeah.
Especially now that E-strikes are becoming thinner and thinner. Outside interference has been used once.
You really don't like committing an E-strike either, and wow, just blows him out with the Blade Flurry here. Blocks a bunch, but still gets over. 7 damage coming through, gold and 2 copper, and a whole nother Centauri Saber still threatening copper off the back.
Chris is A-OK with the way that this is shaken out so far. Am I wrong? I feel like he should be at 3 gold. Because didn't he pitch Riches, connect on the previous turn?
Oh my God, it's blocking 5.
You might.
Yeah, I think it should be 3 gold. I think he removed the 2 and then put a 2 back.
Oh, well,
Might have missed that there.
Even the greats make mistakes, if that is in fact true.
That was a beautiful rhyme.
Thank you.
You're a poet, and you probably already knew it. Blade Flurry on top of this second Centauri Saber means 4 more damage and an additional 2 copper gifted by Steven.
Now that blood on her hands is looking real juicy.
And there's no flesh bag standing in the way. In the hand for Steven is overcrowded. An agility token pops at the beginning of this turn.
Man, if you got to keep those tokens around, that overcrowded would actually be coming in for
tell
a
you
lot.
what.
Instead, pitching it for the Mandible Claw attack. 6 damage. Go again.
6 damage, of course, because it's beefed up by the 3 might tokens that popped at the beginning of this turn. Looking more like a Reviled Guardian turn than a Reviled Brute turn so far.
Doing his best Anothos impression. 2 cards come down. Chris likes the life lead. As we see Swing Big now coming out, 8 damage on the chain. Let's see how much Chris likes that life lead, or if he's willing to go down below Steven Saw once again, as they fight neck and neck, trading life lead advantages back and forth.
And this makes a lot of sense as to why Steven was willing to take so much damage on that previous turn cycle and also give Chris so many coins, so much legal tender with which to bite back.
Chris now, 3-card hand, 2 in hand, 1 in arsenal, and a resource to boot with that Vigor token popping. Let's see how he navigates this turn. I'm just waiting for the blood on her hands.
Or the
Once
Raisin Army. It's all there, man.
Yeah.
But first, a slice and dice and an activation of Kassai of the Golden Sand. Gotta say, I love how patient Chris was with his graveyard up until this point, and now he's threatening gold every single turn. And it's really hard for Steven to stay in the driver's seat in terms of life total if he's just giving up all of his cards on defense.
Yeah, he really needs to be able to end the offensive turn ahead in life with those 1-card boo plays when he's on the back foot. So figuring out how to block this will be very important.
There are no defense reactions. There is a reaction, however, and that is Pummel in the hand for Steven Suh.
It's a good one. I like me some pummels.
And I think it was a Mocking Blow in the arsenal and a Take It on the Chin. Tech for both of these heroes. Also in the hand.
Pretty good card when you need those go-again enablers.
But Steven has to decide, am I willing to give yet another gold token to Chris Iaali? Because 2 is one of those numbers that you can kind of disrespect because some turns from Kassai, especially if she's playing the value game, require her to pop a gold at the beginning in order to get maximum value.
It's looking like no blocks was the answer as we move to reactions, and it's a red Blade Runner. A lot of damage on this chain, and 3 coming through to start things off, 19 to 19.
But the bill comes at the end, Michael. Chris is going to create a Vigor token, and the second swing, thanks to Slice and Dice and Blade Runner, is going to be way bigger. This is going to be a big, bad 8.
You were talking about Guardian cosplay earlier. How about a Brute cosplay? That big fat 8 like a Swing Big coming down.
But it's just a measly Centauri Saber that represents all of that damage. No on-hits here, though, for Steven. Gold token has already been generated. His blood is turning into spoils every time one of these swords connects, but not on this one.
He just
Down
takes
to
it.
11
Wow.
goes Steven.
So not relying on the life lead, presumably, for this 5-card hand, and he's ready to clap back. We know he's got the pummel.
Ah, yes, and Flex Strength, a card that we have already seen on full display for KO Underhanded Cheat earlier in this game, is on the combat chain once again. This one going to turn into a big bad 9 if Steven decides to activate KO Underhanded Cheat. But he's also got the pummel. Don't think he has resources to do both.
True. Is this... Yeah, it's a 2 cost, so he could. He's got the Tunic counter available, but that would be 4 more resources, 5 total. And he needs 4 to activate the hero power and 2 to play the pummel. So very unlikely, unless he's got something funky in the arsenal that I'm not aware of, to be able to do both.
It's just going to be a pummel
yeah.
play on this Flex Strength. Might seem pretty cool, but ultimately this is a 4-card 6. I guess 9 if you factor in the card disruption.
He's got the sink below.
Has got a sink below. It's not going to cover up everything, though, folks. It is still 6 damage. The real blowout would be if Chris was able to find a take it on the chin in addition.
I thought I saw that. when he first drew the card, I was like, is that a take? No, it's not.
I'm sorry, wait, why was so much damage taken by Chris there?
How much did he take?
I think 3? It should have been a total of 6 on that flex strength, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2 plus 4.
Wait, the pummel put it up.
No. Oh, right.
Oh
my gosh.
That's pretty cool.
Steven's putting on a masterclass right here.
We are seeing some really fancy
that's
footwork.
slick.
First, we had the sigil to cancel out the boo. Now we've got the pummel on the flex strength. Awesome play from both players here.
Oh, that is so sick right there. I'm reeling. Steven is a master of this class, but so is Chris Iaali, who has drawn a card now and is activating blood on her hands. Thinking about paying 5 big bad copper, but no.
Goes for
Might be
4.
saving 1. He's still in the tank about this decision.
I think that makes sense. You don't need to put the go again on the second Centauri Saber.
But no, I do think the decision is pop all 5 copper at this point. So it's going to be +1 assigned twice to the left-handed saber. Also go again. Also the ability to swing twice.
Yeah.
So that is all 5 modes right there. Blood in our hands, one of those cards that brings Kassai players to the yard.
Oh, and he's got that slice and dice on the back foot. The second swing is going to be even bigger than the first.
Oh, and there's more than 2 swings. This time, Michael, it's going to be a total of 3 swings. 6 go again here, the first to be answered for Steven Suh. And to make matters worse, all sword swings are free for Chris Iaali. So he's got full steam ahead to generate 2 Vigor tokens on the connection of these Centauri Sabers, or even beef them up for a little bit of extra damage with Brave Forge Bracers.
A little correction, going to 5, which is the correct number the Centauri Saber is coming in for.
And it's a pummel blocked with here for Steven. It gets a flinch from my co-caster because
you just
never
don't
want
wanna
to be
block
blocking
with
with
that.
pummels.
It's 2 block. Going
Vigor
down to
token
8.
generated for Chris Iaali. 1 more resource in the pitch. Following up with the very same Centauri Saber that began this combat chain, this time coming in for 7, because of course Slice and Dice is going to do more work on the second swing than the first. One of those bread and butter non-attack action cards for dual-wielding warriors. Vigor token stolen by Steven Suh from Steel Victory. One of those cards that I really can't stand as a Fang player.
I'm sure. And 2 more to follow it up. So casual, 3-card 14. Pretty good.
Ain't bad at all. Steven now down to 2, squarely on the back foot in terms of the tempo and also the life race. I think he can put that quest to bed at this point, Michael.
Yeah, the crowd won't be booing for a while. Steven kept 3 cards, I believe. Just trying to do something on the back foot here. Pitching Authority of Ataya.
It is a mocking blow in addition to an activation of KO underhanded cheat. Like you said, pitching an Authority of Ataya. Are there defense reactions in the hand of Chris Iaali, though? Not a 1.
He's fine with that.
So only 6 damage here for Chris to answer when he's at a whopping 15. And I got to point out, he's at a whopping 15, but he's also at an effective, let's see, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Yeah. Doesn't like his hand, though, and just blocks with it. Says, I'd rather continue to play the value game instead of taking needless damage when I can draw a card and make my sabers free.
Huge draw here for Chris Iaali. It is Sharpen Steel, but does need a Go Again enabler, so it's going to be Trot Along instead. And Chris able to convert Sharpen Steel on another day. So instead thinking, maybe I would just like to bluff an attack reaction for the remainder of this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. He ends up basically just converting 1 card into 4 damage. In this case, 5, or in terms of value, because he's blocking with a 3 block.
A-okay. And Sharpened Steel is going to look just as good next turn as opposed to this turn. Steven might be in a situation where he can disrespect something like an In the Swing because he has a Sigil of Solace in the hand. Nevertheless,
Yeah.
he reaches for a blocking card.
He's in trouble. He can't even really convert that looking for a scrap. I mean, he can, but he has to pitch the Sigil when you're at 2 life. I really like playing. Oh, he's got the resource from the Tunic. Saving grace there, so.
It's a block of Trot Along. Chris, all too happy to just stymie the bleeding for now and wait for the next turn when he can really put Steven into the bin. What a card to do it. There's a Raisin Army finally in the hand of Chris Iaali with 2 gold on board. 5 go again here is what Steven's Tunic resource is converted into. Not bad at all, but Chris is saying no blocks, which can't be good for the underhanded cheat. Sigil of Solace out of the hand means it's 5 plays 10 when all is said and done. And it's back over to Chris Iaali, who has got victory in his sights.
Pitches a yellow.
And he's got tricks on this turn, too. In the swing
yeah.
is in the hand.
Is that a blood on her hands?
There's a Raisin Army, I know that for certain.
Okay. That's also scary.
But it might be.
He's a little resource light. But yeah, just plays the blood on her hands, probably giving the go again. I like that.
Not bad at all. Because, yeah, unless there was a go again in the arsenal, which there's not, Sharpened Steel, we knew about that. Blood on her hands, that 1 copper really necessary in order to give go again.
I'll activate Kassai. Yeah.
There's a Kosei activation here as well. Perhaps the last one that we will see this game. Steven does have a little bit of insulation. There's a Sink Below in the hand, but also a 2 block.
He's hoping to get away with his hand intact. 6 coming through on the first swing, though, and we know the second swing will be 5 plus the hidden reaction there.
Gold token threatened on this first swing of the Centauri Saber. And also a yellow slice and dice means the bill is going to come on the second swing of a Centauri Saber this turn. 6 go again now. Steven forced to block with a Swing Big, another one of those cards like Pummel you really don't want to be blocking with. Beefs up the Centauri Saber to 7, but Steven has the answer in the form of Sink Below. All damage covered up on the first chain link. The second, though, is Centauri Saber for 4. Definitely going to be 7 if Chris decides to deploy the In the Swing in the hand. But that all depends on how much Steven respects this.
No blocks.
No reaction, says Chris
Interesting.
Iaali. Doesn't want to go for the throat here. Instead, more happy to leave his opponent at a measly 1 life.
It's such an innocuous play, but it's plays like this that just make me realize how good Chris Iaali is at this game. Oh, no reactions or no blocks? Great, no reactions. We'll see what you've got and not give you a chance to blow me out if you do have one. I'll take the 4 damage and get you to 1. Save it for next turn. Really clean.
No Sigil of Solaces left for Steven Suh, so the tricks are not plentiful anymore. There are a couple defense reactions still lurking in the Reviled Heroes deck. There is a Fate Foreseen in the hand for Chris Iaali. Decides not to block with Valiant Dynamo on this turn. He's got a kill shot and a half in this hand, Michael. It is Raisin Army plus Blade Runner. Question is, does he have the blue? Which could really enable some nasty stuff. Finally, Valiant Dynamo comes out and shores up 1 of the 3 damage from Mandible Claw. Down to 7 goes Chris Iaali, but it's effectively at much more because that fridge is still relatively untouched.
I was a little surprised to not see him convert that. You know, it's always nice to keep your armor till the end of the game, but sometimes it's nice to just sort of use it while you can, especially when you have a potential second block behind it.
Slice and dice out of the hand and beefing up this Centauri Saber, the first to come, but certainly not the last, by 1. And you know, come to think of it, Michael, I think Chris did have a Gorganian Tome on a previous turn cycle. Maybe Did he play it?
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Okay, great.
Yeah.
I was thinking I misspotted the Arsenal card.
No, that was the turn
Okay,
he
cool.
played the Trot-along.
Right. Command and Conquer plus Fiendel Spring Tunic blocked with on this Centauri Saber. Go again conveyed by Blade Runner in the blue. Follow up here is a Centauri Saber for a whopping 6 damage. In the swing, backing it up from the Arsenal. Steven only able to block with two cards here, but first he has to convert both of them into blocking cards. That'll be 2 copies of Outside Interference. And then it's 9 total given. And now that play by Chris to hold on to in the swing is huge because it gets over by 1 thanks to the +1 power clause on Centauri Saber after being blocked with by an attack action card. And Chris Iaali showing that he is still a first place winner of a calling for a reason. And he is looking like an absolute monster on Kosei of the Golden Sand.
You know, I overheard you talking to Alex Vore about waiting until you guarantee lethal, and we just saw Chris Iaali display just that. Doesn't get rid of his tool until he knows for a fact that it will kill his opponent, and he does it masterfully.
Unwavering patience for Chris Iaali. First, we're going to go ahead and talk about our brand new sponsor. Once again, we're going to hit it hard. It's Fab Foundry offering you sealed product in addition to high-end Flesh and Blood singles and those ones that just round out your deck so cleanly. This is farm-to-table Flesh and Blood. Fab Foundry has been in the game of Flesh and Blood since 2020. They are early adopters of the game that we know and loved, and they're also kindred spirits with Arcane Games and Events in terms of what we want to provide to the community.
These guys have been out there ripping product to fill their shelves with. They've got packages of commons and rares that you can buy from every set to get yourselves set up and ready for the Silver Age that's about to drop, coming up with Compendium. And yeah, go check their store out. They've got so many singles that you can buy all in one convenient location. They cut out the middleman, and it's cheaper for it.
And listen, if we haven't made a compelling enough reason for you to go to Fab Foundry, cut out that middleman, and get all of the Flesh and Blood product you need, you can also do so by directly supporting the AGE Open Series. Go ahead and scan that QR code at the top of your screen, or go to www.fabfoundry.co/AGELA. That tells Fab Foundry directly that AGE sent you. Folks, that was a long match, if I do say so myself. Got to commend the players for playing at a quick clip and keeping us on par. But yeah, Chris Iaali takes it in the end when those Centauri Sabers are looking a lot more like dual-wielded grindstones.
Yeah, both decks are very mid-range poise, grindy, but we saw Chris Iaali on Kassai's got more grind than Kayo knew what to deal with. Took it in the end.
We're going to go ahead and go to a break, but you keep your eyes glued to the screen because there's more Flesh and Blood coming at you. Don't go anywhere.
Bring it back to me.
Good, honest flesh and blood does carry the day occasionally. The underhanded cheat has been banished to the Shadow Realm, at least for now. Steven Suh, I believe, remains live for top 8, but he's going to have to fight a lot harder than our next competitors, who remain at X and O. First up is Anthony Pham from the AGE Pro Team, and look at all those badges, Michael. Every single Players' Championship that we have offered to the LA region,
Whoa.
Anthony has been there. And mind you, he won 2023.
Wow. Well done on him.
So we got to add some laurels there for any players champions that are in the room. He's posturing like he's playing Riptide today because he, like Talon Stradley, really adores that hero. But in this case, he wants to go a little bit faster. It's going to be Dash IO as the chosen hero for Anthony Pham. His competitor is Ian Shu, who got into the game by playing locals at Anthony Pham's store. Oh. That would be the Lake Forest Kingslayer game. So shout out to hometown homies that are going to be duking it out on the stream for you today.
Sounds like he's going to be hoping to be a Kingslayer today as he faces down the accolades of Anthony Pham.
Accolades are plenty, but it also bears mentioning that Anthony Pham hates the Dodgers, and he would love for me to say that on stream. So with all that out of the way, let's do one more plug, and that's for AGE Premium, ladies and gentlemen, the front page of Competitive Flesh and Blood. We've got written content spattered all over that thing, and a ton of other features coming, all at the measly cost of $10 a month, $10 a month, which can be discounted by an entire month if you pay for an entire year in advance. It's strategy articles, extra AGE games, event discounts, and more. Everybody that plays in AGE in their backyard can get a 10% discount on any purchase of an event ticket.
Yeah, that's awesome. If you're going to AGE events once a month, you're paying for them up front with the premium subscription, plus you're getting all that extra content ripe and ready to get you into the best position to win your games of Flesh and Blood.
So come see what the front page of Competitive Flesh and Blood should look like, because, you know, we're building it. And that's enough tooting of our own horn, Michael. Let's go ahead and toot the horns of Anthony Pham and Ian Shu. We're going to give them the go-ahead and descend about 100 feet behind us to the match floor, where Ian Shu on Vynnset, Iron Maiden, takes on a person he called his sensei, Anthony Pham, on Dash IO. Both these players are at X and O and fighting for a top 8 at the biggest AGE event ever.
Awesome stuff. And I really love to see these dark horses, in this case, Shadow Horse, Vynnset, making it this far in the tournament without a single loss. Dash IO also a little less of a dark horse, but not the top meta pick that I was expecting to see here in the X and O category.
Ian Shu is not just smoking the good stuff, as his sweater would attest. He's also a huge Shadow simp. And this is coming from a guy who entered the game after Chain already left it. So he hasn't really experienced a top dog Shadow hero as of yet. Nevertheless, he loves the talent, loves Vynnset, and loves Levia as well.
I was going to ask, does he play Levia too?
He sure does.
I haven't seen a competitive Levia in a long time.
Maybe we'll get there at some point, but for now, it is just Vynnset Iron Maiden versus the top boosting dog, which is Dash IO. This game could be over in the flash of a pan, but it all depends on whether or not Ian is able to find some disruptive Rune Gate attacks.
Certainly, Ian will be playing the slower side of the matchup. Dash known to go faster than almost anybody else out in the field, but Vynnset, as you mentioned, has so much disruption. Sometimes you slow the game down enough by just ripping those cards out, and you put Dio right in the dirt.
The fist bump is extended. Equipment mostly presented. Ian going for the good-natured fist bump before showing his opponent what he's wearing.
Right here.
I do love the card sleeves there on the side of Anthony Pham, representing the mechanologist to the nines with the FM boost.
You know, Anthony is the coiner of a lot of termage in our Flesh and Blood world. He is Mr. Come to Locals. He is Mr. Pham Boost. And he's also Mr. Honda Pilot, which is represented on those Pham Boost sleeves. Anthony is one of those guys that loves to be the carpool manager. He's a great organizer of human beings, which is why he is our team captain on the AGE Pro team. He just knows how to get people to organize and also how to get them to have a lot of fun. If you have ever been to an AGE event that Anthony Pham has dropped out of, you know there's going to be some cockroach poker going on somewhere in the room, and he's probably going to be having more fun than the people at the feature match table.
He does have a blast even when he's dropping out, as he establishes the cerebellum processor, turn 1, and passes it over.
No crank here, which means that cerebellum processor is going to stick around for quite a few turn cycles more. It's back over to Ian, who is forced to banish one of those cards out of the hand to the Vynnset passive. And it's a juicy one. Deathly Whale in the red will create a rune chant token for his troubles. I did spy a shadow puppetry in the hand for Ian. Oh, and also 2 Malefic Incantations. What a way to start off the rune chant engine for Ian. This is exactly the start that he needs in order to stem the bleeding from the continuous onslaught of Dash.io.
Yeah, really good start there. The only...
And it's back over to Ian, who's got 31 life points after the first onslaught from Anthony Pham. A banish of Phantom Wraith plus Beseech the Demigon is going to equal 2 rune chants at the ready to runegate that card out. So looks like Ian is likely to leave 1 runegate card in the banish for the end of the turn, but it's a perfect setup here as 2 Malefic Incantation verse counters coalesce into the air and become purple circles. 2 rune chants left over and 9 whopping points of damage on the combat chain for Ian Shu here.
Really nice setup into the Deathly Whale, as you mentioned, for next turn. And I think Anthony Pham, without any disruption, will be pretty happy to just take this and ship it.
That is definitely the Dash.io way. Uses her life total as a resource, probably more than any other hero in the game. There are so many game states where the opponent is simply blocking out over and over again, trying to stymie the on-hits of boom grenades and huge damage of maximum velocity, where Dash.io just says, unless you are stopping me from enacting my game plan, I don't care what you're sending my way.
Yep, as another 4 comes through, boosting 0 to 60.
Now, Vynnset was touted as one of the answers, to Aurora Shooting Star when she was in the meta. And for that reason, I definitely think that Ian has some game into Dash.io. Vynnset will, once the engine is online, and I would definitely say Ian's engine, as far as rune chants go, is online, can simply just block with 2 cards, 3 cards, send really hyper-efficient 1-card plays like that Deathly Whale.
Yeah, it gets so overwhelming when you're sending like 1-card 10s every single turn. The rest of it gets to be put on the chain in the form of blocking, which makes it really difficult to connect with cards like Boom Grenade. As we see here, a 4-card or a 4-block meets the 4 power, but Ian takes 3 off the back of the...
That'll be Sprocket Rocket.
Yep, Sprocket Rocket.
Which only came in for 3 because the card banished on the boost was Fast and Furious. This one, Pulse Wave Harpoon, getting rid of a maximum velocity. Anthony might have thought differently about banishing the top card of his deck if he was in a situation where Fatigue was more possible. In this case, Pulse Wave Harpoon rips Deathly Whale out of the hand for Ian, who has 2 Widespread Ruins to accompany them.
If he breaks the chain and goes for that chess piece, I smell a potential Max V in hand anyway.
Okay, it is 2 cards banished. One of them being a backup protocol red, which can confer an on-hit to Heist down the line. So it's maximum velocity out of the hand for Anthony Pham, coming in for a whopping 10. And Ian is at the ready to block at least 3. I could see a world where he just throws both cards in front of this.
Sure. Don't need to banish next turn. You've got the rune chants at the ready. Actually, no, he only has 2, so he does need to banish
you're right.
this. He does need to banish this. So
it's only a block
this.
of 3. Yes,
Yep.
7 damage connects with the life total. Down to 19 goes Ian. Now Anthony, by activating that Teklo Foundry Heart, opens himself up to playing an item off the top. But has he found it is the real question here. It's a pop of the Achilles Accelerator in order to draw a card off of Cerebellum Processor. Must have loved the top of that deck to cash in his boots. His only source of Arcane Barrier, mind you, in order to make that play.
Yeah, you don't really need the Arcane Barrier. And there's a Boom Grenade on top after the fact.
Ooh,
Pretty
Anthony
good.
Pham rewarded to the 9s for that play.
No crank. I like that.
No, it's a full setup turn after dishing out a huge amount of damage.
In the arsenal.
Was it really?
I was very quick. I could have missed it, but
holies.
my eyes do not deceive me.
Okay, Widespread Ruin into the Banish Zone for Ian Shu, and also a Shadow Puppetry
Really
out
nice.
of the arsenal. Fantastic, because Ian is going to be able to proc Vynnset's ability. He will pay 1 life, and he's allowed to do that by playing a Shadow non-attack action, which means that this Deathly Whale has an on-pain effect, which can be reciprocal as long as both heroes have lost life. So Deathly Whale, upon combat chain closure, will generate an additional 2 rune chance.
Pretty good. We call that a 1-card 12 in the business.
And you know, there are also 2 verse counters coming off of Malefic Incantations. So no matter what, Ian is also going to be able to send Widespread Ruin. There's some serious damage coming across the table for Anthony Pham.
Yeah, that's huge. Doesn't even have to close the chain to do it, meaning he can save 2 of the rune chance for next turn.
7 damage here with Go Again thanks to the Shadow Puppetry, and also an on-hit that might seem a little benign, but in the case of Vynnset can be huge if the top of the deck cooperates. If this Deathly Whale connects, Ian Shu will have the opportunity to look at the top card of the deck and banish it if he so chooses. If it's another Rune Gate card that can enable a big turn down the line, you better believe Ian's going to be banishing it.
Yeah, no, it could be effectively being draw a card if things pan out the way that he wants.
7 damage taken from Anthony Pham.
Not
Card
a
on
Rune
top
Gate
of the
card.
deck is a Malefic Incantation, which is banished here, I think astutely by Ian, because he needs blocking cards on this next turn.
Yeah. Also because he'll get to do it again here.
The follow-up is 2 Arcane from the Rune Chance and the Widespread Ruin to follow, which will force both heroes to banish the top card of their deck anyway, so maybe that's Ian's line of thinking as well, because both have taken damage. And Anthony trying to do a little bit of filtration here. I think this game is going a little bit faster than Anthony would have liked. Dash.io would rather have some space here, and Ian is getting into a very real situation where he's got Anthony in must-block situations.
Oh, and he does get a hit off the back of that one. Phantom Wraith.
Huge potentially, especially if Ian is unable to find a Rune Gate card that can be paid for by 3 Rune Chance. In this case, does find a Deathly Whale.
Anthony really needs to pop off here. Ian still has all of his armor to block with.
Going to be very influential here with a yellow Boom Grenade on the combat chain. Ian is going to look immediately to see if he thinks that he can cover up all of this damage. If it is indeed a maximum velocity in the arsenal for Anthony Pham, there's a real possibility that that Boom Grenade is connecting no matter what Ian does.
If Ian sniffs this out and decides to overblock with Face Purgatory, that could really damage Anthony's plans to get the max V out.
Ian definitely can. He's got Machinations of Dominion and a Deathly Whale in the hand, meeting the condition for Face Purgatory's discard draw card effect. It's 2 cards in hand for Anthony, who sits at 11 to Ian's 17. The tension is palpable here between these 2 stalwart players who, based on the body language, you might not assume are friends in real life, but do really have a lot of love for one another.
Ian's in the tank. I wonder if he's thinking about Face Purgatory or just whether or not to take the Boom Grenade here and now and not have to worry about it for the rest of the turn.
It's an enticing proposition when you don't think you can block it out, but if I'm sitting in Ian's seat, and I obviously don't know the arsenal of Anthony, I know 1 maximum velocity has been banished already. I know 1 has been played already.
Yeah, it would be tough to smell this one out in this position. But I think no matter what, being able to block out the Boom Grenade feels important. unless you have a feeling that you can just end the game next turn. If you can't do that, I think you need to be thinking about whether or not you can use the armor on this turn to prevent that boom grenade.
Does look like Face Purgatory is the play here.
I like that.
Could be absolutely huge if you spied the correct card in that arsenal, Michael. So it's a block of 7 here, overblocking by 2, but forcing Anthony Pham to discard a card from hand, one that could be so important in getting off a maximum velocity. Anthony is going to have his save first, though. At instant speed, he resolves yet another yellow boom grenade off the top of the deck. Will it be cranked, though? Anthony gets to hold priority here and check the top of the deck before he decides.
He says no? Oh, he says yes. Yes to cranking it. Gets the extra action point. Loses a boost card.
It's a discard of Fender Bender, one of those cards that I think is unique to Anthony Pham's list. He always has some spice in the glue pieces. He was one of the first adopters of Tag the Target in Syndra. Has since put the Draconic Ninja down after Brand with Cinderclaw was banished. And is now in a more face-up fast deck, I guess I should say.
Breaks the chain to activate the Teklo Foundry Heart. Plays a blue zipper hit. Second boost for the turn. Easy block.
I like this, and because he has the 2 action points, he has the opportunity to find on top of the deck another 0-cost boost card, in which case he would still be able to resolve the maximum velocity that's in the arsenal. Has he found it is the real question here.
Yeah, if he can draw that card like you mentioned with the Cerebellum Processor and the 2 floating and the extra action point, that explains the crank on the boom grenade, but this doesn't look like he has it. He's tanking really hard here.
I would think it is a snap play if he sees a 0-cost boost card on top of the deck. Doesn't seem to be cooperating for Anthony. Now, he will still get value on that extra action point that was generated from the crank of the boom grenade, but it won't be in the way that Anthony wants it. It'll be 2 shots of Symbiosis shot instead.
Yeah, it's not what you want to be doing here.
Yes, it was a maximum velocity in the arsenal.
Yeah.
My co-caster gives me a wry smile as he sniffs out not just that card drawn for Anthony Pham, but also the perfect line for Ian Shu.
What a play. The helmet just coming in at the perfect opportunity.
So huge, and I think the student has certainly become
And
the
it's
master.
Symbiosis shot. He doesn't have the card he needs. Forgoes the draw just to shoot the gun twice, and Ian is more than happy to take those down to 13. He gets to keep 3 cards in hand,
Which means
with
that we're
2
gonna
rune
get
chance.
we're gonna get 2 rune gates on this turn, I think, and also potentially some disruption. There's a Succumb to Temptation in the hand, and Anthony Pham can't prevent arcane damage.
Banishes that Deathly Whale, going up to 3 rune chance.
And this Machinations of Dominion will give overpower, which means that chances are, if Anthony can sniff out a Succumb to Temptation, he's not going to be able to block it out anyway.
It looks like he's just sending it. No machinations on this. Saving it for resources, potentially, if he needs to flash in using the creepers. I kind of like that. If Anthony did block stuff. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't have AB, so it's guaranteed damage.
And also guaranteed Succumb to Temptation at instant speed.
I wonder if he's holding the blue to get an extra rune chant from the gloves then.
He didn't play Machinations, right?
Right, it's in his hand still.
So that could very well be telegraphing a Succumb to Temptation.
I
for
think
Anthony
it's just
Pham.
telegraphing a boots play, if anything.
I don't know. If I'm in Anthony's seat, I'm definitely thinking Succumb.
Okay.
And which is exactly why I think Anthony is doing this block here. Adaptive Plating plus a Galvanize of the Boom Grenade equals a blocked out Deathly Whale, and also no on-hit of Succumb to Temptation. Anthony Pham says, you can't fool me.
Feels good to be ripping cards one way or another from the Dash.io player, especially with that arsenal. 4 cards is usually not enough to activate the maximum velocity.
Now, Ian can close the combat chain here, make a Rune Chant, and send Phantom Wraith, but instead the decision point is just send Flail of Agony straight away. There is no blocking equipment, so a Rune Chant token is going to be bought back immediately. bringing Ian's total up to 2. 1 from the Flail of Agony connecting, and 1 from the Deathly Wail on pain effect on combat chain closure. So both players playing around really meaningful stuff on both sides of the table.
Now, Anthony did take the 1 from the Flail, right? So he should have created 3 total. 1 from the Flail.
No, because he didn't take damage.
He took 1 from the Flail.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I think that was a slight misplay on.
No, you're absolutely right.
If that's not a 3, and it looks like a 2, I think he missed 1 rune chant there. But
no, you are
tough to
100% right, co-caster of mine. I'm sorry for doubting you. I will never do it again.
That was one of my favorite things to do when I was messing around with Vynnset, was get that extra on pain from the Flail. You think, oh, I don't like taking a damage. Well, sometimes you get it paid back in the form of a rune chant.
The null time zone off the top of the deck for Anthony Pham. Cranked, of course, which is why we're representing 2 action points. But then the hand, Michael, is 2 Teklo Pounders.
Great.
This is devastating for Anthony in this situation.
I'm curious why he didn't pitch 1 to play that. But I guess he's got a different plan than I've got.
Well, Convection Amplifier would eat up an action point as well, so...
Well, sure, but he could have pitched one of his blues to... I mean, I don't know.
It's a rough hand no matter which way you slice it. The choice is... Oh, I can't quite make it out, Michael.
Yeah.
Are your eyes better than mine?
No.
Okay, Teklo Pounder resolved here. We're going to see if we can confirm what Anthony has written on that sheet of paper. That is, of course, the card chosen for Null Time Zone, which actually was not cranked. I think that 2 action points floating was from the previous turn cycle. And Ian has full steam ahead to both do some setup and also some serious pain here. Now, his decision to hold back the Machinations of Dominion is looking chef's kiss, is the way it's looking.
Yeah, he just didn't need it. Now he's set up to have an overpowered 6 damage coming through, 3 rune chants, and Anthony's sitting at 7.
Automatically has to take that 3. Shadow Puppetry apparently was the choice on Null Time Zone. So Ian getting a little bit of good variance based on the Go Again enabler that he arsenaled previously. 6 Go Again overpower and no more equipment to shore up this damage. But luckily for Anthony Pham, there's no succumb to temptation in the hand for Ian this time.
Yeah, I think Anthony should be at 4 with the rune chants having come through.
I think he already...
Yeah, no, there
we go.
They just updated it. 6 now, meaning he'll go to 1 when this connects. And now he is 1 Vynnset activation and a rune chant away. I don't think Ian has it, though.
It's Spellbound Creepers here, so 2 action points remaining for Ian here.
And there's the rune chant. That's
and
game.
That is it. Anthony Pham descends to the pits in the favor of his student from Kingslayer Games, Ian Shu, showing that he has learned so much from Anthony Pham, enough to even take him down on his incredible X&O run so far at the biggest AG Open ever.
I mean, I'm extremely impressed with Ian's play there. Not only is the student defeating the master, but he's doing it on Vynnset.
A deck that is definitely more out of the meta than Dash.io, I guess I would say.
Sure. I mean, it's not one that I see represented all that often, but I will say when I do see people showing up with it, it's usually because they know how to play it pretty darn well.
Exactly, and I do think that maybe we should have Ian and Anthony in the booth to tell the story of that game because, man, I think they are just... They're kindred spirits in a lot of ways. Both of them love to have fun, and they love one another. It looked really intense right there, but I think there is nothing but excitement from Anthony Pham. Maybe a little bit of consternation, but Anthony loves to see people grow.
Yeah.
And Ian has definitely shown that he's done so in this game.
That's awesome.
Okay, well, more on that in a little bit. We'll see if we can get a loser into the booth in addition to the winner, or if Anthony's a little bit too salty. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn there. But first, we do have to talk about our brand new sponsor for AGELA. And that is, of course, Fabtcg, who has got all of the high-end Flesh and Blood cards. Look at that. Gold foils to the 9s. If you want the drip, you need to head over to Fabtcg. You can scan the QR code on your screen or go to the link below, www.fabtcg.co/AGELA. Let them know that you sent us, and they are going to hook you up. That's Fabtcg for singles, sealed product, commons, and rare playsets, but no middlemen. It's pure Flesh and Blood player-to-player sales going on over there.
Yeah, I love to see that. It's always such an annoyance to have to go to 15 different vendors for your 15 different cards. No more. Just one place, one package. It all gets delivered right to you. Fabtcg.
And it's not just online where you can see Fabtcg. They are also one of the premier tournament organizers, partners of Legend Story Studios. Just next weekend, they will be running Calling Columbus, and you better believe that they're going to have a vendor booth set up there. Go ahead and go see Travis and all of his friends at the vendor booth, but also walk up with a smile, because that guy's going to hook you up with your Go Again packages, your Fabled packages, and everything else that you need to compete at a high-level Flesh and Blood event. Besides that, we're going to see them towards the end of the year at Pro Tour Las Vegas, and I cannot tell you how exciting it is to have a tournament organizer running such a big event that cares so much for the game.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, we are going to be back in short order with an interview with Ian Shu, and perhaps running the booth with him is Anthony Pham. I'm going to go see if I can entice him in there too.
Love it.
You know, give an interview with his acolyte who has just dethroned him on his road to the top 8. So we'll be back with more upsets and more Flesh and Blood and more interviews with the great people that play this game after this.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with the round 5 winner, Ian Shu.
Yeah.
Congratulations. The student becomes the master as he takes down Anthony Pham. The first thing that I want to know is a little bit about your history with Anthony and what this game meant to you on camera, taking him down.
So I think my backstory is actually kind of interesting with Anthony because I used to play Magic a lot. I used to be really into that. And then I was like, okay, well, my local game store is Kingslayer, so I see Anthony all the time. I was kind of like, what game should I pick up? He's like, Flesh and Blood is a pretty good game. So I go in for Squire training, which is like their kind of learn how to play the game sort of thing. And so I play against him. He's like, yeah, I have these decks over here. And he completely smokes me.
Yeah.
He like holds nothing back. I'm like, screw you, Anthony. I'm going to learn this game just to beat you. And so I was deciding on what hero I wanted to play in the very beginning. This was pre-Rosetta.
Yeah.
I was looking at a tier list because I was like, okay, let's see like what's good in the meta. Right? So I see all these heroes and it's like, at the very bottom of the tier list, there sits all my shadow heroes, which I really love.
Yeah.
And it's like the person that does the tier list says, Vynnset, I would put her F tier, if not for the fact that she's good into Enigma, and Enigma is S tier at that time. So I was like,
you get a D tier out of it.
I get a D tier out of it, right? So I'm like, I'm just going to play Vynnset. And I text this to Anthony, and he's like, don't play Vynnset, bro. I'm like, he like play Enigma, play something that's board state.
Well, you know why he didn't want you to play Vynnset? Because he didn't want you to embarrass him in front of the whole world by playing a D tier hero and taking him down.
Yeah. I mean, definitely it comes full circle for me. I really love that.
Yeah.
I think Anthony is still a really great player. Of course, I still feel like he is my teacher. He will forever be my master. I think for today, it's a little bit of a fluke. I did high roll him a little bit. If you watch that game,
we saw the start. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, but you went second.
Yeah.
You didn't even win the die roll.
Yeah. I mean, I've been losing out all my die rolls today, so I think that might be the play, honestly. Go second.
Just lose the die roll and then get that deck nice and stacked.
Oh, yeah. True.
So, I got to say, though, so you are a Shadow Simp. You obviously decided that you wanted to play them, but like, is it a flavor thing? Like, how did you come to that decision? You said you looked at the tier list trying to figure out which you wanted to play, and then you said, F the tier list, and you just picked the worst one.
Yeah.
And then you made it work. So how, like, is it the flavor?
So it is a little bit of the flavor.
Yeah.
I definitely like the flavor of paying life or alternate resources for...
I bet you're a black player, huh, in Magic?
A little bit.
Okay.
I do enjoy red a lot just because
yeah.
you get the draw off the top where you banish random cards and then you get to do all that.
Oh, you're doing that with Vynnset.
Yeah. So I definitely like the fact that it's like, oh, you're a 3 intellect hero, but like if you pay life, you get more intellect, right? Yeah. So I mean, that's kind of what appealed to me. I really like the aesthetic. I really like all the cards. Like my favorite card is Slay, even though it's terrible. But you know what? Down with Solana. Hate those guys.
Yeah. Well, so we've got your history now. Let's talk a little bit about the game. We already mentioned that in the very first turn, you were able to establish 2 machinations. How are you feeling at that point? And like, walk me through sort of what went on that game.
So the deal matchup in my head is I need to bring a little bit more defensive. Like that game, I had the Temper 2 in the chest, and then the Block 2, the Battle Worn 2 on my arms, right? Yep. So Grasp. So I'm playing a little bit more defensive.
Yeah,
but
you got the Runeblade Fridge.
Yeah. Pretty much. That's why people hate Runeblade, right?
Yeah.
But then when I see the 2 Malefics, I'm like, okay. Like, I don't need to play defensive for the rest of the game. There's definitely some turns where I can think a little bit more about, like, just not blocking. I think for Vynnset into that matchup specifically, sometimes you'd have to be okay with them just hitting you with the grenade and just be like, you know what? They send another 4 damage this turn. Like, I just have to be okay with that. I have to, like, threaten damage. I need to come back a little bit. Of course, fatigue is always an angle, but I feel like since you have so many 2 blocks left in the deck, usually if your deck, like, vibes well a little bit with you, you can usually get there and kill them.
Yeah. One turn that just blew me away that you kind of sniffed it out was the turn that you used your headpiece, the Face Purgatory. We both knew that there was a maximum velocity in the arsenal. He had flashed it earlier, and we were aware. And I was sitting there talking to my co-caster, Bryce, saying, man, if he puts that headpiece in front right now and makes him discard a card, the max V is out. Did you have a sense that you were shutting him down that hard when you put that helmet in front?
So that turn, it's kind of just a numbers game with Dio. It's like, can they get 3 boosts into a max V?
Yeah.
He did have a Cerebellum on board, so there's always a chance that he high rolls, gets an item, draws another boost card, sends it, plays the max V anyway. But, I mean, in that scenario, I'm more like, okay, let's stop him from getting to 3 boosts first, right? And then also he had 2 grenades on that board, so I'm like, okay, this is just kind of a value block turn. I'm kind of ahead. I'm going to use this face at some point anyway. We're getting low on life. He brought no AB. I can kind of just like kill him through the rest of it. I think here value blocking is good. Yeah, I give up my attack, but if I just high roll, draw an attack off the top, and I traded my yellow Deathly Whale for a red Deathly Whale, so it's kind of crazy.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
The one thing that I will say, though, is that it can sometimes be really tempting to go 5 damage, here's 5 block. I don't want to go over, but your usage of that headpiece was really the thing that shut him down. So really heads-up play on your part. And that was the thing that, you know, when I saw you do that, I was thinking, this is a good Flesh and Blood player. This is someone that understands the matchup, understands what you could be doing, and you just ripped his turn apart. And ultimately, I think, took the game off the back of that play.
Yeah. I mean, in that position as well, it's not just 5 damage, right? It's the 2 boom grenades on the back.
Yeah.
It's technically 11. And also, like, usually Dio, they're not going to present more than 5 or 6. If they're on the throttle list, so be it, whatever.
Right.
They're usually not going to resolve Maxi on that turn anyway, right? So usually your headpiece is not going to get the full like block value, and you just have to be okay with that. In a lot of other matchups, sometimes the same thing. Like in the Syndra matchup that I played earlier today, your headpiece is not going to get that much value off the block. You just want the draw discard.
Yeah, are you ever putting it in front of a 4 power attack?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Because, I mean, there's a certain point where it's like, maybe just better to get the 2 block and not deal with the draw discard effect, because you're still giving up a card. You have to give 2 and then you get 1 back. So
I think in specific matchups where your opponent has to try to kill you, it's a lot more valuable getting the draw discard, just because you stop them from doing their play.
Yeah.
And every single card you rip out of their hand, that's why Cole is so good. They have to reevaluate what they're going to do on their turn, right? That's why, like, playing a Cole on your opponent's turn, yeah, you give up a card in your hand, but they have to reevaluate their whole turn. Suddenly, their perfect cost curve that they were going to do, that they were going to put in this line doesn't work out well. And sure, you're losing value, but they might potentially lose even more value than you, because suddenly they're at 2 pitch, they IP'd a card like...
Yeah, I mean, so what I'm hearing is if you're against an aggressive deck, you'd rather just pull cards out, even if you have to overblock to do it.
Oh, yeah.
You're shutting their turn down, and they're usually gaining value the longer they string together those turns. So ripping one out is worth a lot.
Yeah.
So you are now still X-0, 5-0 at this point. Feeling pretty good, I'm sure, with 2 rounds left. I think you're either locked in now or very close to being locked in. You're in a really good position. Tell me about your history at AGE. Is this your first one? Have you been to AGE before?
So I played like 4 last season.
Okay.
Didn't do really that well.
Sure.
I think a lot of the times I was kind of stumbling just because of nerves and stuff.
Yeah.
Like playing against big names. Like I kind of call them out now. I rag on them a little bit. But like having your first AGE, first ever game be against Peter Buddensiek is... It's kind of a crazy way to get into the game.
Yeah.
And like, I think at that point in the game, I played like maybe for like 4 months, 5 months, something like that. And then like, you know, he's a good player. He's playing really well. And then like, you get down to it, and like, he's kind of like calling you out for slow playing, and then the nerves kind of just get to you at that point.
Absolutely.
So I think, yeah, I don't think I'm a bad player. I think my decks can kind of just stumble sometimes. Like today, I think part of the reason why I'm X&O is because my deck has been doing really well. Like it's...
Well, if you talk to any top Flesh and Blood player, they will tell you in order to win a tournament, you have to get lucky.
Yeah.
There's no path to the top without luck, because there's so many good players in the game. You're going to sit down in front of them, and when that happens, you need luck on your side.
Yeah.
So no slights against your skill when you get lucky as well.
100%. It's just that every single time I show up with the Shadow Hero, Anthony's always like, bro, you're already X&1. You're going to lose to yourself one of these games. I'm like, bro, come on, man. Just let me play the game.
I mean, speaking of that, we were legitimately thinking about asking him to be the one to interview you, and he declined because of how tilted he was. So congratulations to the utmost extreme for that. It's not easy to tilt that guy, but man, when you do it, I mean, I know when I do it, it feels good. I don't do it very often. Usually he puts me in the dirt, so feels good to take him down. But now that you are winning here, you've got a really good beginning to the AGE season. How you feeling about today and about the rest of the upcoming AGE events?
I'm feeling pretty good about today. Definitely feel like Lady Luck is smiling on my side a little bit today. been playing pretty clean, I will say, for myself as well. Been really enjoying all like the tech pieces that I've been working on kind of coming together over the fruition of everything. And just looking at the rest of the AGs, feeling good about like just coming and like playing and just be okay. Because all of last year I came and I just played and I think I maybe top 16 once.
Sure.
So, you know.
I mean, with a start like this, it feels like maybe you might be cresting into the Players Championship maybe territory. Because when you seriously, when you start out this good, if you just keep showing up, all you need to do is get more points than everyone else.
Yeah,
And showing up is how you do it.
Definitely don't want to jinx it, though. So.
No. But, yeah, I mean, surely you can at least top 16 a couple more. There are people that make it to the Players' Championship that never top 8.
Oh, yeah.
They just keep showing up and getting 12th through 10th and get their points and make it through. Yeah. So I think we can start wrapping it up here. Do you have any shout-outs or anyone you want to thank?
Yeah. So big thing, my Vynnset list, if you were watching it today, was on Grasp. And Reaping Blade is my sideboard, but I usually play it in the most matchups.
Wow.
So I love the Grasp Reaping Blade. It's a tech that Dennis Pham kind of introduced me to. So big shout out to him because I don't think I would be here without him. Big shout out to Anthony.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been there for me, Mr. Come to Locals.
Awesome.
Kind of my mentor. And then whenever I beat him, it always feels good.
It
Doesn't happen often. Doesn't happen often.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations once again. Thank you for the interview. And for you folks at home, don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood coming up after this.
At Arcane Games and Events, we have newcomers and titans alike, which is the story of our next matchup. It is Peter Buddensiek, our reigning Players Champion, and also a man that has qualified for every single Players Championship, despite the fact that he hails from Las Vegas, not Southern California.
Yeah, he is a winning player here, 23, 24, 25, as you mentioned, all 3 years, once again, coming in at that top 16 at the end of the year.
Now, he's been making a lot of big waves, but it was all on Syndra, Drakai of Retribution. He's lost a couple tools from Syndra's suite of late. I'm talking, of course, about the most recent ban and restricted announcement where Brand with Cinderclaw was stripped in all colors away from the Draconic Ninja. Peter is trying to build off of a strong last year and branch out into other decks and strategies that he's not comfortable with. And I think it's only because those Brand with Cinderclaws were pried from his warm hands in order to get him to switch. And now he's kind of back to his roots. I've already mentioned that Peter was one of those original Wizard Council members. Well, he's found a new wizard, and it's a lightning-y one.
Yeah, Oscilio doing really aggressive things. It's no surprise to me that he would switch over to that when Syndra falls by the wayside, both of which can just go so fast in end games.
Now, Peter is at X1, as is his opponent, Joel Recinos III, and they are getting ever closer to the top 8 cut here. Once again, there's 85 people in the room, which makes this top 8 cut way harder to get to than it normally is. And this is how it all breaks down. Even though that the cash is only going to go to the top 8, that 1,000 USD that'll be split as it appears on your screen, but there is also AGE points on offer today, and those will go to everyone in the room. All participants will gain 1 no matter their records. 13th through 16th, though, will go home with a bonus 7, 9th through 12th, a bonus 11, and then everybody else in the top 8 gets a hefty host of AGE points. And those are all going to add up, Michael, towards qualifying for the Players' Championship at the end of the year. That's the real juice that everybody's after today.
Absolutely. I got to say, coming out and getting top 8 early, first AGE of the season is a great way to start things out if your goal is to hit the Players' Championship at the end of the year. So looking forward to see how these games fall as the winners dwindle down to the final cut and the losers fall out of the running.
You know, that's the goal of the people in the room. But if your goal is to fill out your deck with the singles that are necessary in order to play this great game of Flesh and Blood, you better get on over to Fab Foundry. Their easy-to-use website is going to help you get all of the cards that you need to compete at the very highest level, either at Arcane Games and Events Open Series or out there abroad in perhaps one of the amazing events that they will be running on behalf of LSS. Looking at you, Colin, Columbus, and upcoming Pro Tour Las Vegas. Go ahead and scan that QR code or go to the link at the bottom of your screen. Tell them that AGE sent you, and they'll get you all set up with the singles, the sealed product, and the commons and rare playsets that you need for Flesh and Blood.
And I got to say, I just love the common and rare playset specifically because of the upcoming Silver Age. It's going to be such a great way to cheaply fill out your kit and get every single card you need to play every single hero on the cheap, because they just put those packages together for you, give you an entire playset of every card from a set of your choosing, and they do it all at a pretty darn good cost.
Well, enough about our sponsor, Michael. It's time to witness some amazing games of Flesh and Blood being played. So let's go ahead and alert our players and get on back down to the match area. It's Peter Buddensiek on X1 and Oscilio Constella Intelligence versus the same record, but in the hand. Well, yeah, hand
In
of
the
Joel
singular
Recinos.
hand.
The singular hand of Joel Recinos, who is gripping both an X1 record and also a mandible claw, ready to gouge Peter Buddensiek if he dares.
Yeah, looking forward to this match. I think that this one is pretty even, all things considered. Oscilio has the potential to go extremely fast, as does Kayo. Kayo, looking at the equipment spread, looks like he did not bring any Arcane Barrier, so really slanting aggressively here rather than trying to play that mid-range game plan. Says, I don't care about your Arcane damage. I'm just going to go faster than you.
And I think that makes a lot of sense in the Brute seat. This is one of the matchups where I am playing Oscilio. I'd rather not see it, ultimately. A Blood Rush Bellow here or there can spell absolute doom for Oscilio, who should be starting at, does start at 36 life points, but plays a Sigil of Solace and goes almost up to the starting life total of his opponent.
Takes a slight lead there. Not usually happening at the first turn of the game, but the evasive damage Arcane plus the evasive healing of Sigil of Solace means that he starts out in the lead.
Right now, 39 plays 38. Front foot for Peter Buddensiek, who's bought a little bit of a life buffer. Joel Recinos, though, coming out swinging, has generated an agility token on his opponent's turn 0, and now gets to come in with Mandible Claw for 3 go again. Not the worst it could have gone for Peter. Much more devastating would be something like swing big straight into Show of Strength, but, you know, extra action points are A-OK when you're on the side of Kayo, and yeesh, Joel has drawn up a hand almost completely full of blues, which is okay right now because he's still able to dish out some damage. Where I'm more worried is down the line when he draws up nothing but reds and yellows.
Yeah, sometimes it can just be a curse, not because the turn itself is bad, but because it shows the order that the deck is in. If you're drawing a bunch of blues now, it means you probably have some reds clumped up later. So a little bit scary, but, you know, we'll have to wait to see how the cards fall. That's not necessarily going to be the case, as Peter uses the Oscilio hero power to get rid of an instant, maybe find a better blocking card as he puts the yellow Blast to Oblivion along with a Sink Below to fully cover that damage.
Okay, so Peter losing a little bit of value on the defense there because Smashing Ground only came in for a measly 5. But, you know, still staying at your starting life total, even though 2 turns have elapsed, are pretty good when you're facing down huge damage from Kayo. In this case, the huge damage is on the side of Peter Buddensiek, and it looks a little bit different. It's a Comet Storm coming in for 5 Arcane. Joel has no Arcane barrier to speak of, so he accepts it readily. Down to 33 he goes.
Both players with a little bit of a slow start, just posturing here, but now finally Joel hitting the gas with a red Wild Ride.
Now, one of the cool things about the facelifted Arcane Games and Events website is that there's so much data available for any player that has graced us with their presence at the AGE Open Series. So I can tell you, guaranteed, that that these players have not faced each other at an AGE Open yet. This is the first battleground for Joel and Peter, and we get to watch it all on camera.
That's exciting. Very cool. One of the, like you mentioned, cool things about this entire circuit is the amount of data that we are recording, the amount of information available to you, whether you're a player or just looking to see how things are shaping up as the meta evolves. You can head over to the website and look at almost anything your heart desires. Just look up the player of your choice and you can see all the matchups, all the decks, the win-loss ratios, and more.
Show of Strength on the combat chain after Wild Ride does its nasty duty. Peter is already at 30, but he faces down an additional 8. It's only 7 minutes elapsed so far in this game, but the spot. And in retort, Peter Buddensiek establishes a Sigil of Aether, electrostatic discharge into Blast to Oblivion. If there is another instant in the hand, Peter would have the opportunity to go ahead and bounce Sigil of Aether back to the hand, thereby dealing 1 arcane damage to Joel Recinos. He would also have the opportunity to activate Volzar the Lightning Rod in response in order to just get some extra damage on that ping of 1 arcane.
I do really like the Sigil of Aether for that reason. It kind of, it's a glue piece that fits a lot of different roles, one of which is it can just be that arcane source that you need to get value out of Volzar. So seeing if Peter has the instant, either in the arsenal or in hand.
Can also be a board state disruptor if you're facing down the likes of Gravy Bones or even Prism.
True, yeah, it's any target you can target with that arcane damage.
Joel Recinos, the third of his name, facing down 7 physical damage here in the form of a Blast to Oblivion. Card in arsenal and 4 cards in hand. This one maybe looking a little more cooperative because he's not respecting this physical damage whatsoever. I didn't catch a action point enabler for Joel, but nevertheless, could be relevant here. Comet Storm, consigned to Cosmos Shock. Played out for Peter Buddensiek, who bounces back the Sigil of Aether, as he is able to do thanks to the fact that Blast to Oblivion is on the combat chain. Peter's also going to replay it out because he doesn't need to reset that arsenal. Also going to activate Volzar the Lightning Rod, add instant speed, so this Consigned to Cosmos Shock is going to be coming in for 5.
Yeah, it gets the 1 extra amp from the Sigil itself, so really amping that up, so to speak, in the reaction step.
And a bit of a tech card from Joel Recinos. No Fear banishes all the cards from the hand and shores up 2+1 for each of those cards that has 6 or more power. So Joel Recinos takes no damage from that big arcane spell whatsoever, even though he has no arcane barrier.
Wow, that was clean.
For a second, I was sitting there, I was like, why is he revealing his hand? This ain't no Mind Warp. This ain't no cut from the same cloth.
No Fear, not a card I see deployed very often on camera, but coming in really clutch in that scenario, especially when you've got no arcane barrier.
You've got to laud Joel for that choice in the sideboarding.
Able to keep the life lead now with 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal means he's well positioned to start to run away with this game if his hand is cooperative.
Might token pops for Joel Recinos, and also so does the Savage Sash, which I don't believe Joel blocked with on the previous turn. Am I mistaken about that?
I think you're right. So losing out on that 2-block value in order to cash this in. Blue flooded once again, though, as he sends a blue Buck Wild and pitches a blue to fuel it.
So this Buck Wild only going to cost 2 instead of the printed value of 3, thanks to Savage Sash being used previously on the turn. But still representing big bad 5 damage here.
Yeah, is it 6 with the might? Can't quite see
I'm sorry,
the die.
it should be 6 if a might popped at the beginning of the turn. You are absolutely right. And then the follow-up is a big, nasty swing big when Joel, I believe, has another one of those big 2-cost attacks ready for the arsenal.
Yeah, so using the chess piece there just to make his hand efficient. 3 cost into a 2 cost, you can pay for that with just 1 blue when you discount them both. And pretty efficient, especially being able to block out as well as he did. Now he's got 25 life playing against 16, and Peter's starting to get into that scary range where if he's not able to piece together a really big pop-off soon, he's going to be in trouble.
And you know, Oscilios can make your life total gone in a flash, but they've got to have that prerequisite card. Right now, Peter is very attack flooded. Ooh, and forced to discard a Sigil of Solace. Never what you want to be doing when you're trying to stem the bleeding. The card found, though, is an Etchings of Arcana. With no instance, at least in the hand, this hand is fairly non-functional.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. He had the Flittering Charge in hand. He needs the instance to give it go again. This kind of just prevented him from being able to do that. He could still potentially block with his Flash of Brilliance and bounce the Sigil of Aether to get some fuel for the go again, but ended up giving away his only source at the time.
Could it mean that there's an instant lying in wait in the arsenal?
Very much could mean that.
Blast to Oblivion, the only blocking card on this swing big. So 6 damage comes across the finish line and meets Peter Buddensiek's life total down at 10. Sigil of Aether pops at the beginning of Peter Buddensiek's action phase. So it's 1 arcane damage, accepted readily by Joel, down to 24. 1 amp is at the ready for Peter. And it is a Flittering Charge out of the hand. I think there's definitely an instant in the arsenal for Peter.
That would make sense.
Now, the tricky bit for Peter is if that instant is not an aura with Sigil in its name, Clash 1 readily by Joel Recinos. Vigor token going to be generated there. And then Joel has the opportunity to put that Beast Within on the bottom of the deck. Please excuse me for interrupting myself. But it's a card with Sigil in its name, but is not an aura with Sigil in its name. So this Volzar Lightning Rod will still cost 1. And Peter will be unable to amp Etchings of Arcana past the 1 gained by Sigil of Aether. Unless, of course, he pays for a card, pays with that Flittering Charge left in hand, as he does. 5 Arcane coming across Joel Recinos' way.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a bit of a clunker on Peter's side, doing the best that he can with what he has Didn't have the sigil to pay for the lightning rod, so had to pitch a card instead.
Surge trigger happens here. Joel down to 19 now. Peter decides to find the Sigil of Aether and then immediately discard it with the Oscilio ability and change the card in Arsenal for the one on top of the deck. Didn't quite catch which one it was, but I do think there's finally a copy of Gone in a Flash in the hand of Peter Buddensiek.
Yeah, if Peter can actually survive this turn without using blocking cards, he's got gas.
And my mistake, folks, it was not a Gone in a Flash unless it was the cheeky card sneaked from the top of the deck into the arsenal. Instead, it is a Blast to Oblivion. Less enticing here.
Still, Blast with Blink plus a Mind Warp. Really what he wants to be doing is just amping as much as possible and getting that Mind Warp to disrupt Joel.
My man needs a Sigil, man.
There's one.
There's one.
Okay.
Sigil of Brilliance in the hand now after Peter filters out a Blink. But a lot of damage needs to be answered here, especially when Joel went ahead and popped his beaten trackers upon discarding a Swing Big. The follow-up here.
I'm sorry. Showed you floating.
Looks like the follow-up would have to just be a Beast Within.
Yeah.
He did discard a card, so he can still claw. So this is meaningful damage.
This
He's
is meaningful
presenting
damage. I was confused.
17 total.
I was confused until Joel remembered the Vigor token that popped at the beginning of the turn. Now this turn makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be able to go 8 into 3, which is 11, plus an additional 6. This is definitely threatening lethal, even through the equipment blocks of Peter Buddensiek.
Yeah, Peter's going to have to block with at least something from hand, if not everything that he can block with. Okay to take a vanilla 8 up front.
And now this is not the combo turn for Peter. Definitely not. He might have to cash in his Lightning Greaves to make something happen, but even if it was, Joel still has Scowling Fleshbag at the ready in the equipment zone, which on an Oscilio combo turn is not going to stop the bleeding, but it can absolutely make you deploy your Arcane spell 1 chain link early.
3 more coming across. Go again.
Now, can you imagine a world where Joel Recinos does not discard the Swing Big on the Bear Fangs? That's a hefty amount of damage right there.
Yeah. I think he's got enough anyway. I don't think he needed it. So we see Peter now reaching for the equipment, just trying to keep his hand if at all possible. He is praying Joel is bricked on resources.
2 damage comes across the line. Peter down to 3 now to Joel's 19, but there's 6 more damage to deal with here, and it can't be done with equipment alone.
Oh, sync below from Arsenal.
And that is huge. That was the... Oh, no, it wasn't random because Peter saw the Sync Below on top of the deck from the Vigorous Smash Up.
Yeah, that's true. So really well played there. It explains why he was so quick to Arsenal.
So clean, yep.
Now he has some disruption. We'll see if it's enough to claw him back. Joel's still sitting at 19 life. He needs to pop off.
Peter's also going to be able to draw a card after bouncing Sigil of Brilliance back to the hand.
Yeah.
So it could get even nastier for Joel. Right now, it's just 4 on the combat chain to Joel's 19, who is fairly insulated. Could it be time to hit the flashback button?
I do like that. I like that a lot.
If Joel hits it, he either gets the blink or the arcane spell that Peter wants to send.
I mean, he can always respond. They're instant, so you can respond in the defense
But then
window.
you still lose the Mind Warp.
Yeah, it's true.
So card drawn here. It is Command and Conquer for Peter Buddensiek. One of those very contentious cards in Oscilio lists, I think.
Yeah. I think that's destined for the Arsenal, if I had to guess here. The Mind Warp disrupting the hand is just far too valuable here.
Sigil of Brilliance played out here. And yes, Mind Warp plus the amp from Volzar equals 6 arcane damage here. If it deals more than 2, Joel will be forced to shuffle his hand into his deck and draw that many cards -1.
No fear here. So he's going to shuffle that up.
That
Take
might
the
be okay
6.
for Joel. I mean,
Yeah.
if Peter's anything like me, he just put a Blood Rush Bellows into his opponent's hand when he's at 2. But we'll
yeah,
see.
he's praying for the all-red hand. Something that is just... I think if he can only send 8, Peter's really happy with that.
Just needs some sort of a ceiling placed on Joel's next turn. And with the beaten trackers gone, action points could be a real issue here.
He's going to have 3 cards to work with. Praying that one of them is not a Blood Rush Bellows for Peter.
But you know, Joel has not resolved a single copy of that card yet. There's still 3 at the ready in the deck. And furthermore, that all red hand that Peter really wants Joel to see is a lot less likely now that all of those, now that that blue flood that we saw on turn 0 is safely placed back into the deck.
Yeah, shuffled up and new order here. 3 cards drawn.
I see a Massacre. I
Is that
see a
3?
Buck
Oh,
Wild.
it's a red.
There is a blue, so it's a blue and 2 reds.
Or-
Joel
yeah.
is going to be able to do something on this turn.
Now the question is, does Peter have a hand that can block? That can sometimes spell doom for Oscilio. I see 1 3 block in the form of Current Funnel and another one in the form of another Mind Warp, although if Peter can resolve that Mind Warp, I'm sure he would prefer to do that.
Yes, Joel is resolving the Massacre here because he just doesn't have the resources to take advantage of the go-again clause of the Buck Wild in hand. So he's going to hope that he gets 1 more turn to go wide enough to put Peter in the bin. Now Peter is going to be forced to be blocking with some of those juicy block 3s. Does have the opportunity to block with Flash of Brilliance as well to see if he can get back to 4 cards and put on the hurt.
Yeah, it's very useful to be able to draw a card off that helmet block, the Sigil of Brilliance being the premier target for that card.
The more I play Oscilio, the more I find myself bouncing the ones that give you Embodiment of Lightning, I will say.
I think defensively posturing, though, this is really helpful because it gives you another card to play with.
Old Knocker being thumbed here, which would basically mean that Peter is not going to do any form of a combo turn for the rest of the game. It's placed back into the chest slot as Peter reconsiders. And now, looks to be 6 on 7 for the blocks. Trigger of Flash of Brilliance. Peter seems to be throwing it away.
Plays a second one, so he just wants to filter and find something else to work with.
Peter also has the opportunity before those sigils pop to utilize Aether Bindings of the Third Age at instant speed. So not only are they going to be drawing some extra cards, they're also going to be amping in addition, which means that already this Mind Warp is online. And also the 2 cards drawn for Peter aren't bad either. Flittering Charge plus Electromagnetic Somersault mean a 4 go again at the beginning of this.
And he will have the resource to activate Volzar using Old Knocker if he needs it.
Or he could even, after bouncing Flittering Charge back into the hand, just pitch that.
Yeah.
1 plays 9 here.
I wonder, this might actually... No, he doesn't have the resources if he uses the Lightning Greaves, but he could get an additional action point to play the Flittering Charge, but he doesn't have the Sigil on the table to discount Volzar, so he will not be able to make that play.
Right. Could be a Sigil in the... No, it's a Command and Conquer in the arsenal. Yikes.
Yep. So he's... There's...
There's an opportunity for Peter to go back to the well and activate Oscilio, but then you're basically making it possible that you whiff.
I think you need that instant. If you don't have the instant, you're in trouble.
He's got to threaten as much damage as humanly possible. Based on Aether Bindings and Mind Warp, he's already going to be threatening 4 and some disruption for Joel. But Joel is much more insulated from that with a card already in Arsenal. What he's not insulated from
does activate Oscilio.
Is a huge amount of damage, making it so that Peter gets Joel into shock range. And yes, it is a Channel Lightning Valley. Going to be huge for Peter here.
That's good. You can see him nodding. He's really happy with what he saw. I hope he didn't oversell it, because if Joel sniffs it out and puts the breakpoints.
And it is an activation of Lightning Greaves, paid for by the resource gained by Old Knocker.
Interesting choice here. Playing the Channel Lightning Valley first.
Yeah, a curious choice here. Because yes, it will get Peter an action point, but he could have had 2 by sending the Flittering Charge first. Oh, right, but he doesn't have the Electromagnetic Somersault now.
Right, yeah. I guess it would be too risky if he were to block out
And it's a no fear again from Joel Recinos, coming in at the perfect time, reducing the damage dealt here to 2. No surge effect here, and Joel is going to get those 2 blues back. 1 plays 7, but Joel might have just sent the kill shot.
Wait a minute.
It's command
CNC
and conquer.
coming through, and the hand is banished.
But there's 4 blocks still in the equipment suite.
Wait, did he hold a card back?
He did.
Oh.
Yeah. Because he played the no fear, banished 2
Yeah,
cards out of
okay.
hand. 1 left.
Good thinking.
Means that Joel can potentially block this out. That is, if there is a blocking card left in the hand. But probably not. It is a Buck Wild put into the grave. And you know, Peter got really lucky there. That random card off the top, if it was a red, would not have been able to do that play.
Yeah, he got bailed out big time. Joel now sitting at 5 and 3-card hand to work with, but man, those breakpoints get really scary when you're sitting at 1 life. Ooh, but a 5 damage card coming through. Peter's really happy to see that.
Yeah, not great for Joel Recinos. Makes me wonder what that last card in hand was. Must have been a stinker.
Huh.
Maybe it's a Blood Rush Bellows. In which case, why wouldn't you deploy it, though? Maybe it's the 3rd copy of No Fear?
It could be that.
That could be really huge based on whatever Peter can put together, who does have a shock in the hand, but not enough amp to come across the finish line.
And this is a really tough spot because Peter's giving up his only 2 blocking cards, which are also his only cards that do anything on offense. Priced into basically doing nothing on his turn. I mean, he can play the Sigil of the Arcane Aether, thank you. The Sigil of Aether and draw an extra card off of the Channel Lightning Valley, which might bail him out once again. But man, he is in a pickle here.
It's a sticky wicket for Peter Buddensiek, who is our reigning Players Champion. Hailing from Las Vegas, driving all the way out here with a big bad carpool. Going to try to get it done, but it is 6 block here on 5. Sigil of Aether comes out of the hand before Joel's turn ends.
And a nail biter.
On this popping, place Sigil of Conductivity, Volzar.
Okay, so Peter, in response to Sigil of Aether attempting to leave the arena, will go ahead and play out Sigil of Conductivity and also amp with Volzar, which is now free because he controls a Sigil. Card drawn off of Channel Lightning Valley. Peter doesn't look supremely stoked about it.
I think it was a Comet Storm Shock.
Not ideal here, so Peter could be thinking about activating Oscilio and pitching it away, but his opponent is at 3. And if Joel didn't arsenal a No Fear on that previous turn cycle, that could be Peter's only out, killing Joel Recinos on his own turn, much like Alex Vore did earlier today.
He'd have to survive a 5-card hand, though. And that is a tall ask. I mean, okay.
You don't really need to survive it.
It is a shock.
Yeah.
So if he can
That's what
amp
I'm
it
saying.
enough, yeah. I see it. I think he needs to keep it if that's the case. Yeah, it's a Comet Storm Shock.
I think I would keep it here for sure.
Yeah. He would need to have some lightning instance and the resources to deploy it and dodge a No Fear or some other prevention effect.
You know, No Fear has looked really good here, but the real story of this game is that Joel just hasn't drawn a Blood Rush.
Yeah.
And Peter has been drawing Mind Warps.
Yeah, it's been sort of like the battle of the bricks here. Both players sort of drawing suboptimally throughout most of the game.
Channel Lightning Valley goes away because there are no lightning cards in that pitch zone for Peter Buddensiek. Comet Storm Shock placed squarely into the arsenal. It is a Tear Limb from Limb, the card played from Arsenal, so this could very well spell doom for Joel Recinos.
Those are lightning cards.
Those are Channel Lightning Valleys as well. So Peter is going to, in response, be able to play 2 Channel Lightning Valleys and the Comet Storm Shock, amped up by Volzar. This is going to be curtains for Joel Recinos unless he has the 3rd copy of No Fear. It's 4 arcane damage at instant speed.
Wow.
The fist bump is extended. Peter barely scrapes a victory out of the onslaught, really, of defensive capability from Joel Recinos III.
Yeah, what a game. I mean, once again, we see the Oscilio player just squeaking by with lethal on the opponent's turn. Not something Oscilio is really built to do. You sort of need things to line up, but in this case and the one before, we saw it line up exactly as the player needed. The Oscilio player taking it down. Peter Buddensiek now moving ahead.
And the body language gives all the context that you need, folks. That head and hands moment at the end of that game, Peter did not think he was going to win that one.
No, he needed exactly that hand, and he got it.
And in the exact moment that he needed it as well. So Wizards continue to do the Wizard things. I will hold priority and win the game before you can do anything. And unfortunately for Kayo fans back home, it's another one of your own who goes another loss at the AGE Open Series. But wouldn't you know it, Michael? We're at the end of round 6, and there's still more flesh and blood to play.
4 whole rounds after this. 1 more in Swiss, 3 more in top 8.
But, dude, I got to commend you. You are staying fresh throughout the day. We have got a lot of reps together at this point, Michael, and they're finally paying dividends because, I feel like we're as fresh as when we walked in today.
I'm feeling good. I only had 2 coffees today.
When did you get the second one?
I downed it real quick while you were out setting
Oh,
up
my
some
gosh. You've been
technical
holding
stuff.
out on me.
What are you talking about? You want one?
Yeah, I kind
It was
of do.
a Dunkin'. They're in the fridge.
Oh, they're in the fridge?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to make my way over to the fridge, see if I can get myself a intravenous caffeine injection, and we'll be back, of course, with more Flesh and Blood and a winner interview in short order. Don't go anywhere. We're back at the AGE Open Series in LA, January edition, where he just can't keep getting away with it. It's Peter Buddensiek ripping what I've just learned was the last shock in his deck to close out a win against poor Joel Recinos III.
Sometimes, you just get there. Sometimes, hey, after yesterday's RTN, I got it today. Yesterday was terrible, but today you got there. Yeah. That game was crazy. I thought I was going to lose 99% of that game, and then I thought I was going to win 5%.
Yeah. When you drew the Comet Storm Shock?
No, I thought I lost because he has no AB, but I was I think my out is drawing the turn prior when I had the channel out on his turn. He attacked me for 5. I'm like, okay, I have the 2 3 blocks in my hand that are both Arcane, that are like basically true damage because he has AB0. But I don't know if he's running a 3rd No Fear, and he's seen 2. So I was like, okay, it's not 100%, but I was like, that's probably the best out I have at that position. And then, or drawing a Shock to Arsenal. So I was like, activated Oscilio, discarded an instant, drew another instant, but I could play a Lightning Sigil, play Zerikosh Shock, 3 him, and then he goes down to 2, and then theoretically draw a card off the channel, which needs to be a 3 or 2 block to block 5, and then play the other Sigil that will ping him on his turn, and then draw. He'll go to 1, and then I'll draw 1, and then if I draw any other... But I was like, wait, this is just bad. If I just block 6, I can like deal 2 to him, and then he goes down to like 3, I think it was. And then if I draw an Arcane spell, and I have like 3 Arcane spells left and a Shock, so it's like 4 outs. But I have like more options because if I draw 0 for 4, I can 0 for 4, and he will like block 1 card, like take 1, and then it's like even less damage that I have to do. But yeah, no, that was crazy.
Ultimately, you did the very simple thing of draw the Shock when you needed it.
Sometimes you just get I actually thought about discarding it to try to find a 0 for 3. To like just kill him on that turn, and then I was like, how many lightning instants do I have left on my deck? And then I was counting my deck, and then I counted my deck, I counted my graveyard, and I was like, I think it's better outs if I arsenal this. And then I just put the cards down, and he was like, tear them from them, and he's like, do you have a response? And I looked, and I was like, first card was a sink, and I was like,
wait a minute, that Arsenal wasn't a no fear?
I know, that's why I was like, oh, thank God. I was like, should I let this resolve? Like, the question I had was like, should I let it resolve, or should I do it before? And I think I'm supposed to do it before so he doesn't draw into No Fear. And he only has 3 cards in his hand. So even if he No Fears there, if he No Fears, he has to banish both of them. So
then tear limb from limb would do
like,
nothing.
Does nothing, and then he just passes.
Yes.
So I was like, I need to do this first. First card I look at is Sink Below, and I'm like, that's not a lightning instant. Second card I look at, Channel, I'm like, that's a lightning instant.
Yep.
Third card I looked at, it was like Channel. I was like, that's a lightning instant. Then it was like Mind Warp, and I'm like, oh, he's dead.
I did see you draw that up really nice and slow.
I got there.
You like to prolong the magic even for yourself in those tense moments.
You gotta slow yourself sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, not only am I slow rolling you, the fans at home, my ops. Sometimes you gotta slow roll yourself.
Well, consider me Bryce slow-rolled plats at this point. I'm looking over at the round timer, and yet we've only elapsed 14 minutes of the 19 that we need to cover here. And I'm reaching for the revolver right next to me. Just kidding, dude. Happy to have you back in the booth after
100%.
a monstrous end to your previous year. Syndra Drakai of Retribution was the tidal wave that rode you into Players Champion stardom. You are one of only 3 in this very room. 4 if you count our New England region.
Yeah.
So how does that feel?
Feels good, honestly. I think it felt like last year was a really good building year, and it was one of those years to where I had a couple years in a row on like the pro circuit, like just playing the pro tours and like nationals, that I seemed to come up short. And like 2 years ago, I lost 2 win-ins to calling top 8s. I was winning about 1 Battle Hardened year, which I've kept about like 1 Battle Hardened victory a year. But like it was very far and few between. Like I sometimes would get top 8s and losing quarters immediately, or in it like a couple events, like you go like 5 events in a row and you just like you're not even close. Like you don't even X1 day 1 of the call. You're like 3-2. You barely squeak in. Sometimes you lose your win into day 2. You play the Battle Hardened and you're just like. It was a lot of those events 2 years ago in a row, and watching teammates like Caleb and stuff like that for like a long time, and he was topping and like all there, and it was like the support that I gave him on the back end like was very rewarding. But you keep thinking like, when's your time? You know?
Of course.
And then last year was really one of those to where like not only was Caleb doing extremely well. We joined a new testing team. Like we basically tested with like me, Caleb Ramaj Bay. I'll go in between, but just saying
He hates it when you go in between, by the way.
And then like Pankaj Borswani
Yep.
and and Cass. And those were like the main 4, and we were on like a couple different teams bouncing around and just testing with people. And then Yuki reached out to us before calling World Championship Osaka to test with the Stroopwafel gang. And, we joined them. We've been there ever since, shout out to those guys. Everybody over there is just so talented. But we changed testing teams, and then last year was just watching like all your friends do well is always the best is the best thing. But it was really like the year to where like not only am I watching Caleb win, watching Cass top 8 and stuff like that, but finally broke through top 4 the first calling, like didn't lose my win in friendly after like the 7th time, and then like last year was like really good, cashed all but one major event and like just did really well. Obviously did really well in the AG circuit, winning the Players Championship after falling short in like 4 top 8s during the year, and like that's really good, and it was really exciting. And then now this year is like, okay, like I finally broke through that little bit barrier and like finally saw myself see success instead of just seeing my friends have success in the back end. And now it's like building on that towards that. So every calling playing this year, every AGE going into this year, any battle hardens left before they change to the new system, and just everything like that is just taking the lessons and the building opportunities from last year, of finally seeing that success and trying to let it ride. So
now. Sounds like you went through ultimately a dry spell and one that was perhaps difficult for your mental a little
sometimes,
bit.
Yeah.
So I guess the follow-up question here, and one that really is the most influential for the people at home, because yes, we are showing you on stream and so many others that are doing well. But for the majority of players at any one of these high-level competitions, the story is a little bit more sad. It's X and 3 and car ride home or something to that effect. And it sounds like you're no stranger to that side of TCG. So what is the difference maker for you in, one, getting through those dry spells, coming back to the grinding table every single day and trying to do better, and 2, carrying those lessons that you learned during the dry season into more better performance this year?
Yeah, it's always quite interesting. We all can't be Michael Hamilton just, going back to back to back.
Even Michael Hamilton has rough days.
Even Michael Hamilton has rough days too, but like it's one of those things where you got to look at it objectively. Like there's 84 people in the room today. Like there's 84 people in the room and only 8 of them get to make top 8, right?
Yeah.
That's like less than a tenth, right? Like so. And it's even worse statistically when you go to callings, when you go to PTs and stuff like that, right? So to find the small percentage chances of like doing really well, it's really a grind. I say like it always just like going to your locals. Like every time that like I had a bad weekend and you would go to locals, and then like we're always joking around and stuff like that. And I think what you got to think about it is like not only are you trying to be competitive, but you're also trying to have fun. Like we only have so much time during our days and like how we spend it, right? And you got to find something that's like you have fun doing, right?
Yeah.
Like I never wanted to be that person that was just doing something to just do it, or just doing it to like, and I didn't like it,
Yeah.
So you got to, not only in life do I not want to work like a job or like put myself in a position to where I'm just like hating the day-to-day lives. So cards specifically, if you're going to play cards, like you have to enjoy it, right? Like, and depending on like whatever game, like it doesn't matter what game you play, whatever like that. Like I have plenty of friends that play other games, but every single time I talk to them, I know they're having fun during that thing, and I think that's the most important. And I never lost stray of that. Like no matter how many dry spells I'll have in this game and like not having success, like I mean, this is my favorite game of all time, right? Like it's just like every time I get to go play the game, like in person, talk to the locals, go to a major event, like it scratches the itch.
Yeah.
It's really fun, and that's exactly what I want.
Sounds like the upshot of all of it, getting through those difficult times, is
even when
reconnecting with the love of the game, which is what brought you here in the first place.
Even when they banned my girl Syndra, bro, like it's just like they just, you gotta find another deck.
Bro, you got a new girl now. You got a much more enticing girl, as far as I am concerned. Oscilio is one hell of a deck.
Got some silly Billy.
Yeah.
House,
Now, Let's. That was an incredibly heartfelt
no,
moment that I
100%, like,
never thought we would pull out of you. But thank you for going there with us. I do want to talk about the game again because sometimes I love Oscilio. I think I've talked to you about it in the past. Sometimes, though, I kind of go out of love with it because I don't actually feel like I'm playing the game of Flesh and Blood in a way. Does that resonate with you at all?
No, I think you're playing the game.
Yeah.
I think like, especially with combo decks, I think a lot of people like say that you're like, oh, you're not like playing the game.
Sure.
You know? Like, or like, oh, I played against, it was like the short thing.
Which
back
is
in the day with,
intrinsically
like,
not true because they're in the game,
yeah,
right?
It's like you are playing the game.
Yeah.
Like, fundamentally, you are playing the game. But like, I think that's like sometimes the game might feel a little bit out of your control, and
Sure.
I think a lot of people, even if they're losing, they want to look at their hand like they want to drop their. You play another deck like Kassai, for example.
Sure.
Right? You drop your hand of 4/3 blocks, and you make all the decisions like I can always block if I want to.
Yep.
I can always keep my hand if I want to. Sometimes you drop Oscilio's hands, and you have 4 instants in your hand, and you don't have the option to block.
Yeah, which don't get me
And
wrong, 4 instants can sometimes mean your opponent's dead.
I mean, sometimes
That's why
you
we
have
play them.
God and Flash in your arsenal, and you draw 4 instants, and you're like, I won the game.
Right.
But some of the times, your opponent sees you with a God and Flash in the arsenal. You have 4 instants in your hand, and you can't block, and then your God and Flash dies, and, and you 4-card 1 and pass. Which is part of the deck, right? And you can do that a lot of the ways of like deck building and understanding like your role in the matchup and stuff like that. But like sometimes it does come down to like it's fine.
Yeah.
Like you're still playing the game. Like Oscilio has a mix of spells and attacks and instants, and there's a juggle of all of it, and like modern deck building philosophy of like how many instants you need in your deck, how many attacks you're playing in your deck, how many spells, and the ratios of all of that, and like how you sideboard. I have a 53 card main board, and then I'm bringing 7 cards in, and like I'm bringing sinks and that don't interact with anything. I'm bringing in like Command and Conquer in this matchup specifically that like doesn't really interact with anything, but just like tries to buy me time to get to the other things or blocks 3 efficiently. So I'm adding additional block 3 and adding additional plays that don't interact with like the natural combo or other things like that to get there. And I look at it objectively, like Oscilio is cool.
Yeah,
it's fun.
he's
Like
really
sometimes the game, like you're like I think I made all the correct decisions and I lost the game, and that's the game sometimes. Like sometimes I sit down, my opponent plays better than I do, and like plays perfectly and uses the game, and it's like it's a 2-player game. Somebody has to win, right? Like, and sometimes you're on the winning end, sometimes you're on the losing end, and if you feel like you're on the losing end because it's a little bit more out of your control and you aren't comfortable with that, that's probably when you should look elsewhere.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Like, when I play Oscilio, I'm signing up.
Yeah.
Like, I'm signing up for like 10% of the time. I'm gonna look at my hand and I'd be like, I lost the game. and I mean, sometimes your opponent has the nuts sometimes, and like sometimes like the deck doesn't go out with you, and it's what happens.
So it's interesting. There is a concept there that you touched on, where Oscilio is a deck that has a lot of decision points, right? But you are absolutely right in that sometimes you don't draw up the Kassai hand, you don't have all of the options available to a normal Flesh and Blood deck, right? You cannot just decide to block out if your opponent's having a good turn or is sending disruption. What you're talking about in regards to playing a combo deck is kind of giving yourself over to the downsides of the deck and perhaps also planning for the worst. So it sounds to me like what you're touching on is just getting used to a completely new playstyle, ultimately, in the game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I've played combo decks in basically every game that I've played, and usually gravitate towards those kind of decks, like either the kind of combo aggro.
And what is it about them that allure you so much?
I feel like doing something different than everybody else is also like pretty good. Like obviously, I come back and want to play like, a Syndra, or like I played Slippy before Slippy was cool, and then like it ended up being like the best deck in the format, which I was screaming from the hills for a long time.
Listen, I'll only respect your statement if you play Slippy after he's cool right now.
I think I could top AG with Slippy right now.
Damn!
Yeah,
how about February? Oh no, February is going to be Silver Age. How about March?
Too late.
Let's go March.
I'll see you at March.
Okay, all right, cool.
I I'm debating.
I'm sorry, you were saying combo decks.
But like I usually obviously I play a lot of things that are normal a lot of the time, but sometimes I play from out of the range. And I really loved playing Kano. I really liked playing Icelander and stuff like that. And I think Oscilio scratches a similar itch. It's a little more inconsistent or weird than those kind of decks in the past.
Yeah.
But I think it has a fundamental place in the game specifically that it needs to be. So I think.
And what do you think that is? Is that preying on things like Earth?
Yes. Yeah.
Mid-range?
So I think, especially right now, if you look at the format, it's a whole bunch of like mid-range soup kind of decks, right? Like you have, all of your Earth characters. Yep. You got both Florian, Verdance, you got Kassai, you got Pham, you got even
Kayo to a certain degree.
To a certain degree. I still consider that like more of an aggro
I would too.
deck, and I still put it in Victor and like decks like that. And then you look at it, there's Gravy that is trying to do like kind of an illusionist-based like board state, like going a different direction. But in all actuality, it is still technically a mid-range deck to me. And Oscilio is the one deck in this format that isn't doing the same thing as every other deck. He's intentionally trying to play a game that your opponent sometimes doesn't have the tools to interact with, right? Like your Gravy matchup is incredible, your Warrior matchup is incredible, right? And it's because they're trying to play a value turn-by-turn game. And Oscilio is not playing a value turn-by-turn game. I am playing, on turn, off turn, playing 3 turn cycles in the future, or setting myself up to, sometimes win on turn 2 even by doing the combo, or not even trying to combo at all, like just using my boots to like have a 16-point damage turn. Like, and it depends on my range goes up and down, and their range stays stagnant. And I think looking at combo decks like that, like playing Kano, like I 2-card 5 Arcane, and your opponent can AB3,
no better
and
example.
I do nothing, right? So I'm using 2 cards for 5, like 90% of the time it doesn't even have an on hit, and then your hand, converts like 17, 18 value, but it's physical. But I start at 30. Like, how does that make sense? Well, it's like I scale through all these decks scale through the game, because the more you go down in life, it's easier for me to do up damage on one turn to close out the game. But you and other like Kassai decks are stagnant. Like I haven't seen the Kassai do more than like 23 damage, maybe, right? Yeah. Like I don't know what the top end is exactly, but like 23 I think is like kind of the top end. But like I can do 90.
Oh yeah.
But like I can also 4-card 0, right? So like you can do 90 and 4-card 0, but like that's exciting to me. Yes. That's like it's not doing the same thing every single turn. It's like it's sequence heavy, it's deck building theory like heavy, and it's like it's exciting.
And also it's how do I put myself in the best possible position?
Oh, 100%, yeah. Even in this game, like there was multiple times where I'm like, am I supposed to be blocking with this? Am I supposed to be, holding this? Am I supposed to do Oscilio? And a lot of the times when I first started playing Oscilio, I was like, I need to discard every single turn until my hand's perfect. And a lot of times it's like the mid turns is the bread and butter of Oscilio, right? It's just like I actually don't want to discard because my hand could always get worse, but it can get better 20%, 20, 40% of the time, sometimes in some system, maybe even 70% of the time sometimes, but you can always make it worse. And like when I had, Sigil in this last game, like I had a Sigil in my hand, Sigil in Arsenal, I had double Flittering, and like the base turn I can have is like Flittering, Sigil, Arsenal, the Yellow Blast. But I decided to, discard the Sigil from my hand, keep the other one, and then boom, I hit a spell. So it's like my Sigil of Aether gets to pop, deal 1, amp 1. I get to go like Flittering, Sigil, gain 3 life, pitch to amp, and then come in with the spell. And it's like my hand got better, and I was able to block 2 on the blast. But I could have also discarded the Sigil and drawn another Sigil and been in the same position. I could have drawn a worse card. Like, so I was willing to take that risk at that time because I was behind and I needed my turn to be even better to be able to come back into that game. And through discarding that, got me different hands that matched up a little bit better than my opponents, or did a little bit more damage there. And all those micro decisions came into the game to where I was able to draw the last shock in my deck, arsenal it, draw the instance card to kill him on his turn. And, all those percentage possibilities. Like if I never discarded that sigil on that turn, I would have never did enough damage to kill him on that turn. So it's dynamic.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But that's the beauty of all of it. You know, it's so fun.
Well, for the majority of you that we probably lost during that tirade, so be it. For the 12 of you that we may have encouraged to pick up a combo deck and branch out, make your Flesh and Blood experience a little bit more versatile, that one was for you. And thank you so much for tuning into the Teemu Majin Bay podcast. I am your host, Bryce Platts, along with my co-host, Peter Buddensiek. That's what we're doing right now, right?
Exactly. Easy.
Okay.
Easy.
No, we are still at an AGE Open, folks, even though we switched into podcast mode there for a quick minute. And I think your pairing is going to be up in just a moment. One more round to play, Peter.
One more round.
Best of luck, brother.
Thank
We're hoping
you.
to see you in
Thank
top 8.
so much. Yeah, 100%. I'll be there.
Alrighty, we will be back with more sneaky guys from Las Vegas and more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. AGELA is back for the final time in the Swiss rounds. Yappers like myself and Peter Buddensiek be darned, there is more flesh and blood to be played and more for you to purvey as well. Before we get to that, though, we've got to talk about some sealed product because we just awarded a box of Super Slam, and it went to my favorite competitor in the room today, Xzavier Lona, who graced us with his presence in the first round feature match. He's also the youngest player in the AGE Open competitor pool. But anyway, I mentioned sealed product, Michael, and why did I mention sealed product?
We've got Fab Foundry offering all kinds of sealed product, from gold foil drip all the way down to common and rare play sets and everything in between.
Yep, you can get yourself a box of Super Slam, just like Xzavier just got out of a raffle here at AGE. You can also grab yourself some Mastery Pack Guardian, Rosetta, History Pack 1, or any of the other boxed sets from Flesh and Blood. Go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen, or go to the link at the bottom of that ad slide right there, www.fabfoundry.co/AGELA. That will let Fab Foundry know that you came by way of AGE. They are our partner till death do us part, or until the end of this season. And
yeah,
we are
hopefully the
so
end of the
happy.
season.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
We are so happy to have them in our good graces because they are one of the most illustrious TOs in the LSS space, and they are getting awarded bigger and better events as a result. And we are so excited to see what comes out of Fab Foundry next. Now, we have to dispense with the suspense and proceed down to the match floor because this one is going to be a long one. It's Chris Iaali versus Colin Eriksen. Kassai of the Golden Sand on both sides of the table. It is a mirror match of the century because these two are not only on the same competitive team, they are also on the same hero. Colin is definitely the player that has embraced Kassai earlier and longer. Chris has recently been enticed by the mistress of the Golden Sand, but nevertheless, both players are experts in their respective seats.
Yeah, I am really looking forward to this matchup. It is going to be grindy. We're going to be going to the very end of the game. If my knowledge is anything to be spoken of, is Colin Eriksen already setting up for second cycle with the pitching of that in the swing, coming in for 2 on turn 1.
And you better believe that Chris has noted that pitch card. Both of these players are excellent at going to second, third, fourth cycle. Chris Iaali is one of those guys that can tell you exactly what card you're going to be playing before you play it if you've gone to second cycle because he's just that damn good. And in this case, Colin Eriksen getting blocked out just by Valiant Dynamos from Chris Iaali. 1 damage comes through. And Colin Eriksen gains some life in his own right, and so does Chris Iaali. 43 plays 42, coming to a close of this turn 0. Colin Eriksen has got himself a sink below for the Arsenal. And does seem like he's able to pitch here into the Grains of Blood Spill to generate a Vigor token as well. So it's a blue and in the swing, the bottom of the deck for Colin Eriksen.
I do want to point out, it's a little bit innocuous, but Chris Iaali opts not to block with a card. That's how important every single card in the deck is. Would rather take 1 damage and just block with the equipment that will refresh itself afterwards.
It's a trot along in the pitch and a trot along in the arena for Chris Iaali. 42 plays 43, and Colin Eriksen gets his first point of value on Valiant Dynamo. I guess I should try to keep a track, but I think both of these players are going to get something like 17 value on those boots.
Yeah, I heard Colin Eriksen tell me at the end of one of his Kassai mirrors that collectively there was 34 value gained across the boots. So I would seriously expect about 17 a pop.
If that doesn't tell you that we are here for a long time, folks, then I don't know what will. And in the swing is on the bottom of Colin Eriksen's deck, but Chris has resolved one here. That Centauri Saber gets up to 5, 2 past the defenses of Colin Eriksen, who is now down to 40. I also want to mention at this point that these two players are no strangers to one another. They play together in the local scene at RTNs and PQs, but also here at AGE. They have faced off twice before. And guess what, Michael? It's a 50% win rate across the board. The first win for Colin came in a Colin Vynnset matchup, and then the second win, that's this time going to Chris, is Vynnset Kassai once again. So they're 50-50. This, by all accounts, is the match for the Master of the Universe.
Yeah, the winner of this will be crowned the best Flesh and Blood player of all time. So there's a lot behind the win here.
In the hand of Chris Iaali is a Raisin Army, one of those juicy cards for the pitch stack. Also a blue, which will be donated to the combat chain in addition to Valiant Dynamo. So that is 2 value for Chris, 1 value for Colin Eriksen. And then an Iron Song response out of the hand of Colin. Reprise trigger online. So this is going to be 4 damage leaking through. Waiting on those life totals to be updated here. Also, because a sword has connected, Colin is able to close the combat chain and activate Brave Forge Bracers to give a cheeky +1 buff to the Centauri Saber the second.
Should we be counting the Brave Forge Bracers value as well?
Oh my God.
How much value will be generated from the equipment at the end of this game? We will find out.
It is an important metric because both of these players showed up in the same outfit, not just because they're wearing their AG Pro Team shirts, but also because they've got Kabuto in the head, Grains of Blood Spell in the chest, Brave Forge Bracers in the arms, and Valiant Dynamo on the feet.
And they're both here for a pool party.
Yeah, without a doubt. They even have the same Singaporean versions of Kassai the Golden Sand. Outland Skirmish for Chris Iaali. Swinging in for 5 go again, thanks to the agility token that popped at the beginning of the turn. Bears mentioning here that Colin Eriksen must win this game in order to lock himself into top 8. Otherwise, he's out. Chris Iaali is the gatekeeper, not just for players abound, but also for Colin the Boy Wonder Eriksen.
Is that not true for Chris? He's okay if he loses?
Chris got the pair down in this case.
Okay.
So Chris is just fighting for seeding here. Perhaps in another world where this was not the streamed match, Chris might scoop to Colin, but Chris is also a killer. And Colin, definitely one of those acolytes of the Iaali 80. So there's a lot to prove here, even though they are two gentlemen from the same team.
Absolutely.
Another Centauri Saber for 2 for Colin Eriksen after blocking with a Sink Below. Blade Runner in the red is going to give go again. 1 damage comes across as Chris Iaali gets his 3rd value from Valiant Dynamos. Down to 36 goes Chris, eclipsed by 4 life points by Colin Eriksen. It's a Grains of Blood Spill activation, and then a Centauri Saber the second. There are a lot of blues stacked up in the pitch stack for Colin Eriksen right now.
34.
We've just got this in Vynnset and Florian locked in.
Vynnset, of course, in the hands of Ian Shu, who we saw on stream against Anthony Pham, who I'm sure gave you an incredible interview.
It was awesome. And then Brian Gutierrez piloting that Florian, locking it in as well.
Brian gate-kept me from the top 8 at my RTN, so it's no surprise to me that he is squeaking himself into the top 8 here at the biggest AGE Open ever. Slice and Dice plus Unsheathed means that this Centauri Saber comes in for 6 go again for Chris Iaali. Still 4 life points behind, but Colin's got to answer, and he's got a Spoils of War in hand. I do think that part of the long-term strategy here for both Chris and Colin needs to be blocking with those blue cards and getting power cards into the pitch zone. So far, I definitely like Chris Iaali's pitch stack a little bit better than Colin's.
Yeah, Colin's sort of, as you mentioned, blue flooding himself in the future, but could be that he's...
And it's Escalate Bloodshed out of the hand for Colin Eriksen. This is a meme card of all time, but I have always said that it is a Kassai card first. Whenever a hero draws a card during an action phase, they lose 1 life. If there's one thing that Kassai likes to do, it is draw cards. Also, at the beginning of each hero's end phase, if a weapon did not attack this turn, destroy this. Weapons are going to be swinging every single turn, unless, of course, one of them decides to take a turn off and decides, hey, my opponent is getting more value on this Escalate Bloodshed than I am.
If anyone has Josh Lau's phone number, call him right now and tell him to tune in, because this is one of his cards of all time.
Because Josh Lau's pile of Escalate Bloodsheds are about to go through the roof after Colin Eriksen plays it as tech into... arguably, definitely the best player on Team AGE.
Yeah. I actually have a signed copy of Route from Josh Lau because I gave him one of my Escalate Bloodsheds at an event.
This is absolutely huge here. Colin might be turning this entire game on its head. Chris Iaali, at the end of that turn cycle, though, is ahead in life. 34 plays 32. And Chris forced to draw a card at the beginning of the action phase. Both of these heroes are going to be doing huge Fang cosplay because not only are extra cards going to be drawn and extra life points going to be lost, but also swords are going to be free for the entirety of the game, or as long as both of these players are willing to allow them to.
Yeah, this is... suddenly, this mirror match that seems to be so known is... flipped on its head, and we are now playing on a new axis that I'm personally not familiar with. I'm sure Chris is, and Colin having played the card, but it's definitely a new twist to the mirror.
5-on-5 is the blocks, but Chris has a trick in the arsenal and up his proverbial sleeve. Blade Flurry comes out there, gets over by 2 unless Colin Eriksen would like to commit a defense reaction. And the reason he's thinking about it is, of course, because Spoils of War has been resolved earlier on in the turn. So it's the first 2 pennies going Chris Iaali's way as 2 damage finds home, and Colin descends down to 30. The follow-up is, of course, yet another free Centauri Saber. This one should be coming in for, oh no, it is 7. Yes, because of the Blade Flurry and the red Slice and Dice. Colin cleans that up nicely with a block of Valiant Dynamo plus Grains of Blood Spill. I think that is a story that we're going to see over and over again, folks. The Fridge is going to come out to play only when there's legal tender as an on-hit.
2 copper you can deal with. Once it gets into the 4 to 5 range, that's when it gets a little bit scary.
Neither player has missed any value on Valiant Dynamo so far. It's 4 plays 4 in the race that really matters. 29 plays 33 in the favor of Chris Iaali. And Colin Eriksen sends his first free Centauri Saber of the turn, blocked out readily by a Draw Swords from Chris Iaali.
And I will say the life totals are a little bit lower at this point in the game than I was expecting.
And I do think that is because of Escalate Bloodshed out of the hand of Colin Eriksen, who is now resolving both Blade Flurry and Blood Follows Blade. I love the way that both of these players are putting meaningful on-hits on their swords only when they're getting over by a little bit, daring the opponent to cash in a defense reaction for sub-amounts of value.
Yeah, it's an efficient way to do things here.
And Colin Eriksen able to generate a Vigor token from the Grains of Blood Spill on hit, and also a gold token because the card pitch, of course, was Riches of Tropal Donny. The follow-up now is a Centauri Sellsword generated by the on-hit of Blood Follows Blade. Chris blocks it out readily with a Sharpened Senses, gives a scratch of the head as he thumbs equipment piece in the form of Brave Forge Bracers. Currently only blocking 2 on the Centauri, the final Centauri Saber for 4. Block of 5 on 4. Chris didn't, wait a minute. Chris didn't accidentally
forget to refresh his dynamos?
No. I think, well, currently the Brave Forge Bracers are in the foot slot.
Yeah.
So I do wonder if he was counting, I don't know, if he just blocked with his Brave Forge Bracers thinking they were the dynamo.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm a little confused by that because he didn't.
He could have just
block
returned them to the wrong.
Yeah, he didn't block with his Valiant
time.
Dynamo that turn.
Yeah, I think that's what.
Oh no!
This could be an issue down the line.
Yeah, I didn't count him up on the counter. So far, Colin is about to edge ahead in the Valiant Dynamo counter. We'll see if that was in fact supposed to be a Valiant Dynamo block. But
I think what it is that Brave Forge Bracers is supposed to be in the arm slot with a -1.
Yeah.
And Valiant Dynamo should have been refreshed before.
Okay, we'll see if he catches it at some point.
But it's another Spoils of War turn.
Yeah,
for
he
Chris
just
Iaali,
refreshed his Brave
way.
Forge Bracers there.
Yeah, so we'll send a message down to the
there
future
it
match
is.
area. There we go.
Okay,
we
so
got
I'm
it
gonna,
all sorted.
I'm gonna give him the +1.
Yeah,
on
he's
that.
gonna need a +1
so
there.
He's now 5 value on the Valiant Dynamos.
Chris Iaali trying to punch when he should be kicking. Vigor token pops for Colin Eriksen, and an extra card is drawn for Escalate Bloodshed. Also, another life lost. Outland Skirmish plus Red Slice and Dice. And the first activation of Kassai of the Golden Sand comes out for the Boy Wonder, who's at 29. The follow-up is a free Centauri Saber. Now, Michael.
Yeah.
We're in an Escalate Bloodshed terrain here, and we're counting up the value on Valiant Dynamo. What is a situation where one of these dual-wielding warriors is not actually going to be able to swing 2 sabers?
It seems like it won't happen to me. I mean, this deck is just built to always swing 2 sabers. You can always potentially clunk up and draw no-go again, but it just seems like the first one to blink is the one that loses here. You have to keep getting the value and accepting the fact that you're still at parity. Both, 10 coming through here. I had to pause my thought to see that giant number. But both players are, they're both getting value out of this. It's hard to decide to break it.
2 slices and dices, along with a run-through, means this Centauri Saber comes in for 10. Colin, unfortunately, losing a little bit of value because I don't think he resolved the first slice and dice before swinging with the first saber. And I do wonder if that was an astute way to cheat some value away from Chris if he wanted to block with a defense reaction. Nevertheless, lots and lots of damage coming through. I'm not sure if our life totals got updated accurately there because Chris is still sitting at 31 with 2 cards in hand. Back over to Chris Iaali, who pops a Vigor token, is forced to draw a card from Escalate Bloodshed and lose a life. Yeah, life totals are being updated there. I do think the players need to be reminded to keep the tracker updated. We'll get that sorted out real soon. But Chris, after blocking with 2 cards, has 3 at the beginning of the turn, once again, thanks to Escalate Bloodshed. This one deserves another read because I don't think a lot of people have seen it. Whenever a hero draws a card during an action phase, they lose 1 life. At the beginning of each hero's action phase, they draw a card. And if a weapon has not been attacked with this turn, destroy this at the beginning of the end phase. It has stuck around for 3 turn cycles so far, and it's probably going to be here until the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to get rid of it is to just decide to not attack that turn. So unless you lay down your whole hand on defense and then pass, it's not going to happen.
And furthermore, you lose out on an extra 2 value because if you're Kassai and you draw a card at the beginning of your action phase, that first saber is free. You might as well send something. For now, Chris, with the first big power turn of the game, it's a 4 copper blood on her hands after Chris has very astutely snuck through enough damage on Spoils of War turns in order to get this fearsome card online. He's transformed Colin's iron-tasting blood into copper, and it's just more blood that comes after that.
Yeah, the way that this pairs with Escalate Bloodshed is terrifying. Ooh.
Swords are free here, but Colin does have the opportunity to stymie the bleeding a little bit. Kabuto of Imperial Authority is waiting.
And
it
he
is now on the combat chain, so it's 2, 3, 4. A Blade Flurry out of the hand for Chris Iaali. Kabuto of Imperial Authority going to make it so that Chris cannot swing with weapons for the remainder of the turn. Colin does have an answer to the Blade Flurry. Chris, however, able to convert the entirety of the hand anyway. Had 2 cards in hand. One of them happened to be Sigil of Solace. So Chris has bought out the Kabuto at a perfect time here. Yes, it costed him 4 copper, but that's exactly what that headpiece is for. And now Chris doesn't have to worry about it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, being the warrior that still has the Kabuto is a really nice spot to be in, especially when you're only down 3 life at this point in the game. Although I will also commend Colin for the usage of it. It seemed like a great time to pull that out.
No, it's not bad as far as the play goes for Colin Eriksen at all. And both players remain on a 24 and 27 turn clock, respectively. As long as cards remain in the deck, Escalate Bloodshed is going to be robbing them of life total. Unsheathed plus Sharpened Steel plus Centauri Saber for free equals 8. No go again yet for Colin Eriksen.
Yes, go again. Thanks to Unsheathed.
I'm sorry, yes, go again. Not represented, though.
Yeah.
Colin, tut-tut. Slice and Dice is the block for Chris Iaali. And a Fate Foreseen out of the hand. Only 1 damage is going to find home. Now, Michael, both of these players are smart enough to know that this game is going to go long to the final dregs of the deck. Do you think that means they have brought in the entirety of the sideboard?
I don't think so because, actually that might say otherwise. We've got a Fearless Confrontation, which seems like the rest of the sideboard, just as you were saying that. So yeah, it looks like Colin, it's interesting because I think the Escalate Bloodshed speeds the game up to a point where you might have an argument to cut back down and become more efficient and actually say, no, with the amount of damage that we're going to take throughout the game, I actually think it won't turn into a 3rd, 4th cycle game. But in this case, we see Colin Eriksen at the very least bringing Fearless Confrontation, which is not usually a card that you would see if you're trying to keep an efficient 60.
It's a Sharpen Senses and a Sharpen Steel coming out of the hand of Chris Iaali. Also his first Kassai the Golden Sand activation. For Blood and Sand, he gets to convey on-hit gold to the next weapon attack that connects this turn. And this one is going to have go again thanks to the fact that it has power greater than its base. Excuse me, greater than double its base from Sharpened Senses. And it buys useful cards out of the hand of Colin Eriksen and also a little bit of punish too. An Iron Song response in Chris Iaali's own right, getting over the top of these blocks by 3.
24.
Colin Eriksen devotes 2 powerful Blade Runners, perhaps thinking that because of Escalate Bloodshed, I would rather play a Cheerios slanted game plan and get rid of everything that costs 1 or more.
Yeah, you definitely don't have the ability to spend 3 resources when the Escalate Bloodshed is out.
Did Colin not refresh his dynamos on the previous turn cycle?
He may have forgotten to, and I've been trying to keep track as best I can, and currently Chris is ahead. I have it written 6-5. Of course, I'm not perfect. I may have missed something, but so far it looks like either a misplay and forgetting to refresh or just a lack of deciding to use the dynamo means that Chris has eked out 1 extra value over Colin so far this game. With
My
that
co-caster
piece.
looks perfect, but he isn't perfect, folks. Here, he said it himself. Centauri Saber coming in for 5 go again for Colin Eriksen on his first Spoils of War turn of the game. 1 card in hand, it's got to be a combat trick if he's sending out Spoils of War, I think.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to play what you have, and it can be nice to sort of bait. 5 is an annoying breakpoint, right? Because you can't really just put 1 card in the dynamos. If you have a D-React,
yep,
it works.
Exactly.
But it is a slightly annoying thing if you don't. And it might be enough to say, I'm going to send it anyway, rather than trying to hold on to it.
In the hand of Chris Iaali, I don't believe is a defense reaction. There are attack reactions in the form of Blade Runner and Blade Flurry. Blocks are going to be interesting. A big bad 6 from Chris Iaali, blocking with Kabuto of Imperial Authority, preventing Colin from swinging an additional time this turn and thereby pulling ahead even further in the Dynamo race is Chris Iaali.
Huh?
Down to 16 goes Chris after drawing his free card from Escalate Bloodshed. Not necessarily free. I guess it's paid for in blood. Shed. It's a watershed moment for Escalate Bloodshed.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say shed as much as possible.
Well, you should shed that habit.
Oh, he got there. 16 plays 20 here. And you're absolutely right, Michael. This game is going a lot faster than Kassai mirrors normally do. But also, so are the pitch stacks. We are going to hit second cycle much earlier thanks to the fact that Escalate Bloodshed is drawing cards every single turn.
Both of these players are playing Lyeth Goldmane at the moment.
5 intellect heroes. 2 on the combat chain for Chris Iaali. No blocks declared by Colin Eriksen. And in the swing is in the hand for Chris. Looks like it's a Blade Runner out of the hand in the red variety. This is going to be a lot of damage if Chris wants to throw in the swing out there as well. Take it on the chin is the response from Colin Eriksen. Blade Flurry is the response to that from Chris Iaali. 2 damage is currently leaking through, and it's a Fate Foreseen out of the hand for Colin Eriksen.
That's kind of clean. I like that.
This Saber covered up completely, and 2 on the next one for Colin Eriksen, which this one is coming in for a whopping 7, thanks to the red Blade Runner and Blade Flurry that came before. Colin in the tank here. Has to eke out as much value as humanly possible, especially after losing the opportunity to block with Valiant Dynamos. Does look like he throws 2 cards out of the hand, block 6 on the now 10 Centauri Saber of Chris Iaali after being beefed up by 3 from in the swing.
Getting the agility token is really nice here. Basically setting himself up for a 0 card 4.
And could be even more based on the card drawn off of Escalate Bloodshed. I do wonder if both of these players have figured out this Escalate Bloodshed tech, or if it is a one-sided equation.
If anyone's going to be able to figure it out in an instant, it's Chris Iaali.
Without a doubt.
And I'm sure these two have even played the matchup. Okay, I'm not 100% sure, but being
It's entirely
teammates,
possible.
it seems like something that they would have sat down and really worked out. It doesn't look like Chris is on that card, so it seems like maybe they've can't come to different conclusions about who's better off playing it. But two coming through with Go again, and one card in hand and one card in arsenal.
You know, Escalate Bloodshed is curious in that, right? Because it's a card that you have to play from hand that essentially gives your opponent a beef in power. So I think Colin very astutely played it on Chris's turn to make sure that he got the first draw. So basically, as long as the game is played out and Colin is on the affirmative, if he's able to close the game out on the affirmative, then he's gotten more value out of it.
It seems to me like the place to really get the value is in deck construction. If you can build a deck that can better utilize the card, then you can really eke more value out than your opponent. But I don't know that I've seen a whole lot of differences in the two decks, so I'm not sure how much Colin has leaned into that version of getting value out of it.
Maybe an extra yellow slice and dice here and there.
Yeah,
I do think
something
that,
like
that consideration is all about the cost curve.
Uh-huh.
Because if you're drawing a card every turn, you're not paying for swords. So you might as well not be pitching either. In this case, Colin Eriksen does pitch a blue provoke in order to give the first Centauri Saber double go again. Agility token generated before, but this Blade Runner is going to convey an extra beef in power as well. Chris blocks with Blood on her hands and Valiant Dynamo, staying way ahead in the Valiant Dynamo value race.
Yep, it's now 7-5.
Being run not with speed, but with staunch defense. Back over to Chris Iaali, who pops a Vigor token, gains a resource, and sits at 15, very shortly about to be 14 life, thanks to Escalate Bloodshed. It's a red Blade Runner drawn up, as well as a Gorganian Tome.
Not as good when you've already drawn a card.
So here's a little consideration for Colin. If he's bringing in Escalate Bloodshed, perhaps he sides out Gorganian Tome?
If that's the only edge he's getting, it's not much.
You know, a Kassai mirror, a Kassai matchup in any effect is a game of inches, right? And if you force your opponent to play Gorganian Tome and lose an additional life thanks to Escalate Bloodshed, could be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to play it, right? He has to turn that into something else.
Yeah, there's
He
no
doesn't
way.
have to do it now, per se, but he'll have to do it at some point.
Centauri Saber coming in for 2 for Chris Iaali. Blade Runner played out with the Vigor token that popped at the beginning of the turn. So Chris is effectively at 0 pitch for now. 2 damage comes across the line. Colin Eriksen down to 15. Blue in the pitch for Chris Iaali to pay for a Vigor token again. And also Brave Forge Bracers, which means that this Centauri Saber that comes after, in the right hand, is drawing 6 damage. And Colin finally gets to block with his Dynamos once again. Alongside a Blood on her hands. Taking 2 is Colin Eriksen. Down now to 13, soon to be 12 after the draw on Escalate Bloodshed. And finally, the third Sigil of Solace comes out of the arsenal for Chris Iaali so that he can put Gorganian Tome there in its place.
Just hold on to that automatic life loss
Yep.
for later. Doesn't need it now.
Perhaps Chris is hoping with life totals the way they are, he will never have to use it.
Yeah, he just got a pretty nice lead there.
But Colin did keep 4 cards and has his own say. Kassai the Golden Sand activated here. Hit and run played out. So this Centauri Saber coming in for 2 go again on hit. Make a gold token.
There's such an interesting end game state where you kind of, if you're ahead in life, you can sort of just block out and like let your opponent die to the Escalate Bloodshed until they decide to just not attack, and then you get so much tempo like that. I'm really curious to see how the very last few turns go, because it's going to get weird
It's
with
such
that
a
card in
fascinating
play.
card. And it's kind of an insult to Warriors Abound that it is put in the Warrior card pool. I think it's really just a Kassai card. And it's so funny that it's red and has like Draconic Heroes all over it, because the amazing thing about Escalate Bloodshed, specifically in Kassai, is it turns her into Pham without having to accomplish a mini quest.
Yeah, the
That's
mini
why
quest
it
is draw it.
Yeah, that is why it is, in my mind, only a Kassai card and not actually usable by any other warrior, at least as of yet.
I wonder how many copies Colin's playing. Probably just one,
Gotta
right?
be one.
Imagine 2, 3 on the table.
I mean, that'll be a fast game for sure. That'll be the fastest Kassai mirror I've ever seen. 4 block with a Valiant Dynamo and a Glint the Quicksilver for Chris Iaali on 2. Bears mentioning here as well that even though Colin has a lot of reps on Kassai, a lot of hours in the deck building chair, both of these two players, even though they're piloting it now, have very different takes on Kassai and always have. Nevertheless, their decks are looking pretty similar now.
Yeah, Savor Bloodshed is a premier example of that.
Yep.
Chris clearly not on that card, and it looks like Colin is trying to play a little bit less traditionally, and I think he always has. I know that he's had a little bit of disagreements even with the larger Discord, sort of the player base in general about how to build and how to play Kassai, but he has had a lot of success on this hero with the way that he chooses to build and pilot it.
Dude, Colin Eriksen has just drawn up a copy of Hold the Line. So if Chris Iaali dares to deploy Gorganian Tome from the arsenal to replace it with another card on this turn, Colin's going to be able to block for 5.
And he just did.
And there it is, Gorganian Tome. Chris has drawn 2 cards this turn. Colin drawing Hold the Line at the exact moment where it's going to hurt the most. Hold the Line, if you don't remember, folks, from its days in the meta, is a defense reaction that blocks 2. But if the attacking hero has drawn 2 or more cards this turn, you also get to prevent the next 3 damage that would be dealt to your hero this turn. Not this chain link, this turn. You get to hold 3 value at the ready for when it'll hurt your opponent the most.
Yeah, super, super clean. 1 card 5.
It's Raise an Army blocked with here for Colin Eriksen, and Colin is doing the very Colin Eriksen thing that he's done to me at so many armories before, where he's posturing forward a little bit. He leans a little further over in his seat because he is about to put the hurt on you, and Chris feels it. He feels the pain. The hand is in the head. Gorganian Tome turns on a huge defense reaction for Colin Eriksen here, and also blocks out entirely a Centauri Saber that would have otherwise generated a Centauri Sellsword token.
Huge, huge block from Colin. And Chris would never calculate for a 5 breakpoint. He thought for sure he's getting over. Sink below. You know, what else are you going to do? No, it's Hold the Line, Chris. Remember this card?
That is nasty stuff out of the Boy Wonder. 11 plays 14 here. I'm going to admit, I was a little reticent to put a Kassai Mirror on as our last round of Swiss, but these are the guys to put on a good show. I got to admit. Kassai activation for Colin Eriksen after taking 1 damage from the Escalate Bloodshed. Next sword to connect will create yet another gold token. A curious choice to block with Raise an Army on the previous turn cycle because he's at a whopping 3, possibly 4 by the time all is said and done.
Yeah, it seems like it would have been a good time to deploy it, but that means that the rest of the cards in his hand are better, which means either a second Raise an Army or I don't know what else it could be. Whatever it is, seems scary.
And Colin has forced Chris to block with a card from hand, but also Colin has taken,
Raise an Army, there it is.
There you go. Taken 1 damage from Escalate Bloodshed because Glint the Quicksilver's Reprise trigger will force him to draw a card during an action phase and thereby lose 1 life. But this Raise an Army, this could be the death knell for Chris Iaali. It's 3 Sellswords on the board for Colin Eriksen. He's looking a lot more like Gravy Bones than Kassai right now. 3 go again. A Centauri Saber has been swung, so he is able to send the mercenaries in.
This seems like if ever there was a turn to block with your whole hand and then not swing a Saber, this would be it. I think Chris is thinking about whether or not it's time to let the bloodshed end and start playing a little bit more on his axis. But to do so now means that you're going to give a heck of a lot of tempo to Colin Eriksen.
1 card blocked with for Chris. Centauri Sellsword II. With an alternate art treatment coming out of the arena for Colin Eriksen. You know, Kassai does love blood on her hands, but she doesn't have to dirty them every turn cycle. In this case, it's the dudes that's going to do all of the work, and Chris Iaali accepting it. Facing facts, and getting another value of Valiant Dynamo.
That's
Chris
his
still
ninth.
is in the lead there. Centauri Saber the second comes out of the hand, comes in for Colin Eriksen. Take it on the chin. Thrown out of the hand for Chris Iaali. This means that a gold token has been stuffed for the turn for Colin Eriksen, but Chris down to 9 and way behind in the board race here. Must put together something meaningful.
Drawing that card and taking that damage.
Can, on its face, just because he's drawn a card and also popped an agility token, remove 2 of these cell swords. Chris also has Riches of Tropeldani, and the next card drawn up is a blue.
Even removing 2 cell swords, it's basically
feel
just
great.
passing back and
Yeah.
then leaving one. And yeah, he's fallen behind here.
Chris will at least be able to get the riches out of his hand. It does look like 1 cell sword is going to go to their sandy grave. It's not watery grave.
Yeah.
We're not talking about gravy bones.
Back to the desert from whence you came.
Their sand-cased tomb. The crypt of the mercenaries. It's a Grains of Blood spill trigger. Then Brave Forge Bracers. The extra damage isn't going to matter here. The more important piece for Chris Iaali is getting riches out of the hand. Yet another Vigor token generated there. A gold token for his troubles after pitching that all-important Fabled from the high seas. But Chris is down 2 life points, and Colin still has a full grip, an arsenal, and a Centauri sellsword.
Chris just drew his Raisin Army, though. And that means that if he can get away with keeping a card in hand, he'll have a clapback. He'll have something. But Colin is going to do his best to disallow that, as he is coming in now for 5 damage on the Centauri Saber, and a sellsword to follow up, and another Centauri Saber after that.
Also has Go Again from that very innocuous common from the Hunted, and that is Trot Along. Part of a blue suite of cards that I think are some of my favorite cards in Flesh and Blood. So versatile. Talking, of course, about Trot Along, Put in Context, and Nip at the Heels.
All those 3 blocks, the blue 3 blocks, love those.
Always good cards in the game of Flesh and Blood. 5 Go Again here for Chris Iaali. Colin, without a board to answer, gets to go face all day. Face is the place for the boy wonder. And man, Escalate Bloodshed looking pretty damn good in the hand of Colin Eriksen
this
so
is
far.
really cool. It's overperforming for something that's supposed to be a mirrored effect.
Josh Lau, sell, sell, sell. It is time to get rid of that horde, my friend. Centauri Saber the first, blocked out entirely by a 3-block Brave Forge Bracers and Valiant Dynamo for Chris Iaali. The follow-up, though, is Centauri Sellsword. The only question for Colin is, which card do I pitch?
He was thumbing
Looks to be
a
a fate
blood on
for
our
Sam.
hands. Yeah, it looks like he changed his mind, keeping the blood on our hands, I guess, for Arsenal. He has no copper, so I'm not sure why. I mean, he could get 1 from this outed, so it could sort of be a pseudo go again enabler, which isn't bad if he's able to connect with the follow-up Centauri Saber.
Oh, Outland Skirmish only gives that on hit to the attack that it's buffing.
Oh, I thought it was the next. No, it's the next time you connect.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. It is
so
next
it
time
is
you hit. You're
active
right.
for all these sabers.
That's not what's swinging right now, though. It is the now gold-lined pockets of a Centauri Sellsword. And Chris gives a wry smile. He knows that this is a difficult situation to navigate. You gotta love Chris. He is pretty gracious in defeat. Not that he's been defeated yet, and I'm not saying that.
I'm scared of this Raisin Army. I'm not ready to count Chris out. He got the Raisin Army at the exact time that he needed it. And if he can put it in play effectively and put Colin on the back foot, he can basically just do back to Colin what Colin just did to him.
And would you say further escalate the bloodshed, Michael?
The bloodshed has been escalated to the 9s.
It's a blood on our hands played out for Colin Eriksen. So not only did he think that Fate Foreseen was a bit of a dead card in the hand when all is said and done, he also thought that power card wasn't going to help him here.
Yeah, just getting rid of it. I like that play. It's not doing anything when you have no copper on the field.
There also was a Kassai activation at the beginning of the turn, as denoted by the Singaporean Kassai. And another defense reaction out of the hand. Colin really on the back foot there in terms of the damage output he could present. And that is a huge boon to Chris Iaali, who has got 3 gold locked and loaded in order to raise an army of his own.
Not the tempo play that Colin needed off the back of his full grip there.
Holy cow, this game is this way and that way, Michael.
Still
2
gets
vigor
a gold
tokens.
might and a vigor out of the connection, but 5 plays 9 and a raise an army. Did he also draw D-Reacts?
also drew
Oh
D-Reacts.
my goodness.
So Escalate Bloodshed really just leaking blood out of both of the veins of these players. And also these Vigor tokens are looking more and more awkward for Chris Iaali.
Not even able to pitch cards to get rid of them.
Centauri Saber attacks a Centauri Sellsword. Where is the go again is the question, and there it is. Glint the Quicksilver out of the arsenal for Chris Iaali saves this turn. Centauri Sellsword of Colin Eriksen dead. All of a sudden, all of his mercenaries are back to their sand-encrusted tombs, and the follow-up for Chris Iaali is likely to be a raise an army. He is holding back, though, on the Grains of Blood spill trigger. Yes, it is raise an army. Chris, of course, realizing I do have an outlet for all of these resources.
Yep, each of those D-Reacts can turn into a Sellsword swing.
And Colin very generously donating his army to Chris's. Centauri Sellsword the first out of 3. Colin Eriksen forced to block with a slice and dice out of the hand.
This is that endgame state, though, where, like, yes, Chris is going to pull a lot of cards out of Colin Eriksen's hand, but if Colin just sort of responds by killing the Sellswords and passing, he's got more life. And so in 5 turns, if Chris just keeps drawing cards and taking pings, he's going to die.
This is so sick right now. This is so sick right now. And if Colin decides to just vomit his hand out on defense every single turn, at the very least, he can draw up a card from Escalate Bloodshed and just kill a Centauri Sellsword and pass if that card doesn't give go again.
The army is not nearly as annoying to deal with. Kassai, known to be an ally killer, one of the Gravy Bones counters because of how wide she can go. And here we see the allies coming out. They're just not as threatening when you have that much go again at your disposal. Free sword swings, although something's going on that Colin Eriksen's thinking about. Definitely trying to calculate his way out of this position. Both players fighting neck and neck.
Neck and neck, tooth and tooth. Centauri Saber and Centauri Saber. We've talked about a little bit about the fact that both of these players disagree on certain deck building constraints of Kassai, but what they definitely seem to agree on is that 2 Centauri Sabers is the preferred loadout, and also Grains of Blood Spill is the de facto chest slot.
Was this a slice and dice played just for the first portion of the text?
No, so slice and
dice... It was
dice,
already active.
No. So it'll still give +3 to the second weapon attack.
Okay,
this turn.
That's nice.
No matter when it comes out. And Chris decided to hold back some information because he knew his first swing was going into a Centauri Sellsword.
Yeah, makes sense.
And Colin, consternation on the face, trying to figure out how to get through this game properly. If he accepts all of this damage, that's 2 Escalate Bloodshed triggers away from death.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be. Ooh, Fate Foreseen, nicely timed.
So only 1 damage going to get through when all is said and done. After Escalate Bloodshed's trigger, Colin Eriksen will be at life parity with Chris Iaali. The amazing thing about Fate Foreseen here, when Escalate Bloodshed is on the arena, you can fix the exact card that you're going to draw. Colin Eriksen doesn't like it, though. It goes to the bottom.
Man, neck and neck.
Back over to Colin. Vigor token pops here. Card drawn.
Hiding it.
Down to 5 he goes. Show me, Colin. Vigor token pops. A resource generated. Ooh, what is a Centauri Saber? And blood follows blade, creating a Centauri Sellsword, essentially doing a gold-baited hook impression.
Gets a vigor as well.
And Centauri Sellsword for Colin Eriksen swings after. Centauri Saber, the second, clears out the entire army of Chris Iaali in one fell swoop.
Wow.
Absolutely huge here for Colin Eriksen.
And prevents Chris from getting a value out of his Valiant Dynamos.
Got him.
10 plays 8 on the Dynamo
All
counter.
right, Colin Eriksen is coming back.
Oh. 4 plays 5.
One thing I love so much about both of these players.
Oh my God.
Oh, and Colin shakes his head. I may have done it to you, but that's still dirty, rotten, Chris Iaali.
They're just going back to back with these plays.
Back to my original point. The thing I love most about both of these players is not that they're killers. It's not that they are stalwarts in the game of Flesh and Blood. It's that they just appreciate an amazing game.
And this is one. This is one for the books.
And that's why it's nothing but head scratches and smiles for both of these players.
They are thinking their way through so many difficult decisions as the game winds down and the health pools dwindle.
And the bloodshed is escalated, of course.
Let's see, is that an unsheathed or a draw swords?
It is an unsheathed.
Okay.
Really quick, can you just double check that you
Chris,
have
thinking
submitted
about that
your
last
results
card,
if you have
or at least a
missed your
Kassai
round?
activation before deploying it. Blood and Sand make their way into the banished zone in order to give Chris's last weapon attack on hit gold. 6 damage here. Colin Eriksen blocks with Valiant Dynamo, plus grains of blood spill and shelter from the storm in the arsenal. Gives the telltale Colin Eriksen look of, did you see what I just did when he plays a defense reaction? I hate that look.
He leans forward.
He leans forward a little bit, gives you the turtleneck, and kind of just looks you straight in the eyes.
Reactions?
I got him. I got reactions.
There we go.
Love Colin Eriksen,
4
but do
cards to
hate that
play
aspect
with.
of his play.
Another D-react that he can park if he needs to.
Both these players just walking each other down to death.
2 vigor means he's got plenty of resources here.
The decks are incredibly thin, even though Escalate Bloodshed has accelerated this game very much so. I do think the deck looks a little bit thicker for Colin.
Hard to say. Sometimes they double sleeve in weird ways. I wouldn't trust the thickness of the deck.
All right, not trusting. Not trusting. I do think Chris is sleeving a standard sleeve and an outer sleeve. Am I seeing that right?
It looks right. When you've got the expensive sleeves, I like the outer sleeve to...
I do too.
Oh, putting a counter here.
Iron Song Pride is going to put a +1 power counter on a weapon. And if a weapon has not hit at the beginning of the end phase, it goes away.
So...
I definitely think Colin fat decked this.
Yeah.
Like, if Chris is... The reason I mentioned the double sleeving with the outer sleeve is that normally makes your deck look way thicker.
So Chris might be running low on steam in the deck, but...
And Colin is definitely single-sleeved, at least on the outers. Nevertheless, it is a full block out from Chris Iaali. Valiant Dynamos, the last block on Grains of Bloodspill, and Fate Foreseen. There was also a Kassai activation in the mix for Colin Eriksen. That Saber did have Go Again from Unsheathed, but the Go Again clause was a little bit moot. 4 plays 4 here, but Chris Iaali is going down to 3 after drawing off of Escalate Bloodshed. Is that the last copy of Spoils of War I see? Go Again found, paid for by a Vigor token. Kassai being activated, Blood and Sand into the Banished Zone for Chris Iaali as well. 3 plays 4 here. Only 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in this match, but it's not going to come down to time, folks. It's going to be blood.
4 comes through to start.
4 Go Again Copper on hit.
We know Colin has the 4 block in the arsenal to cover the breakpoint if he wants. He can also just go ahead and get the Valiant Dynamo's value now and save the D-React for some tricks.
Tricks should be abound. There's 3 cards in the hand for Chris Iaali and 1 in the arsenal. Colin's got to be aware of the number of Blade Flurries.
Cards.
And I think there is a Blade Flurry in the hand of Chris Iaali, so all he does is push the second Centauri Saber forward. 2 damage on the combat chain. Colin Eriksen thumbing his Valiant Dynamo. It's a block of 4 with the in the swing that started Colin Eriksen's pitch stack.
Yeah, so we are now at pitch stack. One of the way it feels to me right now is Colin has just pivoted to let's walk down this escalate bloodshed together. You take one, I'll take one. You take one, I'll take one. And in that game, Colin wins it. So as long as he can take no damage, he's going to win the race.
What a way to win a race into top 8. We'll see if that's how it plays out. Colin does have to make things happen quicker. Sooner rather than later, I should say. There's only 4 minutes left on the clock. And it's 2. A free Centauri Saber following so many before it.
And he has another Raisin Army, too.
No gold tokens to pair with it, though. It is Blood Follows Blade.
Oh, it was that card. Never mind. I think I missaw.
The on-hit not relevant here because Chris Iaali blocked it out. The follow-up is a Centauri Saber for 3 thanks to the Iron Song Pride that is still on the board. Chris has the opportunity to stuff it, and he does with a Sink Below out of the hand. No weapons have connected this turn, so the +1 power counter on the right-handed Centauri Saber of Colin Eriksen goes by the wayside alongside Iron Song Pride. Chris Iaali down to 2 now after drawing a card from Escalate Bloodshed, and it's another defense reaction. Sink Below in the hand.
Colin did just draw Riches of Tropoldani. That's a no block. He does have the D-React in Arsenal, so I think he's safe, but that's kind of a scary time to draw that. 2 coming through now on the combat chain. Chris Iaali starting things off. And Colin is just playing careful Flesh and Blood, seeing the inevitability of the Escalate Bloodshed, posturing himself perfectly to be 1 turn ahead on the life ticking down. Chris at 2, Colin at 3. And he's got the D-React just in case something tricky comes out, but he needs to play so carefully. Kassai is known for tricks.
He's got to play carefully, but he's also got to play quickly. 2 minutes and 40 seconds,
That's true.
And he knows that there's a Blade Flurry in the hand of Chris Iaali, just waiting to be played out. A Blade Flurry and an in the swing, I think is what I saw right there. It's a block of 3 here. Chris, if he bites, will walk straight into the defense reaction of Colin Eriksen. Chris says, no, not yet. I'm waiting for the last possible moment here. Colin Eriksen down to 2 after Escalate Bloodshed. Does its dirty work.
Shake of the head, not super happy with the card.
It's an activation of Kassai. Yellows and reds into the banished zone. The on-hit. Last time it's going to be relevant here, Michael, because Chris Iaali is going to be down to 1 after this, and then the only on-hit is death.
2 comes through. Chris has 5 cards left.
Colin has more than that.
8 or 9 or
Chris
7.
knows he has to put together a big turn here to circumvent this Escalate Bloodshed tech.
1:44 on the clock.
But he's got an in the swing in the hand. That is a game closer and a half, but not when your opponent is sitting on defense reactions. This is a tense moment. 1 minute and 30 seconds remain. 2 plays 2. Escalate Bloodshed has been in the arena for, 13 turns? 10 turns?
The whole time, yeah.
Run through. Paid for by Riches of Tropoldani. Another gold token generated for Colin Eriksen, bringing him up to 2. Run through also going to give a buff on the back end. Colin also playing out a Blade Runner in the blue. Centauri Saber 4-5. It's Valiant Dynamo plus Sink Below. A perfect block for Chris Iaali. 2 plays 2. Still no gold token generated from the Kassai activation. It's back over to Chris, who is immediately descending down to his last life point after drawing off of Escalate Bloodshed. It's Riches of Tropoldani in the hand.
Yeah,
no damage.
I mean, if Colin blocks this out, that's got to be it.
That's going to be game.
I mean, he could just not attack. And then what? Nope, there's the attack.
You've got to go. And he's got the in the swing in the arsenal, but Colin has the defense reaction to cover it up.
He's got 2. He's got a Fate Foreseen in hand.
And Chris knows it.
Yeah, you can see on his face.
All Colin has to do is block out here, and he takes his seat in the top 8. Gold token generated here after pitching Riches of Tropoldani for Chris Iaali. Hit and run. Going to give go again and +1 to the Centauri Saber to follow the first. So it's 4 total. Colin Eriksen moves straight, blocks with 3, It's Blood Follows Blade plus a sync below. The fist bump is extended. Colin Eriksen escalates bloodshed and also takes this game to the absolute dregs. The tech was one-sided, and Colin Eriksen comes out on top.
He navigated that so well, posturing himself to just have that. It wasn't even a life lead. It was a turn lead. And getting there in the very end by 1 damage as the decks thinned out and the clock ticked 0.
That bloodshed was escalated for all to see. Josh Lau, it's time to throw those up on TCG Player, my friend. They are going to be worth at least 2 more pennies.
Stonks are going up.
Yep, without a doubt. Folks, there's not going to be time for an interview after that one. We got to make our top 8 cut, and then we get to crown a winner after 3 more matches of Flesh and Blood of the biggest AGE event ever. Before we let you go, though, we're going to go ahead and hit the high-end products of Fabtcg. They're at the ready on their website for you. Gold cold foils abound. Go ahead and get over to Fabtcg for player-to-player sales. Cut out that middleman and get your single sealed product in common rare playsets from Fabtcg, our proud new sponsor of the LA AGE Open Series. Go ahead and scan that QR code or go to the link below, www.fabtcg.co/AGELA. Please use that link to let Fabtcg know that we sent you.
Absolutely. Thank you again to Fabtcg. 1 website, 1 package in the mail, everything you need, Flesh and Blood.
Folks, as you can hear behind us, the top 8 announcement is going on. I just heard Alexander Vore is in there. That's an Oscilio, possibly a second one. Oh, yep, and there's Peter Buddensiek. 2 Oscilios at least. We'll be back with the continuation of the top 8 announcement and, of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. If you didn't see enough Centauri Saber action during our last round of Swiss, we have made our own little top 8 slice and dice. And here it is before your very eyes, the top 8 bracket for the first AGE LA Open of 2026 features 3 freaking Oscilios, Michael.
That's spicy.
Without a doubt. Honestly, the spicier parts of this bracket are the Florian in the hands of Brian Gutierrez, Kayo Armed and Dangerous, and of course, Ian Shu's Vynnset Iron Maiden. Besides that, it's 2 Kassais and 3 Oscilios. Honestly, Oscilio, oddly enough, is one of those heroes that often seems to fall victim to gem luck when it comes to the top 8 brackets. I'm looking at things as recently as calling Akihabara, where Sam Sutherland just demolished the one Oscilio that made it to top 8. But in this case, Oscilios should be eating pretty dang good.
Yeah, the Oscilio really likes the slower kind of non-disruptive decks to go up against, like Kassai, for example. So seeing a lot of Kassais here means that Oscilio's probably eating pretty good, but that doesn't mean that Kassai can't take the game, and I'm sure that Colin Eriksen and Christopher Iaali are 2 people that are very poised to be able to do just that if they do run into them later in the day.
I would like to draw your attention to the 3rd seed and 6th seed. That's Alexander Vore versus Kosei Chetanna. that is going to be our feature match, because how often do you get to see an Oscilio mirror, man?
Especially in top 8. I'm very looking forward to this. It's supposed to be very explosive from what I hear, but there is a pretty good chance that as the Oscilio's posture for position, it might actually be a little bit more grindy than we think. It all comes down to whether they can combo off early.
And there are curious interactions like, oh, I don't know, do I send a shock in order to snipe your sigil of conductivity in order to make it so that your Volzar costs 1 and other things like that. There's also, finally, Null Shock has a place in the gameplay when you can prevent instants from going off.
One of the best classes to deal with Wizard, it turns out, is Wizard themselves, teched to deal with all of the shenanigans with their own shenanigans.
And Alexander Vore is the man to get it done. He has a lot of hours in the seat of many Wizards, including the first one, Kano Drakayabather, and that is one of those technical mirrors that really require you to know what you're doing. And I think Oscilio is going to be the same case. Alex, when he's been coaching me on the deck, talks about the mirror a lot. Nevertheless, I have never seen it in my own personal play.
I haven't watched it on camera. I can't recall. We've played the mirror. You and I have played Oscilio, and you took it. I remember, because you're on that freaking winning streak against me for the last couple months.
Oh, have I been winning against you a lot, Michael?
Anyway, the point is that the Oscilio mirror is a neck-and-neck race, as a mirror tends to be. We just saw one on camera. And you mentioned Alexander Vore being one of the premier Oscilio players, but we actually happen to know that this matchup happened earlier in the day, and Alex Vore did not win it.
No, that win went the way of Kosei Chetanna.
Despite Alex having turn order choice, by the way. He went first, still lost. His words, it was a skill issue.
His exact words were actually, he got my dumbass. So, not sure if I can say that on stream, but I did anyway. And I hope that was a pretty accurate Alexander Vore impression.
I actually thought I was sitting next to him for a second.
Oh, thank you, Michael. You are so nice indeed. Okay, first, before we get down to the match, I do want to shout out one more time our brand new sponsor, Fabtcg. Get on over to their website and you can get player-to-player Flesh and Blood singles in any variety, mind you, just like that Shelter from the Storm, which comes in regular rainbow foil and Japanese rainbow foil. And that's not all that they've got, folks. There are singles, sealed product, common and rare playsets, and also the drip that card gamers love. You can get gold foils from there as well. So go ahead and scan that QR code at the top of your screen or go to www.fabfoundry.co/AGELA to make sure that they know that Arcane Games and Events sent you.
If you want to bling out a deck or just build one for Silver Age, these are the guys to go to.
Gotta love Travis and everybody over at Fabtcg, and thank them so much for supplying the prize pool here at the first AGELA event of the year. Salute to you, Travis, and everybody at Fabtcg. Now, there is more Flesh and Blood to be played. Let's go ahead and hit that button and take a look at Alexander Vore versus Kosei Chetanna. Oscilio v. Oscilio, 3rd seed versus 6th seed. Alex, of course, has the choice of turn order. Likely gonna pick first.
That is usually the turn that you would like to take as Oscilio. Both players, or both heroes rather, would love to set up, get that arsenal in play, as well as a couple sigils to start things out.
And it's a perfect mirror match here because Alex, wait, no, who's off here? Kosei plays left-handed, it seems. So decks are on the same side. Oscilio and Volzar are swapped a little bit, but also all of the same clothes are on the same side, which I absolutely love to see. It's Flash of Brilliance in the head, Old Knocker in the chest, Shock Charmers in the hand slot, and Lightning Greaves. Let's talk a little bit about Shock Charmers, Michael.
Shock Charmers says Spell Void 2, and when you are facing arcane damage with on hits, that is a premier ability to have on your team. It does have this other sort of rarely used ability, Instant Pay 2. You can deal an extra damage if an attack action card has connected, but you usually don't see that employed at all except to filter.
Yeah, and that is an on-instant ability that some decks can take advantage of, but not since the likes of Ice Lexi, where you could do things like make your Chilling Ice Veins trigger twice, or your Blizzard Bolts in kind.
It would double up on the on-hit effects, as you just mentioned, which is really nice, but there aren't any meaningful on-hit effects in Oscilio, so...
But never say never. There's entirely a chance where
Yeah.
the best thing an Oscilio can do is pitch 2 resources to deal 1 more damage.
One of my favorite things is making national qualification on the line as well here.
Because this, of course, is not just an AGE Open. It is also the Road to Nationals event for Top Deck Keep. They have graciously allowed us to run it in their name and also award Nationals invites and those cold foils and rainbow foils. So Aether Spindle out of the hand for Alexander Vore. A contentious card in the Oscilio purple Discord. Nevertheless, Alex loves this card, and honestly, he's made me a believer as well. So right now, he's not drawing these cards. He is instead opting for them. There was 5 arcane damage on the spell right there, and it does look like 3 has connected. No, it should be 4 total if Alex is representing it properly.
I'm a little confused by that because the Arcane Barrier 1.
Has he already bottomed a card that we didn't even realize? He hated it so much it just shipped?
Maybe. I didn't catch that. But looking at the life totals, 33 plays 36 means that looks to me like 3 connected. Not sure.
There's only 1 arcane barrier. Kosei,
Yep,
had established
he's got the
sigil of
embodiment.
conductivity, but his graveyard is right next to the embodiment,
Yeah.
so that's why we were confused.
Oh, yeah, it did look like that was in play for a moment, but it is not.
All right, sigil of conductivity, besides leaving the battlefield and creating an embodiment of lightning, also has a little bit of text on it in itself. It's got Arcane Shelter 1, which is essentially Spell Void 1.
Kosei. Going back up to 36.
Alex inflicting a little bit of mental damage on his opponent, as he does every time he sits down, just by nature of being who he is.
And we've basically reset to start things out here. So all I've got to say from this point is may the longest hair win.
Kosei's definitely got Alex beat, and maybe that was the edge he needed in that first game.
Because I have a blast. Like, I don't need the lightning.
Man, I gotta say, Wizard players do know how to have fun at the table.
Yeah, they are both clowning on each other early and hard.
Blast to Oblivion out of the hand for Kosei. Chetanna has go again thanks to the embodiment of lightning token generated by the leaving of Sigil of Conductivity. Another one resolved for Kosei Chetanna. This Blast to Oblivion is in the yellow, so only comes in for 3 go again here. Now Kosei will have the opportunity to play an instant speed card and then bounce Sigil of Conductivity back to the hand. That's the primary function, I would say, of Sigil of Conductivity.
Yeah, it's so good to be able to get that out of the arena, get the embodiment back, and then just play it again and just keep boosting that Volzar up, amping your Arcane.
And in the hand for Kosei.
Does he have a spell? It doesn't look like it.
There's another Blast to Oblivion and another Sigil of Solace and, more important instant, Electrostatic Discharge. Going to be huge here.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to go very wide with physical attacks with all the instants that he can play, keep bouncing things back. But, man, he would love to have an arcane spell to round this out. He'll have a lot of wasted counters on Volzar if he can't find a spell somehow this turn.
Right now, it's just physical still being represented. Alex having discarded a high voltage and drawn into another card. I believe the electromagnetic somersault was already in the hand, so I'm not sure which card was drawn there.
Well, he's got a Comet Storm Shock, an electromagnetic somersault, a Blast to Oblivion, and a probably Sigil of Conductivity.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell with the Marvels sometimes.
It is. Alex could be thinking of discarding that card on his next turn, but Sigil of Conductivity is not the guaranteed Volzar discounter in a matchup where your opponent deals arcane damage. So Alex might be reticent to let it go. So it's a Blast to Oblivion trigger here from Electrostatic Discharge, bouncing Sigil of Conductivity back to the hand, creating an embodiment of lightning token, which is going to be eaten up immediately by the red Blast to Oblivion to follow. This one comes in for 7, beefed up by the Electrostatic Discharge that came before.
And Alexander Vore probably praying right now that that last card is not an arcane spell. Fortunately, we know that it is not. I almost wonder, do you ever Oscilio here and just pray? I know it's kind of a low odds play. It's kind of risky. But it just depending, how much do we value the electromagnetic somersault is really the question. Because you could hit
You mean a Sigil of
anything.
Solace?
Is
in
it
the
a
hand
Sigil
for
of Solace?
Kosei, yep.
Excuse me, okay. In that case, it's pretty good to put that one in the arsenal.
Yeah, honestly, what I like here is Kosei playing out a Sigil of Solace, bouncing the
and
Sigil
then
of Conductivity,
arsenal
and then arsenaling
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. Then you get to start the next turn with the embodiment, so pretty clean play there.
Because Sigil of Conductivity is one of those cards that sticks on the board the entirety of a game unless your opponent's dealing arcane damage. And so you got to be a little bit protective of it.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Alex, looking to block with Flash of Brilliance right away.
And I wonder if this is kind of for the same reason you just mentioned. Out of fear of the arcane damage, deciding I need to protect my Sigil of Conductivity.
Could very well be.
Get that embodiment and keep it in my hand. No, he has one in hand. Why would he need... Unless that's a...
Any reactions?
No reactions from me.
Okay, so just discards one Sigil of Conductivity to keep the other one.
And that might look a little bit of an asinine play, but in this case, Alex, yes, is protecting that Sigil of Conductivity and also getting an embodiment of lightning on board, which he otherwise would not have. Sigil of Conductivity doesn't leave the board unless it is under the effect of something that makes it leave the board.
Yeah, good play there. Still, Alexander Vore down by 9 life at this point, and without a Mind Warp or some kind of disruption is not looking terribly strong this turn.
Still no Gone in a Flash is drawn for either of these players.
I think he has the etchings in Arsenal, which is another reason to get a Sigil in the bin, so you can get some value there.
Both players having a laugh here because they are playing Bounce the Sigil of Conductivity, the game at the moment.
Just juggling these cards with the Blast to Oblivion.
Blast to Oblivion on the combat chain for Alexander Vore now, coming in for 4 go again, thanks to the embodiment of Lightning Token. And Alex will have the opportunity after playing an instant to bounce Sigil of Conductivity back to the hand. Kosei blocking pretty early with those Lightning Greaves, perhaps telegraphing that he would like to be ready to go as soon as humanly possible. Does not, however, have a super compelling combo turn right now.
I think this may be posturing to prevent a potential Channel Lightning Valley. Blast to Oblivion is the best target for that card, and so just respecting the possibility is one way to play it, especially just getting those boots online as soon as possible. You don't know when it's coming, so you just have to try to predict it. And I think that might be the edge that pushed him over into putting those boots on the combat chain.
And you said Etchings of Arcana is in the arsenal of Alexander Vore, right?
I think I'll say with 35% confidence.
That is not very high.
It's not good, but there's a lot of cards in the deck.
But if it is here, then this play makes a lot of sense. Alex redeploying the Blast to Oblivion, has a Sigil of Conductivity in the hand, which means that after Kosei accepts this 4 damage down to 35, Alex is going to be able to deploy Etchings of Arcana after replaying the Sigil of Conductivity, and I do love this right here. Blast to Oblivion, often used to bounce your own auras. In this case, Alexander Vore is able to bounce the embodiment of Lightning Token for Kosei Chetanna. It cuts both ways, even though oftentimes it is not useful to do that. And yes, it is an Etchings of Arcana out of the arsenal for Alexander Vore, amped up huge by Volzar to 8 points of damage. And Alex does have a target for the on-surge there. It is yet another Sigil of Conductivity, which is likely to place right into Arsenal.
He might just Oscilio it away. He's got one in
True.
play, and with the ability to bounce and be cute, it could be worth doing that, and it looks like he opts for that.
Card drawn, I think,
Current
is
funnel.
another... It was Current Funnel?
I think so.
I thought it was Etchings. Your eyes have been better than mine today, though.
Yeah, I thought it was a blue. We'll see. 35% confidence. Once again, Current Funnel in the arsenal.
Your 35% is looking a lot more like 80%, my friend.
Yeah. You don't want to be too overconfident.
Sigil of Conductivity out of the arsenal for Kosei Chetanna after activating Oscilio, discarding an electromagnetic somersault. It's just a lot of lightning cards and then an Etchings of Arcana of Kosei's own. Gonna mean an extra 2 amp on that, so only 5 coming in. Alex has the opportunity to pop Shock Charmers and deny that on-surge trigger.
That might be a play. No Sigil of Brilliance, and all of the go again he could possibly need already on the field. It seems like letting him draw this card is fine.
I don't hate it, honestly, especially when Kosei is holding back a card in hand.
Yeah, and he's got the he has the Gone in a Flash in hand right here, Alexander Vore. So he's kind of ready to combo. I think he has a lot of instants as well.
There's also a Flittering Charge, so it's not perfect.
It's not perfect, but
it depends on whether or not he found a source of Arcane for sure.
A little too much glare. I know he's got the Sigil of Solace all the way to the left.
And then another Sigil of Conductivity.
So he's short an Arcane source.
Yeah, and honestly, this turn is already pretty dang good.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to go Flittering Charge, give it Go Again with Sigil of Solace, play out Current Funnel, which will gain Go Again and give Go Again to the Gone in a Flash to follow.
Yeah, no reason to pop boots here.
Alex could be thinking about maybe ditching that Sigil of Conductivity to see if he can find a source of Arcane damage.
He does reach for those Shock Charmers. Seems good a time as any.
AB0 is the choice. And then Spell Void, effectively 3, because it's Spell Void 2 and then 1 Arcane Shelter from the Sigil of Conductivity. Embodiment of Lightning token generated for Alexander Vore, which means he doesn't even need to give Go Again to that Flittering Charge, which also means that after playing Flittering Charge, Current Funnel, he's going to be able to send Gone in a Flash twice.
That's pretty nice.
Even though it's not Arcane, that is a hefty combo, hefty mini combo turn, I should say.
Getting a lot of value out of those instants.
Gone in a Flash showing that is not just good on a big combo turn. It can be really useful otherwise. The question, though, is that 35% confidence closer to 100% for you? Because if it's not Current Funnel in the arsenal, that play line I just described doesn't mean anything.
He's tanking a little bit. We'll see how he starts things out. Oh, it was Etchings.
It was Etchings?
I think so, yeah. That's what I saw that time. 35% confidence.
Okay, it's 1-1 for each of us. You spotted the first Etchings. I
think that's
the
what I
second.
saw. I think that's what I just saw. So that would be better if this is Etchings.
But Etchings is absolutely sick here.
Oh, it's
eclectic magnetism. Never mind, I completely missed it too.
So his resource, he just pitches Flittering. Okay, fine.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah.
Man, either of the cards that we thought we saw in the arsenal would have been way better than Eclectic Magnetism.
Yeah, that was not gas at all.
Should mention here, folks, we are getting better and badder at Arcane games and events. All top 8 deck lists are already available on our website. That's www.age.events. Get on over there and see what these players are playing with right now.
Yeah, if you're curious about the very game in front of your eyes, what kinds of cards these players have chosen to bring to the table, and what you can expect to come off at the top of the deck, head on over to arcanegamesandevents.com and check out those deck lists.
Yeah, make sure there aren't any extra Escalate bloodsheds in the 80s.
Holy, that was a game. But we are currently in the long-haired duel of wizards.
What is it with wizards and long hair? Because
I
even
don't
though
know.
Peter's wearing it short right now, he forever has been like a down
you used to
to
have long hair not too long ago as an Oscilio player.
I guess that was when I started playing Oscilio. You're right.
And I also had long hair.
You did?
Before you knew me, down past my shoulders.
Holy
Yeah,
cow.
I'll bring up the pictures after
Yeah, we're
the
going to
game.
need a picture of that.
Uh-huh.
Maybe we just start growing it out now and we get to be the long-haired duo.
Yeah, let's do it.
We can be Wizard Players Anonymous in the booth.
Got
All right.
the Sigil of Solace healing a little bit. The Sigil of Conductivity coming out and just kind of dirtling his way through this turn, opting to set up and chip rather than swing for the fences.
Doesn't want to send the Gone in a Flash. That is a curious choice there. Did he send Gone in a Flash? Kosei's
wait.
down pretty far.
Maybe he did.
He must have sent it and
Dang
we
it,
missed
we were
it.
talking about hair.
Worth it.
Ooh,
Oh,
but
and
we've got
look.
another Gone coming out on the other side of the table.
One Gone found, one return from Kosei
Ooh,
Chetanna.
and he's going to pair this one with a Mind Warp.
He has blocked with his boots already, has the opportunity to go for combo, but I think that's a Comet Storm Shock in the hand, as well as a second strike. That's an interesting bit of tech from
Wow,
Kosei.
I haven't seen second strike in Oscilio since like week 2 that he was released, but At least we've got, it's looking like 1 instant in the arsenal to do a pseudo combo.
4
no
damage.
boost required.
4 damage taken by Alexander Vore. Electrostatic discharge out of the arsenal for Kosei. And now that second strike, Go Again clause is online, which is huge here. So now coming in for 7 Go Again is second strike. And in the hand, there is the Mind Warp. There is another instant, which could allow Kosei to send Gone in a Flash. That instant speed shock, and then buy Gone in a Flash back. But Mind Warp has got to be more tempting here.
Yeah, I could see an Oscilio activation to try to get something better than the Comet Storm shock, because currently it's an IP penalty if he wants to put that Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. So maybe just waiting a little bit to see how Alexander responds.
Yeah, if that was his plan, I don't know why he wouldn't have done it earlier on in the turn, right?
I agree. But how it stands, I'm a little bit... My brow is furrowed at the decision to keep it if he doesn't Oscilio it away.
You're not just handsome, you're also the best brow furrower in the business,
I do have a really good brow furrow. I'm not going to lie. I'm very aware of that. I can furl the heck out of
painfully
these
as far as I
brows.
can see. It is an Oscilio activation, though. Comet Storm Shock is pitched to the graveyard in the favor of a Flittering Charge.
Not an improvement.
Not ideal. It's just a Mind Warp for 5, and it is going to be an IP penalty when all is said and done for Kosei Chetanna.
And this is where Alexander Vore wishes he kept his bracers, his shock charmers. I sort of get it. Like, you know, take the value while you can. You never know if it's going to come back up. But all of a sudden, you know, losing a card guaranteed out of the hand is like, it does not feel good. He can't stop all of this. He's got AB1 plus the Spell Void 1 on the conductivity. So no way to prevent all of this with what he's currently showing us.
He is thinking, though.
Yeah.
He's not thinking about whether or not he can stop the Surge trigger. It's rather, is it worth it to vomit some of these cards out of my hand in response?
Usually when you play them on your opponent's turn, they lose that synergistic Volzar value. It's possible that he could be thinking that. I don't see it right now. I don't have my calculator out. Maybe he's calculated something that I haven't. But.
So the thing he's probably thinking about is that my Sigil of Conductivity is going to go away here. Yeah. So maybe I should try to send some lightning cards at instant speed and get the Volzar value now while I know I can get it. But no blocks is declared here. 4 damage comes across the line. Alexander Vore down to 17. Now 1 life behind Kosei. Mind Warp on Surge trigger is active. It's 4 cards into the the deck for Alexander Vore, and then 3 going to be coming back out when all is said and done. The important part for Alex, though, is that Gone in a Flash is safe in the arsenal.
Yeah, really important there. I think Alexander Vore may have just been taking his time lamenting the loss of what was otherwise a pretty good hand, praying that maybe he gets something equally good, -1 card. Because Gone in the Flash at this point in the game, if he can draw up a bunch of instants and a spell to pair it with, is going to look really good.
Okay, the ideal hand for Alexander Vore here, I think, is any aura with Sigil in its name. Consigned to Cosmos Shock, the 0-cost Shock, and then 1 other instant. Ideally, an Electrostatic Discharge.
Sure.
That is probably the best he could possibly draw up here in order to combo off.
You could switch one of those instants with a Mind Warp, and I wouldn't be too sad about it.
Sure.
But we've got at least 1 Sigil.
And we Sigil of Brilliance and Channel Lightning Valley, I thought I caught.
Okay,
and an Electrostatic Discharge, I think.
So he's going wide. No spell.
Yep. No spell.
Yeah.
But it is still a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And one of the
I
learning points of playing Oscilio is knowing when you have to go off, even when it's not optimal.
Yeah.
Alex's combo doesn't have to be crazy. His opponent's at 18.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking right now about whether or not you activate Oscilio and dig for something better. You can always whiff. Like, every instant in his hand right now is worth 4. Plus the value printed on it. So in a lot of the cases, it's more than 4.
And he also has the embodiment of Lightning Token, which means that if he pitches, say, the Channel Lightning Valley, he's still going to be able to convert the other 2 cards in the hand. It can kind of only get better in a way, but if Alex draws something like an Eclectic Magnetism, that is definitely a dead card for the turn.
Does opt for the Oscilio activation, it seems. Still tanking on which one he wants to get rid of. Interestingly enough, I think it might be the Channel Lightning Valley, because that card doesn't gain the value on... Oh my god, and he finds the Mind Warp. That was the card he needed. And now he
it's-
is set up.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
he's got the old nut. You go.
No,
here.
you're right. We
you
go
go
here.
so hard. You've got the sigil. You've got everything. he's like, that's the nuts. He knows it. He knows it. Even if he doesn't get the kill here, he's gonna strip the hand of Kosei.
We gotta go, is what Alexander Vore
boy.
says here. This is 4 go again. Gone in a flash the first, but certainly not the last on this turn, whether or not Lightning Greaves are popped.
You know what's crazy is if he does pop the Lightning Greaves, he actually gets to send that last Gone in a flash with the extra action point because it starts with go again. He gets an extra attack out of it. This is huge.
And more importantly, he gets to send it before the Mind Warp, thereby amping an additional 1.
Exactly. No, he's popping off here. He got the nuts off the back of that.
Yeah, this
Mind
is a
Warp.
monster turn right here. So 4 damage connects, and in the damage step, Alexander Vore is going to hold priority. Oh, Alex is still thinking about it though. He's a
What is there
really
to think
diligent
about
player.
here? I mean, it's you got to be diligent, right? Is there anything that he could do wrong?
He's thinking about the Shock Charmers, of course, but here he goes. Old Knocker cashed in, paying for Lightning Greaves, all at instant speed here. We're still in the damage step. This chain link has not resolved. Electrostatic Discharge out of the hand, bouncing Gone in a Flash, and also conferring an additional amp on an activation of Volzar, the Lightning Rod. Kosei, however, has a response here. Could it be a null shock?
Ooh, that would be a big deal.
Oh no, it's a Sigil of Brilliance right here.
Okay.
And then
Maybe he's just pumping the null shock.
I will shock.
Yup.
There it is. It is the null shock.
Yup.
Electrostatic Discharge gonna go away. Alex still has the opportunity to bounce Gone in a Flash because Electrostatic Discharge was played, right? The critical point here for Kosei is that Electrostatic Discharge will not give the +3 to the next attack.
And it won't get the go again. He still has the go again from the Gone in a Flash.
Exactly.
But that extra action point that we just talked about, that's gone.
So Kosei, with that play, honestly, blocking 5?
Yeah. Let's listen to Alexander Vore here.
This will come back anyway. Exactly.
So the question is,
What is the question?
What's the question, Alex?
You can tell he just got befuddled by that play. He respected it a lot.
100%. And Alex is one of those guys that just loves a good game of Flesh and Blood. He loves to sink his teeth into these niche interactions.
I take the 3 Arcane, 14-14. You negate the discharge. Yep. The Gone in a Flash trigger resolves.
Yes.
Comes to hand.
Yes.
This is gone, but I had.
But you got the action point.
Yeah. So I have the 1 action point. I play 2 lightning cards.
Yes.
Gosh.
We're all caught up.
Okay.
We are all caught up, says Kosei Chetanna, and so are you folks at home listening to 2 Wizard Masters figure out niche interactions. Is there anything better?
Play there.
That's huge, man.
I mean, it definitely saved his life. If he was going to die that turn, no longer will he. Still going to have to deal with a lot of arcane damage. But, oh, you know what? Oh, no, never mind. He still has the Sigil in hand. I, for some reason, thought he was relying on a Sigil of Conductivity. But no, he's got the Brilliance in hand still.
He's got the Brilliance in hand. Lightning Greaves have still been activated. So there's going to be enough amp on the Mind Warp to get across the finish line. Because Sigil of Brilliance is going to be the 4th Lightning card, thereby usurping the effective Spell Void 3 on the side of Kosei Chetanna. So this Mind Warp should connect for 3 and get rid of the last card in Kosei's hand, unless it's an instant that he wants to play out.
The difference between an extra +3 and an extra playing of that Gone in a
So I'm sorry,
Flash.
he's not blocking 5 with that play. He is instead blocking 8.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
It counted this even though it.
So ultimately, that was Sigil of Brilliance out of hand, the pitch card, and Null Shock, which means a 3-card 8 in terms of the block it presented effectively, and also the 3 Arcane. It was a 3-card 11.
That's really good on defense with a freaking instant.
Right?
Physical, or do I save it in case of shock?
Kosei's like, do I pop my Shock Charmers, or do I just save it in case you shock me on the next turn cycle?
Yeah. I mean, he's going down to 0 cards, right? He's spent 3 of them. This is connecting one way or the other.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Kosei can absolutely cover up this surge. He'll just
it's because he has the AB.
because he has the AB1.
Right.
So I might as well AB1.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
And then
So gone in a flash into the pitch zone for Kosei,
take
and it's only 2 arcane damage coming across.
Yeah. And he gets to draw a card at the start of his turn.
So it's kind of the Red in the Ledger issue. Like, if Red in the Ledger connects, you only get to do one thing on your turn. If Red in the Ledger doesn't connect, that's probably because you blocked out entirely with your hand.
Yeah.
So Kosei is Mind Warp if he doesn't. He's Mind Warped if he did.
Yeah. Might as well stop the damage here.
Exactly.
And I just hope your next turn is a
And man, that was a massive draw
Yeah.
for Kosei. Null Shock has never looked better.
I thought he was dead in the water. It's still looking bad. This is not the position you want to be. 8 life against a 5-card hand as you draw up 1 card. Pray that it's a good one.
Yeah, and Kosei is out of cards here, so Alex does have full steam ahead to do some instant speed shenanigans, but man, your
Yeah.
opponent's at 8. That is very out of the range of Oscilio Shock combo range.
He's got high voltage and a shock, though. I mean, doesn't look like he has quite enough to get lethal, so you don't want to send it yet, but he's thinking.
But he also doesn't have the action points
Yeah.
on the affirmative to really make use of all these cards anyway.
Yeah.
So he might be thinking, I might as well get a 2, like Volzar is
Push the
once
damage while
per
you can,
turn,
yeah,
right? So he
exactly.
can activate Volzar both on his opponent's turn and his turn.
If he does get an enabler from that Sigil of Brilliance, maybe he'll kick himself if he
True.
gets rid of too many cards, but his hand is clunky. He wants something else, that's for sure.
He has
There's
to-
also an Oscilio activation.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of options here.
He's got to be
a
thinking
tank.
there.
And he definitely wants to utilize the Oscilio activation now before Kosei draws up, if he can, just because it's a once per turn action as well.
And
Get
if
that information.
Alex were to draw something like a Channel Lightning Valley that makes deploying that Consigned to Cosmos Shock all the more enticing, he wants to do it before Kosei has the opportunity to block any of that damage.
But looks like he does not. And Kosei,
Sick draw. Oh, sorry, that was from the Arsenal.
Yeah.
Kosei was always going to be able to convert at least a little bit. Its Flittering Charge out of the Arsenal has Go again from the Embodiment of Lightning token generated by Sigil of Conductivity.
not bad.
Now, Alex has a way to use some of the cards in this hand. I'm looking at Etchings of Arcana as a potential block card.
Yeah. I mean, with the high voltage and other potential pumps, I wonder if you want to lean into that now that Kosei's down to just AB1 to try to close something out.
You think you block with Gone in a flash, maybe? Here?
Yeah, Gone's not great
Commit
here.
sacrilege?
Yeah. Well,
Especially
he
when
has
Alex
one in
has one in Arsenal.
Yeah,
No,
I think
you're
that's
right.
guaranteed. And then the question is really just how else do you navigate the hand? You get to see one more card at the start of your turn.
Alex will also have the on-surge of Etchings of Arcana and a Sigil of Brilliance in the graveyard by the time it resolves.
Yeah, those are all really big pieces.
Yeah, I decided to hold like Arsenal this and hold Gone.
Everybody who tuned out immediately when we said Oscilio Mirror is in shambles right now. This is a fascinating game.
Yeah, this has been one for the records as well.
Any reactions?
No reactions.
Gone in a flash blocked with here. Good call out, Michael. You've convinced me that that's the playline, and also Alexander Vore through the ether.
Yeah. You know these players are good when they're playing the way that I would do it.
Despite your losing streak against me. Hey, yo!
Hey, man, luck's a thing.
Okay, all right, all right. We see each other every single week. That's a lot of luck.
Hey, it happens. You're a lucky dude. You know it.
I am lucky in life, in love, and in family. That is for dang sure, Michael.
I thought you were going to say Fab is the last one.
Nope. I would not call myself lucky in Fab.
Well,
I
I
am
would.
lucky to be sitting next to you, though, my
Hey,
friend.
that's a lot of luck.
One card left in the hand for Kosei. It is the random one drawn by Sigil of Brilliance at the beginning of the turn. It's a Mind
That's what I saw. Can't
But no
deploy
Sigil,
it to
yeah.
effect here, but still a strong card if he's able to keep it. And by keep it, I mean not die.
I'm gonna go for it. Close chain.
Sure.
Kosei has priority.
Old knocker.
Okay.
It's an old knocker activation
he's just gonna
in order
say-
to pay for Volzar and send Mind Warp.
That's
This one
kinda
comes in
sick.
for 3. Alex can't do anything about it. Alex is nodding his head in approval. That's actually pretty sick, he says.
Yeah.
Hey.
So Kosei is kind of giving up on the prospect of having any semblance of a combo turn unless he pairs Lightning Greaves with something like a blue. which is not bad.
Yeah. I've been surprised by more in this game than something like that. Looks like Alexander is thinking about cashing in his cards now for some arcane damage.
So I think Alex is going for high voltage into Consigned to Cosmos Shock because he's thinking, yes, after Mind Warp is said and done, I won't have a card in hand, but if I just draw an instant, I can send Gone in a Flash from the arsenal and flash it back. And that is a bread and butter Oscilio play if I've ever heard one. So Consigned to Cosmos Shock deals 4 damage to Kosei. Down to 4 he goes. And then it's 3 to Alex, who's at 10 now and under the effect of the on surge of Mind Warp. It's a shuffle of the deck. No cards are going to be drawn here for Alex until the Sigil of Brilliance pops at the beginning of his action phase.
Really importantly, Kosei still has 1 block in the armor suite, which means if all Alex can do is send a Gone in a Flash and pass, Kosei can block with the helmet and keep a full grip.
Cards drawn up do contain a 3 block. I think there's a Consigned to Cosmos Shock or a Comet Storm Shock in that hand.
I think I saw the consign.
Sigil of Brilliance gonna pop here. Is there a response from Kosei? No response here. Card drawn is
What the heck?
Echoes are gnar, Alex.
That's not what you need right now.
Oh no.
I think you just... I mean, you can
Can't even
play
filter it
out.
away with Oscilio. Yes, you play it out. He does have the option to send Gone in a Flash after resolving it.
I've never played this card before.
You liar.
Alex has never played this card before in his life because this is a war crime against Oscilio. This is war. This is Oscilio on Oscilio war crimes.
Definitely the Geneva Convention has banned this in an Oscilio deck. That is illegal, but he plays it anyway.
And Gone in a Flash is bought here from the arsenal. Kosei takes 1, though. Doesn't block with Flash of Brilliance. Still wants to get a little bit of extra value out of it. Alex has not drawn up any copy of Shock. 2 cost or less. And for Kosei, it's a Blast to Oblivion out of the hand, eating his 1 action point. But there is a blink in the hand.
Not care out. This currently does not have
Alexander Vore not liking that Amulet of Echoes even more when it's he drawing it.
Yeah, the timing of that was a little underwhelming, I gotta say.
Less than stellar.
And now we're playing our best Guardian cosplay, just swinging for and passing back and forth. Titan's Fist coming through, 10 plays 3.
And you know, it's definitely Kosei's game to lose at this, excuse me. Yeah, Kosei's game to lose because he is well within instant speed shock range.
Yeah, he's in trouble, but Alexander Vore still needs to piece it together, and if his hands don't align, Kosei is doing his best to claw it back. 1 card 4 is a pretty good place to be when you only have the 1 to work with. He's got 2 more, the Blink and, was it a spell?
I didn't quite catch it. I know the Blink is there, but so is a very masculine forearm, just like that of the man across from him, might I add.
It's a mirror on each side, forearm and equipment.
And hair, and hero.
Blocking
Current
3.
funnel blocks Blast to Oblivion. 1 damage currently leaking through.
And Alexander Vore has lethal in hand, assuming Kosei has no other tricks, because he will be able to amp that etchings. So Kosei's really got to do something here to continue to disrupt Alexander Vore and demand cards from hand. Otherwise, he's looking at his doom.
Alex says we've been playing for 9 hours. If I look at the actually time clock, it's more like 35 minutes, but I'm sure it feels like 9 flesh and blood years for both of these players.
35 minutes is a freaking long time when you're playing in a Oscilio mirror.
Well, to be fair, these guys have had the shortest games in the room probably for the remainder of the day.
And you got to tank. When you are playing in the top 8 of an event, you got to take your time to think, and I respect the heck out of players that do so, even in the aggro mirrors.
Once again, these players are not just fighting for more AGE points and more cash. It's also Nationals qualification.
Is it top 4?
Top
gets
4
qualified? So the loser here will miss out on that opportunity. The winner will qualify for US Nats.
And now I see the consternation of Kosei. Do I do a 2-card 3 Arcane here? Does seem to be the choice. That would get Alex down to 6. No prevention effects any longer.
Block the Arcane.
We saw Oscilio find 7 damage.
It was 8.
8 damage in a previous game. It is entirely possible that if Kosei draws correctly, he can find the win. He's not out yet, but boy, is it looking very, very hard to find. He needs the top 4 cards of his deck to cooperate.
And you see exactly how intense Wizard Mirrors of all stripes can be. Alex wondering, what am I supposed to be playing around here? Has to check his graveyard. Excuse me, check the graveyard of Kosei Chetanna to see how many instant speed shocks are left.
Yeah, that's actually the real question, because if he's played them all out, his out is gone.
Because even though these players have been going for quite some time, it hasn't been that many turn cycles.
It's been a lot of tanking on these,
Rightly
wizard-heavy turns. Yeah, I mean, it's been instant response after instant response as both of these players are playing their brains out, if you ask me.
Flittering charge out of the hand of Alexander Vore. It's a lightning press for Kosei and no instant speed shocks.
Yeah, he's in trouble here.
Well, he does have the opportunity to play out the Sigil of Brilliance, block with Flash of Brilliance, and cycle out that lightning press for not just the Sigil of Brilliance on the arena, but also an additional card from the deck. Still has an Oscilio activation, too. So Kosei can dig quite a bit.
And dig he must. This is his one turn. We know that Alexander Vore has lethal in hand, so unless Kosei can find a Sigil of Solace, I should be more clear, a Sigil of Solace, not just any old Sigil, some way to gain life or prevent damage or find lethal. Those are the 3 ways that he can get out of this spot. But if he can't do that, Alexander Vore has 5 Arcane following this up after he plays his Sigil into.
And there's the choice. Blocking 4 with the Flash of Brilliance allows Kosei to discard a lightning card in order to pick up an aura from the battlefield.
So does he just instantly replay it before drawing, or did he draw quickly? And
So he's asking Alex if he would like to do anything in response to the on-defense trigger.
No
the card drawn,
response.
second strike.
Yeah, that's not it.
That ain't it. Go again, given by the Sigil of Brilliance out of the hand of Alexander Vore, which means that 5 Arcane damage is to follow with Etchings of Arcana. Kosei Chetanna only has Arcane Barrier 1, doesn't have any prevention effects in the hand. Could draw into a Sigil of Conductivity, but that's not going to do it either.
Sigil of Solace saves him. Didn't find it.
Not it, ladies and gentlemen. It is just going to be a block
from
Arcane Barrier 1, and then Alexander Vore takes down the second Wizard Mirror, the second pairing between these 2 players of the day. So far, they are 50-50. The next time they meet, however, that is going to be the match to end all matches.
Wow. That was cool. I'm glad we got to watch that one.
Was
The Null
freaking
shock,
cool, man.
even though he wasn't able to win it after that, was such a heads-up play, stuffing a combo that would have otherwise just absolutely wrecked him then and there, turned it into a much closer game.
And just like that, both of those players, I think, have bought each other's respect immediately. I expect a Discord connection to come out of that one.
Yeah, that was cool to watch.
We have an updated top 8 bracket for you all, folks. And let's go ahead and reveal it right now, because believe it or not, that was our longest quarterfinal.
Wow.
Brian Gutierrez takes down Kayo armed and dangerous, the Florian that could. And now Peter Buddensiek takes out Colin Eriksen, the boy wonder with the Escalate bloodshed, could not handle the Constella intelligence, and Ian Shu.
Wow.
That boy is qualified for nationals alongside Alexander Vore. And it is going to be a screamer of a match.
Look at this.
in
We've got
semis.
a Runeblade Wizard sandwich in front of us. I don't know which one to pick. I mean, both of these matchups are so cool.
It's going to be the top one, Michael.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to tell you why.
Okay.
We're going to find out together. I already know why, because I played Oscilio into Brian Gutierrez just at a Road to Nationals last weekend. So everybody stay tuned. If you think that that is a overwhelmingly favored Oscilio matchup, Brian might have something to say to you. Maybe I'm talking a lot of smack, and maybe I'm just leading you on. I like to do both of those things, but there's only one way to find out, and that is to stick around for more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. In the arena was Oscilio's 2, each asking each other, can you lightning better? Can I lightning better than you? Damn it, I was so close. All right, we'll get
What's
that
the
one
answer?
next time.
Who lightninged better, Bryce?
Alex
you gotta
did,
answer
obviously.
It.
You saw it as well as I did.
Alex is the winner, moving on. But that's not who we're watching here. We've got Peter Buddensiek up against Brian Gutierrez. Runeblade versus Wizard in our semifinals.
Not just any Runeblade. It's the Runeblade that goes the slowest. Florian Rotwood Harbinger is known for mid-rangey gameplay. But Brian has taken the cue of a lot of people that have been shouting from the rooftops that that deck can go fast. And he's hopefully going to draw into a hand similar to the one that he demolished me with at an RTN just last weekend, but time will tell. Peter Buddensiek is definitely going to try to put together a Gone in a Flash combo to challenge that very theory. And Peter also has talked at length in that 20-minute interview I did with him about not necessarily his bad beats, just performing in a lackluster way during the last year and how he is trying to turn it around using the momentum of a very strong finish last year. He is our current reigning Players Champion, so it is amazing to see him in the top 8 right now.
Yeah, just keeping that win streak going, showing us that the work that he put in to win the Players Championship is carrying over, and this was not just a fluke. The man knows how to play flesh and blood.
And there is a lot of exciting news in the world of Flesh and Blood, like a brand new, probably the most anticipated set ever, Compendium of Wraith, coming out just next month. And where can you get your hands on it, Michael?
Bet you can get one at Fab Foundry.
Oh, you are so right. Sealed product is ready for you and waiting on the Fab Foundry website. These guys are an LGS located in Portland, Oregon. I almost said Portland, California, believe it or not. But no, it's Portland, Oregon. We haven't adopted Oregon as of yet. But bottom line, you can get your sealed product, your singles, your common and rare playsets, and also all of the drip that you need to make your deck look beautiful and functional at Fab Foundry. Go ahead and scan that QR code at the top of your screen, or go to www.fabfoundry.co/AGELA. That way, Fab Foundry will know that we sent you and that we are providing a fruitful relationship with them. And gotta say, I am so excited about this, Michael, because they are definitely kindred spirits with us in terms of wanting to grow the game, just wanting to play more games of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
We have found ourselves a best friend in Travis, owner of Fab Foundry, and I know you will too when you experience player-to-player Fab singles. So get on over there and order your first bit of cardboard now. What are we gonna do now, though, Michael?
Oh, we got more Flesh and Blood coming up.
Oh, you want more Flesh and Blood, Michael?
That's what I'm here for.
Very well. Let's go ahead and hit that button. Brian Gutierrez, our first seed coming into this top 8, is taking on reigning Players Champion Peter Buddensiek of Team PCG Invasion, and also massive tester with Team Stroopwafel, the likes of Yuki Lee Bender, Ellie Bird, and also AGE's own Zane Johnson, who hasn't been here in a while, but nevertheless, he is near and dear to our hearts.
It looks like Brian chooses going first. He's the first seed, meaning he gets pick for the rest of the tournament today. Establishes that rune chant and plays an E-Strike. Kind of interesting. Maybe thinking he can leak. It's always an option when you're playing into Oscilio.
Definitely something that can happen. Peter is automatically thumbing the activation of Oscilio, and rightly so, because that is yet another 0 block in the hand. There are 2 2-blocks there.
AB with the
non-blocking
red, the
fry.
non-block, yep.
Like that. Go again the chosen mode for Brian Gutierrez here. Luckily, there was a 3-block after all, so it's blocked out entirely, and only 1 damage ultimately is going to leak on this turn 0. Exactly what Peter wanted. That's about as good as it gets as far as defense for Oscilio goes. Brian Gutierrez, though, rewarded for probing a little bit, could have gotten even more rewarded there, and he still diligently kept a card for Arsenal. So things are going well for Florian as it stands.
I love how methodically Brian is handling his cards right now. He looks locked in.
And it is Channel Mount Heroic, found immediately for Brian Gutierrez. This is the card that can be the game changer against Oscilio. Normally so favored against Florian, but only if they are not built in the way that Michael Yazker and so many other players in the world of Wraith are slanting these days. Channel Mount Heroic against me at that RTN I was talking about got 12 value because Brian Gutierrez went ahead and got Channel Mount Heroic on turn 0, sent Ravenous Rabble, both revealing reds, mind you, and then Rune Rager Swarm on the following turn after he flowed it a second time. I'm not bitter about it.
Speaking of value here, we've got a Blast to Oblivion and 2 sigils, one of which can draw a card. I don't know if... Yeah, he doesn't have a Go Again source, so just bouncing that Blast to Oblivion back to hand, pinging the 1 Arcane. Not 1, 4, when he finally activates that Volzar. Pumping that up. Pretty good.
And it is Sigil of Aether that's going to get that amp.
Yeah.
4 damage there, accepted by Brian Gutierrez. Down to 36 he goes.
Happy to take it. You can see shoving the armor already, respecting the potential for the Channel Lightning Valley. And he's ready to go. Using the armor this early tells to me that he doesn't want to be keeping cards in hand for the foreseeable future. He wants to convert everything to offense, and makes a lot of sense. As you said, we've got the Earth card pitched. We've got the Channel Mount Heroic established. And I believe he's got Rune Rager Swarms in his hand as well to extend the turn.
All he needs in order to put massive pressure, a clock on Oscilio, finding a combo turn that is meaningful enough to close the door on the Rotwood Harbinger. So this Channel Mount Heroic is going to get 6 value because 2 attacks are going to get the +3 claws on it. Unless, of course, Brian has another one in the arsenal that we missed.
Oh. Man,
Could
if
get
he
nasty
could get
quick.
2 attack actions out this turn and then follow it up with a 5-card hand, ooh.
Could be fearsome. And Peter is showing exactly how he feels about that. Feels similarly to me when I was in the same seat.
He's got a handful of instants, so probably not doing a lot of blocking there.
Important to mention here that Brian Gutierrez is no stranger to the AGE Open circuit, has yet to make a Players' Championship despite playing with us just about every single season. He did win an Open completely, got first place at one last year, I believe on Jarl Vitradi of all heroes, but didn't quite make the Players' Championship. Goes to show that AGE points reward those that get consistent results. You can't just spike one tournament and expect to make top 16.
So it was a second Rune Rager Swarm from hand.
Yeah,
Blue,
yeah.
though. Yeah.
You weren't listening to me. I said that.
Okay.
Listen to me, Michael.
I thought you said it was in his arsenal.
Why didn't you never listen?
Okay.
No, I didn't say it was in his arsenal. I said, what if there's another zero-cost attack in the arsenal?
Well,
He's dominant. Oh, don't play with us, Brian. This is the start of all time. You can tell that Brian is absolutely vibing. The only way this gets even better is if Brian is able to send an attack or 2 next turn and also pitch 2 Earth cards in order to keep Channel Mount Heroic around again. Peter Buddensiek blocking with that Flash of Brilliance. I believe it was Blink, Blast to Oblivion, Flittering Charge, Sigil of Brilliance now. Couldn't quite make out the last card.
And I will say, Brian is a normally chill dude. He's exuding chill vibes right now. I feel like he's playing with just this confidence. Really cool to see him just very smoothly piloting everything, thinking through. I feel like he's playing on a different wavelength than his opponent right now. Peter a little more jittery, flipping through his cards, doing the lightning wizard thing. Brian is just slow and calm.
You know, and I have a lot of experience playing against Brian Gutierrez. I think this is the mode that he is in when he's just like, I do not want to screw this up.
Yeah, he's
I am going to
focused.
cross my T's, dot my I's, get there in the end. Yes, it's a good start, but I'm not going to get overexcited here. And he has drawn up quite a hand. It's Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah.
It is so tomorrow. Is there another Earth card? No, but it is a Rune Rager Swarm. So this Channel Mount Heroic is not going to stick around for an additional turn, but it's going to do some serious value.
Yeah, he's about to pop off here. Unless Peter has something to say about it, it is always possible that he could disrupt. And right now he's got 2 amp floating thanks to the bracers being popped.
That 2 amp being cashed in immediately for the Sigil of Aether.
Okay.
Because as Sigil of Aether leaves, that's when it's dealing the arcane damage, but that's also when the amp effect happens on Aether Bindings of the third age. So it's 2 arcane damage with the threat of an additional amp on the back end. And Brian decides to pitch that all-important Earth Blue.
Playing
Could have like an Arcane Seed's life in the arsenal that would allow him to create a rune chant and thereby give go again to Rune Rager Swarms.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be able to create that aura. Last turn, it was the Channel Mount Heroic itself. This turn, he'll have to find another aura to create in order to get those Rune Rager Swarms go again.
This flittering charge from Peter gains go again as a Sigil of Brilliance hits the arena. Brian only blocking 1 with the Grasp of the Arknight. 3 damage finds home. Blast to Oblivion is the follow-up for Peter Buddensiek.
Paired with a Blink, that's pretty nice.
Going to be able to bounce back Sigil of Brilliance, draw a card, and also get an action point to use that card. Also has the opportunity to do it yet again, because I believe it's a Consigned to Cosmos Shock and another Blast to Oblivion in the hand.
Wow.
This could be a very significant mini combo here. It's Sigil of Lightning found on top of the deck. This is one of those turns that makes Oscilio so compelling, even when it's not the combo turn. So Peter can play out Sigil of Brilliance, then send Blast to Oblivion, then bounce it back with Consigned to Cosmos Shock, while Blast to Oblivion is on the combat chain.
And then he can even play the
Play it
Sigil
again.
of Brilliance before the Consign resolves and get the extra amp. This is coming in for a lot of Arcane.
I'm going to.
Excuse me, it is
No.
Null Shock. Still a good situation here.
Yeah.
Because Peter is going to be able to refresh the arsenal by bouncing the Sigil of Brilliance. Also, he's still going to be able to do that cheeky thing that you mentioned, Michael. Replay the Sigil of Brilliance and then amp with Volzar.
Yeah.
And the card found is another Shock. Which variety, though? It is Comet Storm Shock.
Yeah, not needing that.
Oh, and he can play that
Yeah.
too if he wants to, because there's 2 floating. Instead, goes back to the well, finds a Channel Lightning Valley.
You can
Not
always,
bad for the arsenal.
Yeah, yeah.
Amp the Bulls are.
And there we go. It's an amp of 8. Plus 2 from the Aether Bindings. So 10, 11 arcane damage.
Wow. That was a turn.
So if Brian is having a good start, Peter is also having one in his own right.
That was a really good turn. He ends that turn still with his boots intact, a Sigil of Brilliance in the arena, and a Channel Lightning Valley in Arsenal.
You know, Peter, I think, has realized that he needs to go fast, even though he was expecting a more mid-range style of Florian. And Brian Gutierrez revealing a red off of this Ravenous Rabble. So this Ravenous Rabble comes in for 7, thanks to the buff from Channel Mount Heroic. Brian does have Rune Rager Swarm in hand, but needs to generate create an aura in order for it to get go again.
On top right. Take 7 here. 21.
Peter happy to take 7 here. Could have drawn the combo nuts turn.
I didn't see it gone in a flash, but you don't need that to do crazy things with Oscilio anymore.
No, and that last turn cycle was part and parcel what you're talking about.
Yep.
It's a pitch of a yellow Rune Rager Swarm in order to create a Rune Chant token, but no Rune Rager Swarms resolved here. The mode instead is draw a card because, of course, Brian Gutierrez knows that card is a Swarming Gloom Veil.
Pretty good Arsenal target.
And this is 8 damage from this Enlightened Strike, even though the chosen mode was draw a card. Channel Mount Heroic gonna go by the wayside ultimately, and Peter, however, is blocking with Lightning Greaves. This could be go time.
Yeah, not to mention his Tunic is ticking up to 3 next turn. He is well positioned to do a lot of damage here.
There's a Channel Lightning Valley in the arsenal. Null Shock in the hand.
Blast to Oblivion. You can't bounce the Sigil again, but...
Was that a Consigned to Cosmos Shock?
I think so.
Yes, it
yeah,
is.
2 of them. Or no, was the other one a null?
The other one's a null.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm not seeing the compelling combo line yet.
No, he doesn't have a lot of attacks to really utilize here. If he had a Gone in a Flash instead of a Blast to Oblivion, this would be disgusting.
Yes, this would be curtains for Brian Gutierrez.
Instead, you're going to have to piece together something probably a little underrated. He can still get bailed out if he can draw a good card, either A, from the Oscilio activation, or B, from the Channel Lightning Valley. Both options here to find that final piece he needs to put together a disgusting Oscilio combo, which you know he wants to do.
Sigil of Conductivity played out before the Blast to Oblivion. This one in the yellow. Volzar amp counter is at 2. Peter has Channel Lightning Valley at the ready. But will Brian let it to connect? No, it's a block of Channel Mount Heroic straight away because it is a red locked hand for Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, he's playing defense here. Doesn't even have the blue to enable that Felling of the Crown, nor the Banish to make it all the more valuable. Peter still establishes the Channel Lightning Valley here.
Forgets, however, to... There we go, Peter. Good job. Almost forgot his Blast to Oblivion trigger there, but does bounce the Sigil of Conductivity back to the hand. Generates an embodiment of Lightning Token, but he doesn't have another attack on this turn to pair with it.
Yeah, the lack of go again and the lack of wanting to pop the boots, which I don't blame him for.
Oh, I'm sorry. He has a current funnel.
Yeah,
Not
but he
super
didn't have
compelling,
go
though.
again on the Blast.
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
So his turn is now relegated to instance only.
So he's going to go Consign to Cosmos Shock, probably not use the amp there, just let 1 damage connect, and then use the blue in hand to pay for the Null Shock.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then you get to draw the extra card,
But
throw it in the arsenal, and keep the channel around.
card is drawn. I believe it was an Etchings of Arcana that I spied.
Kind of wishes he could play that now, I'm sure.
Yes, destined for the arsenal,
Yeah.
though, is that card. Does have the opportunity at this point to pay for Lightning Greaves and then play Null Shock in order to play out Etchings of Arcana amped up. Perhaps what
Yeah.
he's thinking about right now with head in hands.
Yeah, it's a line. It's not a lethal line.
It's
but
not a lethal line.
you know, if Brian's got gas, he doesn't. But if
And there
he
it
does,
is. The pop of the
Yeah.
Lightning Greaves. And Null Shock going to gain an action point here so that Peter can send Etchings of Arcana amped by 6.
I like that. I like that a lot. He gets the Brilliance back in play, threatens a lot of damage here in the Arcane variety. And man, Brian's just bricked up with red cards at the moment.
It's an unfortunate situation for the Rotwood Harbinger, who is normally, with AB3, so good at blocking out these tall arcane spells.
Silver lining, one of them is an E-Strike, which means he can, you know, pay 1, so to speak, pay a card, put it on the bottom, and at least get the value out of that. But going down to 4.
Chosen card here for Peter is a Sigil of Brilliance. Very smartly, in my opinion, left in the arsenal because that Sigil of Conductivity, once again, is not a given. Brian can create Rune Chance and send Rune Chance. Now Peter is looking for the kill turn in the form of an instant speed shock. Doesn't have it in the hand as it stands now, though. It's E-Strike. 5, go again for Brian Gutierrez. 4 plays 13 here. It's looking scary for Brian, not going to lie, but at least Lightning Greaves are gone.
Yeah, I feel like the only thing he can do here is either pitch that red in his hand to swing the sword, or if he's got something in the arsenal that's better. Oh, he's got the Swarming Gloomveil.
Which is only coming in for 3, no go again.
But at least it clears out the arsenal to put the Sync in, or the D-React, which is... It doesn't stop Arcane, but it does stop some breakpoints, which is nice when the Channel Lightning Valley is visible on the table. But yeah, this is a rough spot for Brian to be in.
It's an Oscilio activation. Finding, I think it was another Sigil of Brilliance.
Yeah,
was the
he's
card drawn
got,
there.
he's kind of got the nuts here. He can utilize his full hand. We know he's got the Sigil of Brilliance in Arsenal. We now know that he has 1 in hand as well. He's got the go again easily for the Flittering Charge, as well as another Arcane spell to round it all out. Brian does have AB3, but sitting at 4 life, Peter might be able to just get over that with what he's presenting here in the number of lightning cards played.
And I think it's all reds except for the plow under in the hand for Brian Gutierrez again. Yes, one of those tech cards is outed. Oh no, he has an Everbloom life. Nevertheless, denotes it to the block.
Face Purgatory.
Face Purgatory plus Swarming Gloomveil plus Everbloom life means that Peter will be forced to discard a card and Brian Gutierrez will draw a card. For his sake, I hope it's a blue.
Yeah, he needs that to stop what's coming, but he did just take off 1 extra amp by making this play. He's going to force Peter to discard one of those lightning cards.
I tend to think that either it might be the Channel Lightning Valley that needs to be discarded here for Peter.
Yeah.
Because when all is said and done, he's going to send another Etchings of Arcana, so he won't have an action point with which to use 2 cards drawn. I would almost rather just have another card drawn for later. Peter disagrees with me, however. It is a Sigil of Brilliance. And then, looks like another red for Brian Gutierrez.
And outed.
Outed was already there. It's the, I forget what it was. Another red. But this is Etchings of Arcana coming in for a whopping 6. Brian Gutierrez must prevent at least 3 of it.
Yeah.
And he does. With a yellow and a red, down to 1 he goes. And it is not looking good for the Rotwood Harbinger. 2 cards drawn, but they're both instant, so Peter can at least play them out if he wants to.
Or just Oscilio 1 away and dig again. Another instant.
It's okay. A Sigil of Lightning is not bad here.
No.
Getting an action point on your next turn is A-okay. But both of those Channel Lightning Valleys are going to go away at the end of the turn. Sigil of Lightning remains, ready to confer an embodiment of lightning at the beginning of Peter's action phase, who has drawn up a Lightning Press and a Sigil of Solace. Going to be insulated from whatever Brian sends his way. Going to activate Oscilio anyway.
Yeah.
Etchings of Arcana drawn up here. A Blink, Electrostatic Discharge, Sigil of Solace is the context of the hand. And of course, the card drawn on the previous turn cycle.
And surely this is the last turn of the game. Peter Buddensiek postured to be able to do more than 3 arcane damage with that spell. So unless Brian has, I don't know, something that I can't think of, looks like he's got lethal right here in the hand.
It was an Oscilio activation because I think Peter still didn't have the attack yet. It's 2 electrostatic discharges, and then the current funnel is finally in the hand.
Yeah.
We'll have go again. So Peter's also going to be able to send that Etchings of Arcana, which is definitely going to be too much for Brian Gutierrez to prevent. And Brian is blocking a current funnel with 3 cards because that current funnel is beefed all the way up to 8. It's Electromagnetic Somersault out of the hand, buying back the current funnel. Going to allow Peter to send that current funnel once again because it'll be give and go again because he has played a lightning action previously.
Go again. I haven't seen that.
It's 2 current funnels looking in the mirror, giving each other a high five.
Yeah, and the outed doesn't even block. So that's it. Peter didn't even need the spell, but boy, did he have it in the chamber.
Dude, I got to call out that activation of the Lightning Greaves very late in the turn in order to play out a later drawn Etchings of Arcana.
Yeah.
That play looked absolutely clairvoyant based on the way the rest of that game played out.
We haven't seen an Oscilio combo come out today. Not one.
True.
No Gone in a Flash looped a single time on camera.
That's a very good point, Michael.
So, you know, there's a lot of things you can do with those boots, and it doesn't need to be saved for that Gone in a Flash.
There's also a lot of things you can do with the Constella Intelligence. So AGE, ever the wizard simps are we.
Yeah.
Kano before and Oscilio now. Clearly, this is the channel to watch if you want to watch some wizard action. Okay. We're going to go ahead and hit our upcoming schedule, ladies and gentlemen. There are plenty of AGE events coming at you. Right now, we're sitting on January 11th. That's the Top Deck Keep AGE Open /RTN. New England finally gets their say in this brand new year come January 31st and February 7th. The 31st will not be streamed, but the 7th will be. And that is going to be Classic Constructed. And then all of a sudden, Compendium of Wraith hits Wraith. And then we get to do Silver Age events. The 21st of February in Los Angeles will be our first ever Silver Age AGE Open. And concurrently, St. Louis is going to get a taste of the same.
So excited for Silver Age coming out and Compendium of Wraith pairing with it. Oh man, when is spoiler season, by the way? I've just been waiting for these cards to be revealed.
I feel like it hasn't been announced yet, but
no, they did say before the 31st, we will see all commons and rares so that those playing in the world premiere will have that information going into the event, but it seems like they're holding back their cards and making sure that nobody knows until the very last second, because we are well into January now, and I've only seen a couple legendaries.
But you know, neither of us need to be sweating, because I don't think you're not hopping across the pond for the world premiere. No, neither am I. So we just get to watch the action at home, which will be brought to you by some really stellar casters, by the way. World Premiere London is coming up, and so is Compendium of Wraith, and AGE is responding in kind. What else are we responding to, folks? Well, the need that we see in the world of Flesh and Blood. We want to become the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood, which is why we have launched an exclusive content service where we've got plenty of written content already out and a bunch more coming. We've got extra AGE games. Also, event discounts if you happen to compete in the AGE Open Circuit. Soon to come, AGE Academy, and so much more. Right now, you can go ahead and get over there and tease your brain with a little puzzle by Mr. Ben Dodd of New Zealand. And also, enjoy a conversation with me about the present, past, and future of Flesh and Blood broadcast, and some theory crafting by Austin Summers, who just made day 2 of Calling Akihabara.
Basically, if you can't get enough of high-end Flesh and Blood content, head on over to age.events.
Yep, get there and go ahead and get your premium subscription before you miss out on a bunch of discounts on your events coming up. The next article, by the way, is going to be by one Jacob Clements. You ever heard of him, Michael?
I've heard him quite a few times.
Yeah, he is going to be talking all things Flesh and Blood value. You're going to be able to get inside his head, and probably by proxy, that of many members of Team Super Armory, and hopefully unlock your RTN season and the world as we see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a competitive game that getting in and hearing from the pros themselves about how to optimize your gameplay is one of the best ways to stay sharp and stay with the cutting edge information that you need to take down an RTN, take down a Nationals, take down the world of Flesh and Blood.
Well, that game was over in a flash of brilliance and a blink of an instant, so it's going to be a bit of a long break, and then we'll be back with our finals for the first ever AGE LA Open of 2026, which, by the way, if I haven't said enough, has set a record for attendance in AGE history. We thank you all so much for putting your eyeballs on this stream, and also the 85 players that planted their butts in seats in order to play great games of Flesh and Blood. We'll be back with just one more game of Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Instance be damned, you don't need to be doing blocking when you're doing some blasting. Peter Buddensiek is just one of 3 Oscilios that is rocking our top 8 today. And as it stands, he is also the last one. Alexander Vore falls victim to Ian Shu, who has just been killing AGE Pro team members right and left on Vynnset Iron Maiden. Listen, we know, chat, that you've been wanting this Vynnset for a long time. We always knew he was going to be in the finals, though. It's just Ian's day. He's been crushing Anthony Pham, Alexander Vore, Chris Iaali. 2 of those were in the top 8. This guy is unstoppable, and he might have the sauce that it takes to put Peter Buddensiek in his Las Vegas coffin.
If he does, though, he will have to defeat the 2025 player champion himself, which is the tallest of the tall asks for today.
And you know, it's so fitting, Michael. I talk so much about how we've got Titans and fresh faces at AGE. And this finals could not have been drawn up better to make that exact point.
Yeah, the freshest of face and the titanest of titan, the champion himself. And not just one champion, but he's got 3 players' championships under his belt. Peter Buddensiek is here to play flesh and blood.
Yeah, he is out of control. Now, what are these 2 competing for? It is a $200 match because that is the difference between the cash prize for winner and second place. It's also a 5 AGE point match. It's without a doubt the case that both of these players are the biggest winners when it comes to the race for the next players championship. But also, Michael, this is an RTN event in addition to being an AGE Open. So we have 2 playmats, 1 New Horizon, 1 Call to the Grave, those cold foils and rainbow foils for the top 8. Oh, and also the small matter of a gold cold foil on top of all of it. How do you like them apples?
I love the gold foils in this game. Haven't gotten one yet. Always a little jealous of the players who do. And winning an event and getting a gold cold foil is just, it's the crown on top for the victory. It feels so good. Those are such unique, one-of-a-kind pieces. And being able to take one from the victory that you brought is the best feeling of all. Of course, you can always buy them, but I'd rather win one.
Well, you know, if you were going to buy one, Michael, you might as well buy it from our brand new sponsor at Fab Foundry. They have got gold cold foils to boot, and they're all at the ready for your purchase on the Fab Foundry website. You can go ahead and scan the QR code on your screen or go to www.fabfoundry.co/AGELA. And it's not just the drip. They've also got singles. They also got sealed product. They've also got common and rare play sets, which are going to be all so useful when you are playing at your next AGE event, which is likely to be Silver Age in format.
Likely. It better be. We've got it all over the posters.
We certainly do, Michael. Bottom line, get over to Fab Foundry and get the pieces that you need from players that love the game as much as you do. It is farm-to-table food and player-to-player excellence when it comes to Fab Foundry. Cut out that middleman and get your cardboard right now. Michael, we are still waiting for our players to become ready because that game that Ian Shu just played against Alexander Vore just concluded, and we both strolled over there to see how it was going, and it was not going Alex's way. It was go again enabler after go again enabler after 3 Malefic incantations for Ian Shu. So it is no surprise that he has made his way into the finals today.
Yeah, he absolutely slapped Alex Vore around. The final life total, I think, was 21-0. Didn't even lose half his life that game. And that includes the blood debt that he was likely incurring on himself.
And twice in one day, somebody has gotten Alexander Vore's dumbass. So Ian Shu can put that feather in his cap, as well as sending Alex backpacking to his home in Arizona. Before we get down to the feature match, I also want to touch on Arcane Games and Events Premium. Once again, this is an exclusive content service available on our freshly facelifted website, www.age.events. For a paltry $10 a month or 1 month free if you buy an entire year, you can get strategy articles, extra AGE games, event discounts, and more. But listen, we want to add value to every single Flesh and Blood player, not just the ones that are enfranchised enough to donate a $10 a month subscription fee to us. Every single article on AGE Premium will become free after 30 days of being published. So if immediate information is not something that you want to pay for, you can just wait the 30 days and enjoy all of the premium content that AGE Premium has to offer as the brand new front page of Flesh and Blood.
I'm really glad you brought that up because Flesh and Blood is a pricey game, especially when you're competing. Now, thanks to LSS and some of these reprints and the new Silver Age, I think now it's becoming cheaper than ever to play Flesh and Blood. And it's also cheaper than ever to get that information as we've got this premium content coming to you 30 days later for free.
So get over to Arcane Games and Events www.age.events.
I don't think you have to type that in anymore. You can just
you don't.
Yeah, you can just say it.
You could just
Unless you're like
Google search
somewhere-
Arcane Games and Events.
If you're not on Earth, you might need to specify like the world Earth
.ea
www. It's not Mars www.
Wait a minute, hold on. It's the World Wide Web though, so
but
it's
if you're
only
on
worldwide.
so MWW
So
if you're Mars.
the web doesn't work in Mars.
The Mars web works.
Well, but not the World Wide Web.
Yeah, you got to go to the Mars Wide Web.
Right, exactly. Are they connected? I don't think so.
Starlink's working on it.
Oh boy, here we go.
All
All
right,
right,
that was
well,
the first thing I could think of.
hop into
Scrub
your
that
Model
one.
Y
I
and drive to
mute
Mars
that.
to see if the internet works, and you can look up Arcane Games and Events. In the meantime, you can enjoy a fantastic final game of Flesh and Blood being played right here at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California, our home on the West Coast for Arcane Games and Events. Michael, should we bring this ship into port or what?
I think we should.
All right, well, would you like to hit the button?
Boop. Wait, which one? Live?
It's the middle one, the match
God.
intro one.
Don't- hold on. Here we go. I almost just ended the stream.
Finally, I got to embarrass Michael on camera.
Oh, yes.
It is Ian Shu, the second seed on Vynnset, Iron Maiden, fresh-faced and ready to go versus Peter Buddensiek, the man from Las Vegas who is cracked out and ready to send some crackling arcane at his opponent.
How does Ian look like he just woke up and had a nice cup of coffee?
Yeah, I don't know. It must
He's
be that shadow
glowing.
talent. It must be that shadow talent or the fact that he is smoking only the good stuff, as his jumper would suggest. In the hand of Ian Shu
A lot of glare.
is a lot of glare, but there's a Deathly Whale there as well, a Machinations of Dominion.
Yeah.
The real card that I'm looking for there is Malefic Incantation, and I didn't spy it on this turn 0, which is an unfortunate start for Ian.
You can see him shaking his head. He's thinking, come on, man. Just one more high roll. That's all I ask.
Gotta go fast right here. There is a Deadwood Dirge, though, which ironically enough, Vynnset is probably the only deck in existence in Flesh and Blood where you can run this card unrestricted. Excuse me, you can in Florian, too. I don't know what I'm talking about. Which is why I'm in this booth. No, I'm just kidding. Sigil of Brilliance resolved for Peter Buddensiek in response to trying to pass the turn from Ian Shu. No further response from Ian, so that last card is just making its way into the arsenal. And a Cull in the hand for Ian, along with the first copy of Malefic Incantation. You can tell he is vibing on that top deck.
You just need to see him early enough, and so far, he's got it.
Peter, in his own right, has got a pretty nasty hand as well. It's
yeah.
Flittering Charge. He already has a Gone in a Flash in the hand. He's also got an Electromagnetic Somersault, which is going to allow Peter to recur this Flittering Charge. Also a Channel Lightning Valley, which is going to give Go Again, and also probably another card in the hand.
Yeah, he'll have to sort of play both the Channel Lightning Valley and the Somersault if he wants to get both effects here. So a little redundant there in terms of giving the Go Again.
Flittering Charge. 4. Assuredly Go Again.
Wow, and
Before all
Ian
is
just
said and done.
respecting the Channel Lightning Valley right out the gate, reaches for the equipment.
Without even knowing that he's got it. So that does give Peter credence to just send the Electromagnetic Somersault and then send the Flittering Charge once again. A
So-
huge boon to Peter, honestly.
Yeah, that was pretty lucky. Well, he gets the full value now.
Doesn't have to think about deploying Channel Lightning Valley and the Electromagnetic Somersault. Can instead cash in 2 easy sources of Go Again. Did have a Sigil of Solace in the hand, so it probably would have worked out this way anyway.
3.
Oh, wait, no, because he probably also wants to send that Gone in a Flash. And in the hand is a copy of Shock, and it is consigned to Cosmo Shock. Are you kidding me, Peter? He can't keep getting away with it.
Man, these hands are gas. Getting
That's
rid of the
nasty.
Solace, drawing a different card. Is it another consign?
No, it was another Electromagnetic Somersault, so Peter
Okay.
even has
Wow.
the option to play it out here and get the Flittering Charge back once again. I don't love it, though, because then you don't get to send your Gone in a Flash and save it for the arsenal. So it's just Gone in a Flash to finish up this combat chain, but there is more to be said without a doubt. Actually, this is perfect, because then Peter gets to pitch the Electromagnetic Somersault because he doesn't have a Sigil established. Keep Channel Lightning Valley around and also get his Volzar.
Got it. So
He's
he
having
was
his cake,
digging
he's
for a
eating it
lightning
too.
card.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
And he got it.
1 damage taken for Ian Shu after blocking with Deathly Delight. Consigned to Cosmos Shock played out here. Amp from Volzar is up to 6. Also Gone in a Flash bought back into the hand. Volzar paid for by the Electromagnetic's Somersault.
Really good start from Peter.
Nasty, nasty stuff out of Oscilio right here. So it's 7 arcane damage. But the more important bit is that there's a lightning card in the pitch. So Channel Lightning Valley will flow into the next turn. Oh, and Ian has the answer. He's playing out a Cull because he's been dealt damage this turn. He can do it at instant speed, and it will require Peter to banish the Gone in a Flash that remains in the hand. No saving that one for Arsenal, Peter.
That's a big deal. That
Ian.
Gone in a Flash not being in the arsenal. It's possible Peter just finds another one, but if he doesn't,
Ian is looking locked in here. He also has plenty of rune chance to just go ahead and deploy a 1 card, looks like 4 + 5, 9.
yeah. And a rune chant on the back
10.
end.
Huge for Ian here. That Cull could be the difference maker.
That was huge. And he knew what card he was banishing. He just props to Ian. Really good play.
He is looking like he's on fire right now, and it was a Succumb to Temptation in the arsenal, now able to be played at reaction speed, thanks to the fact that rune chants have dealt damage this turn. And Peter going to go ahead and play out Sigil of Brilliance in response, then take 5. Succumb to Temptation is going to force Peter to reveal the hand. Ian will get to choose any one of these cards and force him to discard it.
You might be thinking, oh man, a little bit of a waste of the Go again. No, because he's still going to be able to swing in with that flail, and even if it doesn't connect, he's now dealt damage to himself and his opponent, which means that he gets 2 rune chants off the back of that Deathly Whale.
This is a fearsome turn from Vynnset. Ian having a funny moment there, kind of going, oh man, this is what I connect with Succumb to Temptation for? This hand sucks.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, would have been a functional hand for Peter, but he was forced to play out that Sigil of Brilliance at instant speed. Otherwise, he could have gone Flittering Charge, play out Sigil of Brilliance to give Go again, and then send Command and Conquer, or whatever he draws off of Channel Lightning Valley. In this case, the blue is ripped from the hand, eliminating a lot of options for Peter.
Yeah, pulls the resource card. However, the fact that Peter is drawing off the back of that Sigil of Brilliance makes me wonder if maybe the CNC was a better pull. Not sure. Not sure. He's the one in the finals right now.
Ooh, and it's another Succumb to Temptation in the hand for Ian Shu.
Didn't
That could be
swing
huge.
The,
he did swing the
he
flail.
did swing the flail. Okay,
yeah,
good.
Peter blocked with the Aether Binding, so the third age.
Okay, got it. Perfect.
And Ian did generate 2 Rune Chant tokens.
Thank you for clearing that
Yep,
up.
no worries.
Everything is clean.
And it's a second Command and Conquer drawn off of the Sigil of Brilliance for Peter Buddensiek, which means Ian can just play value Flesh and Blood, which honestly is where Vynnset is most comfortable in a lot of cases.
Yeah, 3 card 6 here, really underrate, which is something that Oscilio is known to do, especially when you're able to keep them off of that 5 card hand. And the other thing that I love so much about this position for Ian is that Peter once again does not end the turn with an arsenal, and it's really the 5 card hands from Oscilio that you have to worry the most about.
But Ian has got to worry about the hand of his own. I think the only Rune Gate attack he has in hand is Widespread Annihilation, which does require 4 Rune Chant tokens in order to send out.
Yeah, that's not great.
And otherwise, it's just non-attack actions.
Ooh.
Ian has blocked 6 here, protecting an arsenal that just isn't there. Shadow Puppetry and Widespread Annihilation are the cards blocked with here. Ian going to be forced to banish one of these 2 cards from the hand, create a Rune Chant, and simply pass, parking the Succumb to Temptation for later. This is a big misstep from the top of the deck for Ian Shu, especially when Peter has found his combo piece once again. Gone in a Flash is in the hand alongside a Blast to Oblivion. Card drawn, consigned to Cosmos Shock after pitching away a Sigil of Aether with the Oscilio ability.
Yeah, Peter's now set up to create that Gone in a Flash arsenal play. And things are coming up Peter all of a sudden.
It has been this way and that. It's entirely possible that even though Peter has the Gone in a Flash, he never sees that faded combo turn. Gotta say that Ian has put up a stalwart defense right now, which is exactly what you need to do if you want to just keep Oscilio out of combo range. Not being flippant with his life total at all. Blast to Oblivion. Eats the action point of Peter Buddensiek. No blocks, says Ian.
27.
It descends down to 27. Even though I could have sworn I saw a Haunting Rendition. I must be mistaken. Blast to Oblivion trigger here. Bounces one of the Rune Chant tokens on Ian's side of the board. And it is consigned to Cosmos Shock as the follow-up. 4 Arcane after being amped by 3 from Volzar.
Pretty good, pretty good. But the most important thing is that Peter has set.
But yes, there it is, the Haunting Rendition.
Yeah.
So Ian, instead of blocking for an immediate 4 on Blast to Oblivion, decides to hold it back to discard at instant speed and generate a Rune Chant.
Yeah, it looks like that's the play.
Prevent 2.
2 of that damage prevented. Ian taking the remaining 2. Down to 25 he goes. 3rd Rune Chant as quickly as Blast to Oblivion bounces it to Oblivion. It comes back from Haunting Rendition. And now it's some good engine pieces for Ian. A Malefic Incantation and a Deadwood Dirge. And also a Deathly Wail banished to the Vynnset triggered ability at the beginning of the turn. Now it's 4 Rune Chants plus 5 with a Succumb to Temptation lying in wait in the arsenal once again.
And this is not a turn Peter wants to block if he can help it. Having the Gone in a Flash and an arsenal. I guess I spoke before I saw the hand. Sometimes you can't just pop off. Looking at this hand right here, it's not quite, actually, it's almost a pop-off turn. The Flittering Charge is not what he would like to see. If that was an instant, Peter would be saying, no blocks and please don't have disruption.
Maybe. There is a Comet Storm Shock in the hand.
Right.
Which does stymie combo potential.
Yep.
Nevertheless, it is functional.
Yeah.
And Peter is blocking with Lightning Greaves. It's yet another Succumb to Temptation at instant speed because Ian has dealt arcane damage this turn. So it's going to gain an action point for Ian. And force Peter to reveal the hand. I'm looking at that flittering charge if I am Ian right now.
Yeah, that does look like the glue piece. However, we sort of know that it's really the Gone in a Flash that is...
True, because that Sigil of Lightning is popping at the beginning of the action phase. So if you know Gone in a Flash is there, what do you force Peter to discard?
Probably an instant. Maybe the blue. Because I'm looking at the blue has the ability to pay for that
So you're
Comet
going
Storm. And even though it's sort of inefficient, it's still like a really tall arcane spell.
the arc.
And
But
you
as
are
it's-
amping it.
And as it stands with known information, I think Ian makes the correct choice there.
Yeah.
Flail of Agony is the follow-up, eating the action point generated by Succumb to Temptation, and thereby satisfying the reciprocal on-pain clause of Deathly Wail. So Ian is going to close the combat chain when all is said and done and generate 2 Rune Chant tokens, whether or not this Flail of Agony hits.
Yeah. If it does, it'll be 3.
Yep. And Peter regretting a little bit the block of Lightning Greaves that came first.
Yep.
He's ditching the Comet Storm Shock in the favor of an Electrostatic Discharge.
He finds an instant, which bodes well for him. So now he has the ability to combo off a little mini combo if he decides not to pop the boots, and a big combo, well, a medium combo if he decides to commit them. But having turns start out with a Embodiment of Lightning means that this Gone in a Flash gets to go again, and he can wait if he wants to hold off for a bigger combo later in the game.
It's just another turn where you don't have to pop the boots or hold a ton of cards in order to get some serious damage through. And like Alexander Vore said in his interview, it is the turns that aren't the combo that make a good Oscilio player.
The Comet Storm, yeah.
This Gone in a Flash comes in with semi-natural go again from the Embodiment of Lightning token that was there at the ready for Peter from the Sigil of Lightning.
He's going to be able to play this out twice and a third time because even though it won't have go again, his Arcane Source is instant, and that means that he can still bounce it without the action point.
There's a lot of go again enablers in the hand for Ian. I think I spy a Shadow Puppetry, a Mavrian Skies, and a Malefic Incantation.
Yeah.
There's no Rune Gate card to put it all together unless it's that last card on the left, but that might be a cull.
That looks like a cull to me, or maybe a Swarming Gloomveil. I couldn't quite make it out.
Which could be influential here. No blocks on 4, says Ian. Down to 20 he goes. And Peter will definitely have something to say after the fact. It's Electrostatic Discharge to jump Gone in a Flash back to the hand and also give a buff to the next attack on this combat chain with cost 1 or less. And here comes 7 now after Electrostatic Discharge beefs up Gone in a Flash the second.
He's got the Consign to Cosmos and is that a Sigil in hand?
Yes, it's a Sigil of
So-
Conductivity.
Can still make that Volzar free.
So when all is said and done, it's going to be 5 amp on the Volzar, and Shock will come in for 6 Arcane.
Youch.
Huge. It's a 4 block here for Ian. This defensive turn is absolutely lame, and so is the offensive clapback. He just needed 1 Rune Gate card to really make this sing. But Ian is going to be able to once again force Peter to banish that Gone in a Flash
That's
from the hand.
actually, once again, such a freaking big deal.
Oh, and it was a blue Mavrian
Oh,
Skies.
so he got a lot of block out of that, too.
There's some good block there.
Wait, that's... Oh, my God. Ian
No ban.
is just...
Pass you.
He is making the most out of a really tough situation here.
Yep.
And the second Gone in a Flash while Boots is still on the table?
Really huge. An activation of Oscilio finds a Mind Warp for Peter at the cost of an Electrostatic Discharge. But there are no attacks in the hand, so Electrostatic Discharge was not going to get any value whatsoever. So Ian doing a fantastic job of just keeping the game going. And he's walking Peter down, which is normally something that favors the Oscilio. But when you're getting rid of all important combo pieces,
Cast
that can
both
change
sides.
the script.
So it'll be 1.
Looks like Comet Storm and Shock resolved here on this meld card. And Peter still has himself a Sigil of Conductivity, so he's going to be able to amp 1 with Volzar. Likely going to let the Shock go first and try to put as much damage on the big side of the Arcane spell as much as possible.
Yeah. And although I still don't love Ian's position here, he's got a glimmer of hope, having gotten rid of those Gone in a Flash.
There is a Phantom Wraith in the hand. Is there a blue? Doesn't seem that way. Ian only blocks 1 on that shock. Well, granted, there was only 1. And then it's a red locked hand, so 5 more damage comes across. That is a huge moment here for Peter. And also there's a Sigil of Solace to add insult to injury. Ian is down to a measly 9 to Peter's 20.
Yeah, that life gap just became a life valley.
So I agree with you, but also Peter has just used the counter on his Fyendal Spring Tunic, which means that a Lightning Greaves combo is not likely for another 3 turns. Ian banishes a Deathly Delight, plays out a Beseech the Demigon, of course targeting said Deathly Delight. So it's going to be 4 rune chance plus 8. And Ian decides, I believe, not to pay into the Vynnset triggered ability, probably just to keep himself out of combo range, because ultimately it's the same thing either way. It's just, do you have the life now or later?
That's a good point.
Sigil of Conductivity forced to pop due to Arcane Shelter for Peter. 3 damage gets across as far as Arcane goes. Now it's the 8 physical that must be dealt with. And with 2 Succumb to Temptations already played for Ian, Peter is probably given a better green light to say no blocks if he so chooses.
Yeah. It might not seem like a big deal, but that 1 life gain is kind of huge at this point in the game. Not sure if it's enough yet. It's a really tough spot to be at life parity when the life is this low and the Oscilio gets to keep a full grip. But
it's a little awkward for Peter, though. There is a glyph overlay. One of those tech pieces for a game that goes long. Especially against Earth that might try to fatigue you out. That is one of the ways where Oscilio can convert all of those Sigil of Conductivities that have stacked up over the course of the game into just extra tall Arcane.
Yeah. Ian gaining 2, so maybe actually did take the 1.
Oh, might have. Blast to Oblivion comes out of the hand for Peter Buddensiek. Has go again. 8 plays 10 now. There is currently no aura for Peter to bounce for himself, but there is, of course, a Rune Chant token for Ian Shu that could just disappear in a blast of an Oblivion. And in the hand are plenty of instants for Peter. A Blink, a Sigil of Solace, and of course a Glyph overlay.
Yeah, has everything he needs to send a very tall Arcane spell.
And Ian, has he finally found a blue is the question to at least stymie that tall Arcane a little bit. This is definitely not the high roll that he was seeing against Alexander Vore. But it is a nail biter either way, Michael.
Yeah, 10 to 8 here.
Peter, I think, correctly identifying that he was holding on to a Fyendal Spring Tunic counter for a combo that is probably never going to come before the game is all said and done.
And it looks like once again we make it through an Oscilio game without really seeing the boots really utilized for more than a glorified Snapdragons.
You know, we are still only 20 minutes elapsed here. If both these players start drawing bricks, especially Peter, this game could go a lot longer.
Yeah, I think that Glyph overlay probably comes in for 7.
It'll be, let's see, there's Sigil of Solace in the hand for Peter. There's Blink. He's probably got to, he has to pitch that blue because he's also got to pay for Volzar. So right now, it's only, unless there is a lightning instant
in Arsenal
for Peter, it's only going to be coming in for 4.
Well, right now, but he's surely going to at least play the, well, maybe he doesn't play the Blink. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. He's got to pitch that Blink in order to play, because Glyph Overlay costs 1, and so does Volzar at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to me right now with the way that Peter played that last turn that he's leaning into the arcane damage finisher angle right now instead of trying to combo off. He just wants to chip Ian low enough to get him to lethal range and kill him the old-fashioned way on his opponent's turn at instant speed.
Yeah.
The way that Wizards love to do it.
Ian thumbing a blocking card here, which is Eloquent Eulogy, only blocking 3 if that's the one devoted to the combat chain.
Yeah, I wonder if there's... I don't know if this is even a good play, but I'm just eyeing that Face Purgatory, wondering if you're ever going to utilize it for its full effect, or if you just go ahead and use it for the 2 block and forget the text.
The one chance that Ian really had to get full value on it, he just didn't have the right combination of attacks and non-attacks.
He had an 8 power attack coming in. That would have been so sweet.
And it was all non-attacks in the hand for Ian. He would have loved to deploy Face Purgatory there.
Yep.
Sigil of Solace comes out of the hand for Peter. Blast to Oblivion trigger bounces the 1 solo rune chant on Ian's side of the board.
That's annoying.
Action point regained as Go Again resolves for Peter Buddensiek, who now sits at 11. Follow-up, yes, is just Glyph Overlay amped by 1 from Bolzar. No additional amp generated by the extra leaving of an aura with Sigil in its name. What the heck? Is that a new printing of Glyph Overlay that I've never seen?
Oh, yeah.
What
Where'd
the
that come
what?
from? It's a promo. I don't know from what.
Oh, that's sick. I do like that
That is a
one
good
lot.
looking card. Like walking on water or something.
I like Glyph Overlay before. That looks even better.
Yeah.
Okay, got to figure out where that came from so I can get myself a playset.
Looks like Ian did have the blue, so covers that up and only drops down to 8.
Very nice indeed, and it's a widespread destruction
That is
banished
a good
here.
time to find that.
Deadwood
pumping up.
Dirge.
Deadwood Dirge. Ooh, and
also a Mavrian Skies to boot. So it's going to be 3 Arcane in the form of Rune Chants, and then also a now disruptive 6 Go Again on Pain. There is an arsenal to disrupt for Peter, but, you know, Oscilio is a little bit difficult to get got because he does have so many instants.
yeah, did we catch what went in the arsenal?
It would have been, I don't know, because it was there at the beginning of the turn as well.
Yeah, I mean, if it is an instant, you expect him to play it at least before the combat chain closes. Maybe just waiting to give false hope to our opponent, or maybe it gets hit. Blocking 6+3 Arcane is a tall ask.
He definitely does not have the cards to get it done. It's Electromagnetic Somersault. There is a blue in the hand.
Yeah.
But is it also a Current Funnel that blocks 3? No, it's a Sigil of Lightning, and then it's 2 blocks besides.
Yeah, so he could block 4 with the Electromagnetic Somersault, so to speak.
Are you waiting on me or?
He could go for a block of Flash of Brilliance plus Fiendel's Spring Tunic, and a pitch of the blue would mean that his arsenal is safe. I think the fact that Peter is thinking so hard about this decision means that his arsenal is critical and can't be played out to maximum effect.
Yeah, I like that read there. Now we've got 6 physical coming through, and there it is, the play that you guessed. 2 block in the form of armor, giving up the tunic.
But listen, right here, Ian could then swing Flail of Agony.
Yeah.
But Peter's buying back those blasts to Oblivion.
I mean, getting them out of the hand at this junction is kind of a big deal.
And yeah, Peter, based on how stripped his hand at this point, is happy to just throw a blast to Oblivion in front of that Flail of Agony, which is what made me rethink that line. Because now Ian has paid the life toll himself, which brings him ever closer to something like a shock finisher. And Peter really only needs 1 of these blasts to Oblivion. This one in the yellow variety, only coming in for 3. And granted, Ian is all too happy to block with some of his cards. Vynnset is one of those premier mid-range heroes that wants to block a little, send a little.
And Ian is also kind of sitting naked and afraid with no rune chance on the board, no ways to generate them outside of that hero power.
Does have the 1/1 cost rune gate attack, though. Eloquent Eulogy. Exactly what you need to bail yourself out of a situation like this.
Does he have extenders, though, to utilize that? Or is that like, is he
Not
just
that
doing
I
the 1
saw.
card play? Because he needs to do more
Well,
than that.
he has beseeched the Demigon, which is
Okay,
like
that's
an
helpful.
extender in terms of tall damage,
Yeah.
not in terms of go again.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just about you need to utilize all the cards in your hand. You need to be pressuring Peter's life total. He still has 11 to work with and just drew up his last copy of Gone in a Flash.
But no longer has the Fiendal Spring Tunic that makes the combo turn so easy to enable. Does have big Arcane, though. So Peter could just send a 2-card 5.
Yeah.
Which gets Ian ever closer to the banished zone. Yes, it is an Eloquent Eulogy banished here. And no use of the Beseech of the Demigon.
No, he did.
He did? Oh, thank goodness. Oh.
Yeah, it's sitting there in the
Oh,
graveyard.
my goodness. Be still, my heart.
Yeah. 8 damage coming through, 1 Arcane 7 physical, and a threatening of a Eloquence token if any of this connects.
Card drawn for Peter Buddensiek, but it's behind the shoulder after ditching the Comet Storm Shock. Doesn't want to do the tall Arcane on his turn. 7 plays a net 11, and the tension in this room could be cut with a sponge, Michael. 1 Arcane and 7 physical still to be answered for Peter, who has definitely a Channel Lightning Valley and Etchings of Arcana.
I mean, I think his hand's pretty darn good. The only question is, like, can you guarantee that kill? It can be dangerous to get low against a Vynnset, especially if you're going to pop the boots, and decides to play a little bit slower and gives up the Gone in a Flash as well as that Blast to Oblivion.
Peter could be respecting the last copy of Succumb to Temptation for Ian Shu, which if Peter had taken that 1 rune chant, would have allowed Ian to play it at instant speed and strip the hand once again. Ooh, and it's a call in the hand once again for Ian Shu. A card that he has been using to great effect. But right now, Peter has cleared out his entire hand. Has Ian found the blue? There is a yellow Deathly Whale. Going to be able to cover up some of this 4
that
Arcane.
stops the breakpoint. I mean, any AB stops the breakpoint.
Yep. Or actually, yeah, and he has AB3 because of the Grimoire of the
blue
Han.
Deathly Whale too, or is that? Yeah, that's a blue Deathly Whale.
Oh,
right?
heck yeah.
Am I seeing that correct? It's kind of hard.
I know it is.
Make
I
it out.
thought it was yellow.
Okay, got you. Well, we'll see. It's either blue or yellow, and Ian's tanking pretty hard here. He probably, maybe he wanted to banish that.
I do know that Ian really wants to win this one. Obviously, he does because he's here, but this win would mean so much to him. He has been grinding at AGE events.
It was yellow.
And PQs and RTNs.
Takes 2.
All over the SoCal area, and he has finally found his footing. And God, he looks good on this Vynnset deck.
And he plays the Cole.
Cole banished here.
Oh, he banishes the Cole. Thank you.
Gonna force Peter to respond or lose some cards. It's a Malefic Incantation out of the hand as well. And a pitch of a blue Deathly Whale.
He just
The action
plays the
point
Cole.
is just gonna be the Cole. Which begs the question then, why? Oh, I see what happened there. Ian was in the unfortunate situation of wanting to pitch to Grasp of the Arc Knight, but having to generate a rune chant token at the beginning of the turn. So it requires a blue to get it done rather than a yellow.
I see.
Card banished for Peter is Etchings of Arcana, and shields are proverbially down for Ian Shu.
Yeah, this is a really scary spot for him, and we are starting to see the amp.
Oh, it's amping up right now. It's 2 current funnels in the hand, though, for Peter, and no go again in sight.
Does he have the Arcane Source? He's got a
Null
damage.
Shock.
But this isn't, like, if Ian has another blue, which I don't know if he does, it's not like Vynnset's really resource rich. It's sort of running just the bare minimum blues that you can get away with, since everything in your deck is basically free with Runegate. But, yeah, Peter's lining up what looks to be not quite lethal once again.
Stephen Cookus, I see you in chat. I know you came here for my sponge analogy. That one's for you.
Yeah, I thought about tearing into you for that, because that one was weird, but I let it go.
What are you talking about? That one's the best that I got.
Got with a sponge, huh?
Yeah, because the tension is so tight.
Well,
all you would need is a sponge to cut it.
No, the tension is thick. That's why you need a knife to cut it, because it's so thick you need to cut it with a knife.
No. I'm saying that it is so palpable and tightly wound that it could be cut with a sponge if that's all you have.
Sponges are great at cutting things.
No, exactly. They're not, which stands to reason why it's so crazy that you could cut the tension just with a sponge.
Well, DM Amrata agrees with you. He's very excited, I think, that you said the thing, and we appreciate him being in chat and shouting it out. But here we see Peter Buddensiek now sending the arcane damage. He's got 2 amp on the Volzar. 1 arcane coming through, so he's got another source, is what I'm reading into this.
Yeah, he hasn't used an action point yet.
Ian's got the blue again, so
huge here.
prevents 2, 1 amp from the etching or from the bracers.
Correct. And it was a mind warp in the arsenal. Exactly why Peter was protecting it so hard on that previous turn cycle. But now Ian has full leeway to block out this surge capability and also the majority of the damage there. But it is going to cost him 2 reds
Does
from
he have
the hand.
like a good rune gate card? I didn't check what it was, because he's got 3 rune chants now.
Want to say it was a Deathly Whale. I'm not 100% certain, though. I'm about 35%.
That's a good number to be certain about. Yeah, Deathly Whale would be a big deal here. Of course, he's going shields down at 4 life, and that is not where you want to be against Oscilio.
Certainly
he
not.
needs to dodge instant damage.
Peter has seen a lot of the 0 and 1 cost shocks already, though.
Blink. Yeah, I don't see
And it ain't
I don't
there.
see a shock.
And it's an Etchings of Arcana in the arsenal, so no instant speed arcane.
Oh, but he didn't have a rune gate card, and he just banishes and passes. So we go back once again, Peter with a 5-card hand, and that was not the play Ian needed to make there. Not saying he had another option.
No.
But he needed
definitely
pressure.
That was the second time this game that he hasn't had a Rune Gate card to banish. It's exactly the opposite of the high roll that Alexander Vore saw just 1 round ago. But Peter's hand is not... Oh, never mind. He's got himself a blink. J.K. Rothmel, he's also got a lightning press.
This is really scary. The lightning press is probably going to do it here unless Ian soul reads the crap out of it and puts that face purgatory in front right now.
Listen, it's not perfect because there's no
aura
permanent with sigil in its name established, but Blast to Oblivion could bounce back Channel Lightning Valley, which could be the pitch card to fuel the Volzar amp.
Yeah. Look at this. He's overblocking it. That's what he wants to do. He's thinking about it.
I do want to call back to a previous turn cycle when Ian had the option to block with a Haunting Rendition rather than discard it. If Ian had gone that route, yes, he would have been down 1 rune chant, but also he would be up 2 life here. Face Purgatory coming out of the head slot, trying to do some dirty work against Peter, but the arcane spell is in the arsenal, not the hand.
It's still
helpful.
Well, I mean, it insulates him from the lightning press.
That's true too.
So he just forces Peter to cycle and find something else.
Couldn't quite
It was
catch what it was.
Really, really good timing. He didn't know it, but he just overblocked at the exact right time.
And Ian Shu has found himself 2 Rune Gate cards that can be deployed on 4 or less rune chants.
But I mean, there's still...
Can he hold on to one of them is the real question.
And Peter's got an action point, right? Did he have a...
No.
Lightning? Oh, so this is... Oh, my goodness.
No action point here.
Was he just banking on that reaction?
Yeah, we are going to have to bring our voices down because a hush just fell all over this room. There's tons of people still playing games in the store, but perhaps sensing that tension palpable in the air, so tightly wound that you could cut it with a sponge, Michael.
Not the sponge.
So the hush falls over the crowd.
Oh, he's got the blink. So
yeah, the blink was always there.
Yeah.
Action point rebought here.
Peter.
So the Etchings of Arcana can be deployed.
Got a blue.
He does have the blue in hand. Oh my gosh, he hadn't even drawn from Face Purgatory yet.
God, that was such a good read on the Face Purgatory.
Channel Lightning Valley comes back to the hand and then is played once again, amping that Volzar up ever further. And then it's an Etchings of Arcana with 3 amp, total of 6. Ian is not dead here, but he will be dead, potentially, if Peter's able to draw up any form of shock on the next turn.
Yeah. He's got the clean block here. He's got the blue.
He's got to use it here. Perhaps just thinking through all of the lines. The nice thing here is that Ian only has to banish one of those cards from hand. So he can keep the yellow widespread destruction and hold it back for an instant speed shock out of the hand of Peter Buddensiek, which changes the math that Peter has to do in a big way.
A little insulated. Big deal.
But
did you catch that?
Ian is down 2-1. The card drawn?
Yeah.
I did not.
Okay, me neither.
I don't think it can be a Sigil of Solace anymore. I think those are all played out.
Right.
Honestly, the majority of the consigned to Cosmos shocks have been seen. It's not in the
Never
hand.
shock?
Not yet, at least.
Right.
There's still an Oscilio activation to be taken care of. Could be in the arsenal, though. We're just going to have to live without omniscience, just like these players in front of us. 4 rune chance. Machinations of Dominion out of the arsenal. There's 4 rune chance, plus I think that is 6 go again. That is a red Deathly Whale, right?
With Overpower,
yes.
Peter has to block some Arcane. He can't just take the 4.
Ooh, and it is blues in the hand,
got
but also
plenty of
it's 2
blues.
Mind Warps. Electrostatic Discharge is the card that was drawn off of Channel Lightning Valley.
Does he have an attack to pair with that and with the Lightning Press? You said 2 Mind Warps, right?
Yeah, no, he does not.
So he's kind of bricked right now.
He is.
So
If
he's
he can
got-
get to his turn cycle, though, has an opportunity to activate Oscilio again. But he is
Damn it.
pitching both of those blues and getting ready to block at least some of this Deathly Whale damage. 3 damage going to connect with the face. Down to 4 goes Peter Buddensiek. Ian is still alive here.
2 rune chance.
He's passing priority, though, because he can't swing that Deathly Whale. Has to park widespread destruction in the arsenal. It's a reduced to rune chant in hand. Mind Warp only coming in for 2. And Ian can absolutely shore that up. But there's no go again enablers here.
No, he does have a Deathly Whale red, which means he can just
send something.
Send split damage. And Peter's at 4. He still has a few turns, I think, of surviving before he can chip enough. But he is fighting to the very end here.
Got to shout out Sleepy Connor, who remains completely alert despite the fact that this is the biggest AG event he has ever had to judge solo, mind you.
He's looking great. He's
I
looking
know.
bright and sunny.
I don't think we even got any coffee today. There was no time.
Looks like Ian pitches away that Deathly Whale, has an option that he prefers more in the hand.
I think it was a blue Deathly Whale, and he
Oh,
pitched a
okay.
red with it just to make
clear
sure that he could clear it out of the
Also,
hand.
Phantom Wraith is 1 more damage.
Absolutely huge here.
And it just might be time to send the extra damage.
And Peter does have a shock in the hand. But he's got to think about what the pitch card could be for Ian before he deploys it.
Yeah.
I do see an electromagnetic somersault, which can be deployed in order to amp up a little bit.
Yeah,
Looks like he is going for it.
he's going
1
for it.
amp, 2 amp,
That's 4
3
damage.
amp. That is 4 arcane
Yeah.
damage. The fist bump is already
Oh
extended, and that is
my.
it. Peter Buddensiek, after taking down the Players' Championship in 2025, does a victory lap in the first ever AGLA in 2026. Also, the biggest AG event that we have ever had thus far. Sometimes it's the history that tells the story of the future, and in this case, that is definitely it for Peter Buddensiek.
Just not ready to let go of that champion title.
And who could blame him after such a stalwart performance on Oscilio? This is the second deck that he's won a huge AG event in as many events.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is he's a well-rounded player. That was a
He's
lot of
doing
words
great,
to
yeah.
get my
He
point
won
across.
it on an entirely different hero.
Uh-huh. One that plays on a completely different axis, mind
Yeah.
you. If you didn't catch the LA Players Championship last year, Peter won that one on Syndra Drakai of Retribution. In this case, it's a combo deck through and through. One that is in his nature, but not necessarily in his deck box until this event.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the testing and the partners to play with and learn exactly what you need to pilot that deck, and boy, did he do it well today. A first-place finish, but I got to give credit to Ian, man. Despite some of those hands not lining up, he fought to the very end, and he made it look tough. Peter did not get away with a free win there.
No, indeed. And I think the bad variants definitely went Ian's way. Sure, there were 2 really timely calls to get rid of Gons in a flash, but ultimately it was 2 hands during that game that had no Runegate cards whatsoever. And we knew they were there. They were flooded towards the end of the game, but they just didn't come at the right time, Michael.
Yeah, that was a nail biter.
Without a doubt. Well, Ian, despite not taking the whole tournament down, can go home incredibly proud, along with everybody, all of our 84 players that attended AGE LA today. We are so thankful to them and, of course, to you, the viewers who made this such a special kickoff to Season 4, not just here, but also at AGE St. Louis. What else is special about AGE, you might ask? Well, a brand new exclusive content platform, AGE Premium, a site that we want to make the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood. We've got written content up there. We'll have extra AGE games, event discounts, and of course more for a paltry $10 a month. Think of it as our Patreon. If you want to support AGE and all that we stand for, you can get over there and give us a little bit of a donation. If it's not in the cards for you, so to speak, don't worry. All of our written content is going to be available for free 30 days after it's published. Each individual article will kind of trickle into the free portion of the AGE site. Also got to mention that deck lists in the top 8s of all of our events will be posted there as well. And heck, they're already up there. Even as top 8 started, Sock Puppet producer Justin got them going so that you could peruse them during top 8 coverage.
Yeah, thanks to him, and thanks to the rest of the Arcane Games and events staff for making this all possible and wonderful content for the viewers at home.
Before we go to our winner interview, got to mention all of the AG events that are coming up. January 11th is where we're at right now, but come the end of January and the beginning of February, New England finally gets to have their first say in AGE Season 4. That'll be the 31st at Great Stories Comics and Games, and also the 7th of February at Grave Troll Games. Both of those events will be Classic constructed. But then once we get into February, both AGE St. Louis and LA are going to pop off on the 21st of February, and those are when the Silver Age AGEs cometh and Compendium of Wraith gets injected into our game. Besides that, we do have to shout out one final time our proud new sponsor. That is Fab Foundry. Go ahead and get over to their site for all of your singles, sealed, and commons and rare playset needs. Besides that, also a heck of a lot of drip. If gold cold foils are your thing and you want to make your deck look as snazzy as possible, please use the QR code on your screen or go to www.fabfoundry.co/AGELA. That link will tell Fab Foundry that AGE sent you, and they're going to hook you up real good for some player-to-player cardboard transactions.
Yeah, I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head there. Fab Foundry is the place to go for Fab singles. So just do it.
Just do it, says Michael Murray. And we're going to take a short break. We're going to get the crackhead from Las Vegas back into the booth, and he's going to bring it all home just like he did on stream before your very eyes. Don't go anywhere. There's a winner's interview coming, but no more Flesh and Blood after this.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with the first of the year Arcane Games and Events champion, Peter Buddensiek, piloting a new hero, but an old tale, getting first place. How you feeling?
Good, dude. Overjoyed.
Yeah,
Overjoyed.
man.
That game was crazy.
Yeah.
That game was crazy. I was sweating the whole time.
Yeah.
I basically got down to a point to where like he still had face purgatory and is at like 7 or 9, somewhere around there. And I was like, I can't actually attack him and hold like a significant hand, so I had to basically like just arcane him at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Although he has AB3, so it's like I had to go around. Vynnset doesn't have a tremendous amount of blues or yellows, so it's like a lot red base. So sometimes you can squeak it in damage here and there. But I was like trying to arcane at the end of the game.
He was drawing his blues.
He was drawing the blues. I basically was like, I know there's one more shock left in my deck, and I was just trying to keep a lightning instant in the arsenal for whenever I draw it, and try to take like 1 to 2 cards on his turn. So when he banishes and then attacks, I can get the null shock in there, which is exactly what happened at the end, and it was crazy. This was the closest Vynnset game I've ever had, coming from the other side, because I used to play Vynnset. And I never got to play against Oscilio when I was playing it. And I really haven't played against Vynnset as Oscilio. So I was really confused what to do.
Sure.
But it worked out.
Yeah.
It worked out.
I mean, you navigated it really well. I will also
Yeah.
say I think Ian navigated it really well.
Oh, yeah. He
The
played
very
extremely well.
first play that blew me away, it looked like you had everything you needed. You really popped off early, and you got that gone in a flash, and you were ready to put it in Arsenal, and he called it.
Yeah, he called it, and then
he did it again.
Yeah, and then it was like, I'm going to the mid game. I'm retaining tempo, and I have like a good turn to have like bounce the God and Flash, do a spell, take it, Arsenal the God and Flash, and just like be like, you like interact with me, right? And I bounce the God and Flash, and he has exactly like the one last card calls me, and I'm like, well, that's two God and Flashes, 2 calls. Like, I had to find the third one, basically, and then I never got to have a turn with it, so I ended up blocking with the third God and Flash, but I was like, yeah, both calls were like, if there's not a call on that turn, he probably loses the following turn both times.
No, I saw that.
And
You had what you needed right there. I thought the game was over, and he just found it. It was like watching an anime battle.
Yeah,
just the counterattacks going back and forth. It's like you're about to hit with the knockout punch, and he just finds the counter and keeps the game going.
Yeah, he just had the answers.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like the closest game I've had all day, basically.
Wow.
Just like back and forth. Don't know if I'm gonna win or not. Like basically into the last like shock, basically. So yeah, it was nice. It was nice. It was a good thing to end on, right?
Fantastic finals.
Win or lose, it was a good game no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think your pivot to going Arcane Chip was very wise. I noticed you did that very early in the life totals, and you just started like, okay, I just have to kind of go tall arcane, and you knew that you'd sort of be stripping his cards. You got a lot of actually really good rune chant removal with the Blast to Oblivions, but yeah, man, it turned grindy at the end.
Yeah, I basically with the silly, like I didn't even have a boots combo on this on this game, right? And
you never used them. You just blocked with them. It was null rune boots.
I think after the 11. Like we played 10 rounds today. I think I only popped my boots 5 out of 10 rounds, like 50% of the time.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Oscilio, doing the combo is very easy with Oscilio, and it is like kind of like the basis thing that everybody like kind of goes with the deck on it. But I think playing every other turn and like making the bad or medium turns into great turns is what really a lot of people underestimated with Oscilio. I think Utah was like one of the first people that was really trying to innovate with the deck and trying to figure out like what like turns you can have if you're not just doing the Gun and Flash combo thing, and really put it into perspective of like running 6 blasts, running the Sigil Aethers, and really having these multi-card combos and executing that is like really the marquee of the deck. And especially the Arcane late game is like one of the essence that you can do is just, my opponent has AB3, but I'm still a wizard. I can still chip 3. I can still chip 4. I can basically deal 15 to 20 arcane damage a game, so I just have to play towards it, and that's what I thought had to go down on this game because I couldn't attack much more.
Well, I'm really glad you brought up Yuto. I think of him as like the grandfather of Oscilio, really one of the first content creators to bring him out and break him down and just show the world how you're supposed to build him. I'm curious, how influential has his content been to your own deck construction choices?
Yeah, I tried out Oscilio at the beginning of Rosetta. I actually almost brought him to the Players Invitational like 2 years ago now. The one that I brought Enigma to. I thought it was like, I was playing like basically like a 9 blast pitch stack version at the time, which was like pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But a lot of people dropped the deck. I was one of those people that dropped the deck. I just said it's missing cards. It's missing certain things. And honestly, like when you're innovating like Yuto was, just like by yourself, like you're just so far out on a deck that you're like the leading person. It was like Man Sent with Leviathan for the longest time, right? Like, you're the guy, right? So everybody looks at you, and not a lot of other people are innovating on the list. They're just like asking about cards that you've maybe already done, and him figuring out like 6 blasts is like what I need to be playing for. And I think I took like obviously all the Yuto decks, like all the Oscilio decks are basically what he's playing at this point.
He kind of championed what you call an Oscilio deck. That's like his deck.
Yeah, basically it's like his 6 blast version. Vore I know runs 3 red blasts and high voltage, which like Yuto doesn't. And then I got a lot of inspiration. Basically, I'm only playing Oscilio because of Jonathan from AG St. Louis. Jonathan Folk. We're in the same. I don't know his last name. It's like F. I can't pronounce his last name. I'm
Is it Folks or is that someone else?
Yeah, that's different. I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Jonathan something, we'll get there.
He knows who he is. He knows who he is. I'm sorry.
Thank you to your inspiration.
I'm basically playing his exact list from AG St. Louis where he lost in the finals.
Okay.
We're in the same Discord. We talk about it a lot. And me, him, Caleb basically have just been like figuring out the Oscilio deck, right?
Does that mean Caleb's on? I don't want to. You don't have to say that, but. Okay, all right. We got a wizard main that's been behind the scenes cooking on a wizard.
We're trying to figure it out.
That's awesome, man.
Like, I went back with some old tech from Oscilio, like the CNCs. I'm actually playing a race face this weekend.
The CNCs were interesting when I saw those show up.
The CNCs is like an old Oscilio tech, kind of play more mid-range. I have the sinks as well, playing a lot more. A race face for like hopefully not to play Dio and to play in the mirror as well. I actually played a Dio round 2. Should be on what is that? AGE Premium on the backup table. Yeah. Shout out AGE Premium.
There
if
we
you
go.
Haven't, get 10% off your local AGEs for 11 Please do that. I'm totally not looking at Justin and be rolling right now, but like
he's getting paid extra for this.
But it was an interesting backup match to where like Dio was just so bad for Oscilio. Like you saw Sam Sutherland just like destroy the Japanese Oscilio basically this morning or last night this morning. Matchup's really bad. Eriksen helps a little bit, but just trying to have a game. Sometimes the mirror is like not the most interesting thing. Like sometimes you just die. So like I'm playing like race faces and hoping that they can't amp and CNCs and like amulets in the mirror and just hoping that like I slow them down enough so I see it before they see it. And like I think Oscilio has a lot of room to grow. I think there's a lot of things in Oscilio. I think like there's a lot of people that don't really play it optimally, and so you haven't seen it like win a lot. Even yesterday, I went 1-3 at the RTN yesterday, and then I won today, right? Like
there you go.
And I think I made a lot of the correct decisions yesterday, and maybe played a little bit more suboptimally than I did today. And like the 9-day difference of the deck is just insane. And it's not even like more of a draw sequence if it's like inconsistent. It's just like every percentage point matters in a deck that needs every percentage point, and we got there eventually. So yeah, this deck's fun as fuck.
Yeah, no, it is.
It's so fun.
Guardian and then Wizard just under that as a player, which is so funny because they play on these two very different axes. But I just love the gameplay of both. I like that tanked up, grindy disruption, and then I love that just comboing off arcane evasion.
I was really excited and I was really thankful that I liked playing Oscilio because they banned Syndra.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't actually ban Syndra, but like they
We get
banned
it.
Brand and they banned Wrath, and it's just like not the same deck.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel the same. It's significantly less powerful than it was. Even though like people like Gordon, who's like the Syndra Unk Goat. He's just like he's really good at it, and he obviously top 8'd, and there was also another Syndra that top 8'd in Japan, but the deck just is on a different, like, just such a peg lower and like not really enjoyable to play anymore.
Yep.
And Oscilio just hits that niche that I wanted, and it's so much fun.
It really seems like Oscilio sort of made out the best out of a lot of possible heroes after this banning. He didn't get hit, and so all of his matchups just sort of got a little bit better. Gravy's a little easier now. Kassai is now sort of more in the meta, and that's pretty good for Oscilio. So he's starting to posture as being one of the top decks in the meta, and it looks like, right now you just took a whole 85-room event, or 85-person room down on this, and he's looking great.
I know he won the Battle Hardened as well in Atlanta
Okay.
From one of the guys in the card guys, I believe.
Okay.
He's just popping up more and more. This meta is just for him. His worst matchup left, which was Syndra, or is being played at a very small percentage. Like the only other matchup that is like not that good for the deck is Kayo, and so realistically, if you're only looking at like one bad matchup, maybe a couple even matchups, and then like you're very favored into the Earth characters, you're very favored into Kassai and Fang and all that stuff, and you just play your game and hope it's good enough. If you don't, if you draw, if you don't whiff on your hands, then you just kind of roll people sometimes.
Yeah, well, that happened here. So congratulations once again, taking it all down. You got any shout-outs, anything you want to say before we wrap things up for the night?
Always shout out my mom. It's just incredible.
Thanks, Mom.
But shout out Team Invasion. Everybody out there doing God's work out there. Dean, Nia, Yuki, all of them, Caleb, and the guys, Jonathan as well, for giving me this list and answering all my stupid questions that I ask him every single round and every day, and being like really excited about working on the deck with other people. So I shout out to everybody there.
Well, this is what you can do on a fresh deck. I'm scared to see what happens as you keep getting more and more reps on it. You played it great today. Congratulations once again. And I think that just about wraps it up. So thank you to the viewers at home for sticking around for our winner's interview. And we're going to wrap things up. We have no more Flesh and Blood after this until next time we're live. So thanks once again for joining us. We'll see you on the other side.